The people had gathered to welcome back their hero. The hero rode in on a horse, waving at the crowd. The MC, who wore armor, tried to warn the people to stay back because it was dangerous. Inside, the MC was already getting tired of how worked up everyone was getting. The hero looked over at the MC, and when the MC shot an annoyed look back, the hero simply winked playfully. That only made things worse. The girls in the crowd went wild, and everyone started pushing in closer. Some of the girls were arguing with each other, each one convinced that the wink or the smile had been meant for her. The MC thought to himself that the hero had done that on purpose just to stir everyone up even more. Later, somewhere else entirely, a door opened and a man let in someone wearing a cloak. The place was full of noise and chatter. The cloak figure walked through the crowd and stopped in front of the MC, who was sitting up on a table. The cloaked person pulled back the hood and turned out to be Werner. Werner pointed out that the hero probably should not be in a place like this. The hero, Mazel, pointed right back that Werner was not exactly in a position to talk. Werner ordered his usual ale. Mazel said he knew he could always count on Werner for that. They raised their mugs, Werner offering a toast to Mazel's safe return home. They both drank deeply, emptied their mugs, and let out a burp at the same time. Mazel made it clear he much preferred this kind of place over some fancy, stiff gathering. Werner, for his part, agreed that some things just suited a person better than others. Werner thought about the first time he had met Mazel. Back then, he had wanted nothing to do with him at all, but life had a way of throwing things at you that you never expected. Werner himself being in this world at all was proof enough of that. In his previous life, Werner had been a completely ordinary Japanese man. He grew up in a plain household, worked at an unremarkable company, and lived as the kind of person nobody really notices. He was, in every sense, a background character. Then one day, a carriage carrying children tipped over. The oldest child did not survive, and the next thing Werner knew, he was waking up in what felt like a world straight out of medieval Europe. A servant's voice called out that Lord Werner had woken up. A woman's voice thanked the servant, and then the woman herself appeared, saying Werner's name with relief in her voice. Werner quickly pieced together what had happened. This was a reincarnation into another world, the kind of thing that happens in stories. But the world he had landed in was not just any fantasy setting. It was the world of a game he had once played in his past life. A classic RPG where a brave hero defeats a demon lord and saves the world. That sounds exciting, except Werner knew the full story. In the second half of the game, the demon lord's forces invade the capital city and burn it to the ground. That destruction serves as the dramatic backdrop before the hero eventually gets crowned as king. And Werner had realized, with growing dread, that he lived right in the middle of where all that destruction was supposed to happen. On top of that, Werner was an aristocrat who was never once mentioned in the game. A nameless, faceless background character. The kind that probably dies without anyone noticing. He had no intention of letting that happen to him. So Werner trained without stopping. He gripped his spear and pushed himself hard, day after day, building up his fighting ability so that he could at least keep himself alive. Over time, all that effort paid off, and he eventually earned a place at the capital's academy. One day at the academy, while Werner was sitting quietly with a book, a classmate came over and waved at him, teasing him about always having his nose buried in something. Werner brushed it off. The classmate then clapped his hands together and asked Werner to explain something he could not figure out in political science class, flattering Werner as the top student in their grade. Werner knew the truth, though. He was not some brilliant scholar. He was just a hard-working spearman trying his best to survive, and he happened to do well in subjects that lined up with things he had already studied in his previous life. The classmate also mentioned, with a grin, that there were girls at the academy who looked at Werner with interest. Werner figured that had more to do with the fact that his father was a count than anything about Werner himself. Besides, if anyone was truly popular around here, it was someone else entirely. Werner's eyes drifted across the room toward a cluster of noise and movement. There was Mazel Harding, surrounded by a crowd of students as usual. Mazel was the main character of the game Werner had been reincarnated into. Despite coming from a common background with no noble blood, Mazel had gotten into the academy on a special scholarship because of his rare and exceptional abilities. For one reason or another, a huge number of people had taken an interest in him. Werner still could not quite believe they were in the same year. It was Mazel's arrival at the academy that had confirmed for Werner that this world was moving along the same path as the game he remembered. From that point on, Werner had been doing his best to act like a proper background character, keeping quiet and staying out of things so that the story could unfold the way it was supposed to. He very much wanted to avoid getting tangled up with Mazel at all. But then something caught his eye. A young woman was offering Mazel sweets, telling him there was something her home country was proud of. Mazel cheerfully accepted. Werner watched from a distance. He recalled that the girl was an exchange student from the neighboring country of Salzanak and the daughter of a duke there. Events like this happened often at the academy, with students hosting little tea gatherings in the cafeteria that were really just thinly veiled chances for matchmaking. Girls chasing after good-looking boys were not the sort of thing Werner normally paid any attention to. But this time was different. Just before Mazel had walked over, Werner had spotted the girl quietly drinking something from a small bottle. That was the thing that had him paying attention now. He did not know for certain what she was planning, but she had been pushing her sweets on Mazel very persistently, and Werner had a strong feeling that whatever those sweets contained, it was not just sugar. He told himself firmly that he was not going to get involved. That was absolutely the last thing he wanted to do. Besides, surely the hero of the story would not fall for something so obvious. Then the girl cried out in alarm. Mazel had grabbed his own head and looked like he was struggling. His face had gone completely pale. Werner stared in disbelief. Mazel had actually eaten one. Werner immediately scanned the room, looking for the people who usually kept watch over Mazel. The other students in the room had already started whispering among themselves, unsure of what was happening. In Werner's head, the way things were supposed to work was simple. When something went wrong with the hero, it was the bodyguard's job to spring into action first. Mazel was the main character of this story. It should have been a given that he would be fine. The students around Mazel had already crowded in, checking on him with worried faces. But Werner was not so sure it was as simple as that. There was no real guarantee that things would play out exactly the way the game had. And the hard truth was that Mazel was the only one who could ever face the Demon Lord. That meant Werner needed Mazel to be in one piece and ready to play that role when the time came. Werner walked over and checked on Mazel himself. After a quick look, he could tell that Mazel's pulse and breathing were both steady. The school nurse would be able to handle things from here. The girl looked startled by Werner's sudden involvement. Werner calmly but firmly told her that the little gathering was over for the day and that Mazel needed to be looked after right away. The girl pushed back, saying that Mazel had become ill after eating something from her country, and that she personally wanted to take responsibility by bringing in a proper doctor to examine him. Werner cut her off before she could go any further. He pointed out that moving Mazel in a carriage while he was in this condition would not be safe, and that there was no way to be certain yet whether her sweets were even the cause. He added, with a smooth and polite tone, that even if they were, he would never want to place the kind of burden on her shoulders. It would be best, he said, to leave Mazel in the care of the school nurse first. The girl and the people around her fixed Werner with cold, sharp looks as he helped Mazel to his feet and slowly steered him away from the group. Werner thought to himself that if looks could actually do damage, he would have been dead on the spot. But regardless, he had the main character safe and out of harm's way. From the way everything had unfolded, Werner was fairly sure this had been a kidnapping attempt. Now the question was what to do about it going forward. Later, at the school clinic, Werner's patience had run out by the time Mazel's bodyguards finally showed up. He tore into them immediately, wanting to know how they could have left Mazel so open and unguarded, and what on earth they had been thinking by arriving so late when protecting Mazel was their entire job. One of the bodyguards shuffled awkwardly while the other explained that the person entertaining Mazel had been an exchange student of noble rank, the daughter of a duke, and so they had thought it necessary to tread carefully and be respectful of that. Werner could not believe what he was hearing. These men had been fully aware of the risks and had still chosen to leave Mazel alone because of social politics. He found it hard to understand how anyone could be that careless. Werner wasted no time giving them their instructions. He told one of them to go and report what had happened to a teacher, and the other to go and keep a close watch on the girl and her companions. Werner himself would stay behind and keep watch over Mazel. The bodyguard started to object, but Werner shut it down immediately with a sharp look and a firm tone. They straightened up at once and hurried off to do as they were told. Werner pulled back the curtain. Mazel was still unconscious on the bed. Werner stood there thinking about what a mess the whole situation had been. If he had only known ahead of time, he would have warned Mazel before the poison ever reached him. The world was still at peace at this point in the story. Because of that, most people did not see much worth in a hero right now. But Werner was troubled. He found himself wondering whether Mazel was truly going to be ready for everything that lay ahead. If someone was willing to target Mazel now, while things were still calm, then it stood to reason that similar attempts could happen again later. And if the hero kept getting pulled off course like this, the entire journey that was supposed to follow the Demon Lord's return could end up falling apart before it even began. Werner sat with that thought and quietly accepted what it meant. Then Mazel stirred and woke up, confused about where he was. Werner was relieved to see him conscious and let him know right away that he had been poisoned. He explained that things might feel a bit unclear for a while, but that the antidote had already been given and should be taking effect soon. He handed Mazel some water and told him to rest and take it slow. Mazel was shocked to hear the word poison and immediately asked whether the girl who had given him the sweets was all right, pointing out that she had eaten them too. Werner told him she was perfectly fine. She had quietly drunk an antidote just before Mazel had walked up to join her. Mazel struggled to accept that someone would do something like that inside the school. Werner told him plainly that yes, they absolutely would. He laid out what would have happened if he had not stepped in. The girl would have had Mazel taken to her embassy after he collapsed. He would have woken up the next morning with no memory of how he got there, with the girl beside him, and the whole thing would have been used to force a marriage at the point of a sword. A commoner spending the night with a duke's daughter would have caused a massive scandal. Mazel likely would have been shipped off to Salzanak before the day was even over. Mazel went completely quiet as he took that in. Werner added that people of noble rank had no trouble going to those kinds of lengths, and that Mazel needed to be more careful going forward. After a moment, Mazel smiled, and then he started to laugh softly. Werner wanted to know what was funny. Mazel said it was nothing, really. He just found it a little amusing that the person who had said all of that was himself a member of the aristocracy. Then Mazel mentioned that of course he knew who Werner was, since they were in the same class, and that he had actually been hoping for a chance to talk with Werner for a while now. Werner brushed it off and told Mazel he still did not look well and should lie back down. Mazel did as he was told. Werner thought quietly to himself that Mazel was talking and moving well enough. He figured that was just one of those things that came with being the main character of the story. Mazel looked puzzled by whatever Werner had muttered, but before anything more could be said, the door to the clinic swung open. Werner looked toward the entrance. A group of people had walked in. One of them told Werner flatly to clear out because they were taking the room. Werner studied them carefully. He told them, as calmly as he could manage, that there was a student resting inside and asked them to keep things quiet. The one who had spoken got angry fast and demanded to know who Werner thought he was, talking like that to someone older than him. Werner read the situation immediately. It did not matter what words he used. These people were not here to talk. They were looking for a reason to start something. And looking at the size of the man in front of him, he did not carry himself like a student at all. Werner's mind started working through the possibilities. They could be hired adventurers, the kind who would leave no trail. Or maybe a loyal, tight-lipped knight who would never say a word about who sent him. Either way, Werner had a feeling the plan was to rough him up, take Mazel, and then claim it was all being handled under the responsibility of their country. Werner did not wait any longer. He struck the man hard across the face. A spear was already in his hand. The man hit the floor with a heavy thud. Werner brought the spear down against the floor with a sharp crack and held his position. In his head, things were clear. If he was going to protect the hero, he was going to have to treat this exactly like he was dealing with intruders. And that meant he was going to have to fight every single one of them. They had more bodies and more muscle on their side. But Werner had already made up his mind. Werner told himself that he just needed to hold out long enough for a teacher to hear the noise and come running. But before he even had to test that plan, Mazel launched himself off the bed and flew in with a kick that caught one of the men completely off guard. The light-hearted, easygoing Mazel from earlier was nowhere to be seen. His face was calm and focused and serious. Werner watched as Mazel landed and immediately went after the next man. The sight of it made the others hesitate. Something in Mazel's eyes stopped them cold. But Mazel did not give them time to recover. He moved through them one after another, striking fast and with clear purpose. He took one man and shoved him into another, sending them both off balance. The first man who had gone down earlier tried to drag himself back up off the floor, but Mazel put a stop to that without a second thought. Werner stood there watching the whole thing unfold with genuine amazement. He thought to himself that it was something else entirely. Heroes really were on a completely different level. When the last of the men had been put down, Mazel turned around and asked Werner with an eager, upbeat energy whether he had come out of it all right. Werner told him he was fine, thanks to Mazel stepping in, and then turned it around and asked how Mazel himself was holding up after jumping into a fight in the state he was in. Mazel answered cheerfully that his hands had gone a little numb, but that he was perfectly okay. Werner could barely believe it. That had been Mazel running on weakened legs and a body, still fighting off poison, and he had still handled every single one of those men. Werner admitted to himself that things had been looking pretty rough for a moment there, and that he was genuinely grateful Mazel had jumped in when he did. Now, the next step was to get the teachers involved, hand things off to them, and let them take it from there. Once that was done, Werner would be able to breathe again. As if on cue, a voice came from the doorway. A teacher had arrived and took one look at the bodies on the floor before demanding to know what had happened. Mazel stumbled over his words. Werner thought privately that the timing could not have been better. He stepped forward and told the teacher he would explain everything properly in a moment, but that the men currently sprawled out on the clinic floor were likely not students at the school at all. The teacher looked alarmed. Werner laid out the basics, keeping his tone steady and almost pleasant about it. He and Mazel had been attacked by those men, and it appeared someone had sent them on purpose. As for exactly what they had been after, Werner said he still did not know for certain. And so he suggested with a cheerful manner that the teacher might want to get some answers out of the men themselves once they regained consciousness. The teacher wasted no time and called out to the students hovering behind him, sending them off immediately to bring the other teachers. They scattered in a hurry. Werner thought quietly to himself that from here, he could let the adults deal with the rest of it. In the end, Mazel's bodyguards took the blame for what had happened and lost their positions because of it. Afterward, Werner was asked to step in and take their place. He turned it down without hesitation, but things did not go back to the way they were before. Mazel had gotten comfortable around Werner after everything that had happened, and that was something Werner had not planned for at all. One day, while Werner was deep in a book, Mazel came over and said he wanted to ask Werner something. Werner would never have imagined that a single afternoon in the clinic would end with the hero becoming attached to him. Mazel wanted help understanding the proper manners expected at an upcoming ceremony. Werner thought it through. He could not exactly say no, not after everything Mazel had done, and he definitely could not afford to let another messy situation like the one with the girl happen again. So he pushed down his reluctance and helped, telling himself it was just to keep things on track and make sure the story moved the way it was supposed to. But then one thing led to another, and before Werner even noticed how it had happened, the two of them had been through enough together that they had become the closest of friends. They found their own comfortable rhythm and enjoyed their days at the academy together in a way that felt natural and easy. And then, without warning, the beginning of the game finally arrived. The world shifted. A stampede of demons broke the peace and drew back the curtain on the story that had always been coming. Through the battles that followed, the ones Werner and Mazel fought side by side, through every step of the way, Werner had said something to Mazel that he meant with everything in him. He had told him plainly that if saving the world somehow meant losing Mazel, then Werner would find a way to change the world itself before he let that happen. This was the legend of a hero that people would go on telling for generations. And it was also the story of his best friend. Werner had been a perfectly ordinary office worker in his previous life, until the day he woke up as a child inside the world of a video game he had once played. It was a classic RPG, the kind where a brave hero rises up and defeats a demon lord. But as Werner slowly pieced together his scattered memories, a serious problem came to light. He had not been reborn as anyone important. He was a nameless, faceless background character, the kind that nobody in the story ever notices, and that kind of person was destined to die in a massive, widespread slaughter that happened partway through the game's story. He was not going to pretend that sat well with him. That was not how he wanted things to end. The one thing working in his favor was that he had woken up before the events of the game had even begun. If he already knew how everything was going to play out, then he had a real chance of steering clear of the worst of it. He threw himself into training and preparation with everything he had, driven entirely by the desire to keep himself alive. But somewhere along the way, without meaning to, he ended up earning the deep respect and admiration of Mazel, the hero of the game and its central character. Werner had done his best at first to stay away from Mazel, worried that getting too close might accidentally change the course of events. But despite his best efforts, the two of them ended up becoming the closest of friends. The problem was that Mazel had a talent for landing himself in trouble. He was as unaware of danger as a person could possibly be, and he had a certain carelessness about him that made it hard to fully rely on him. The game had not even officially started yet, and Mazel was already putting himself at risk. That kept Werner on edge, quietly anxious about how things were going to unfold. It did not take Werner long to figure out that keeping his distance from Mazel was actually the worst thing he could do. At some point, he had made it clear to Mazel that if anything ever seemed off or suspicious, Mazel should come to him right away. Werner had made up his mind. He was going to stand behind the hero and support him all the way through until the demon lord was defeated. Then the demon stampede was brought up. A teacher explained to the students that a demon stampede was a massive surge of demons that broke out roughly every 20 years. The school would be playing a part in helping to push it back. Werner felt his nerves kick in at the announcement. After all the waiting, the game's first major event had finally arrived, and now that it was actually here, he found himself tense with anxiety. The teacher continued, explaining that if a demon stampede was left unchecked, the demons would tear through towns and villages in huge numbers. However, if handled quickly and decisively, they were not considered an overwhelming threat. Werner thought quietly to himself that under normal circumstances, that would be true. But this particular stampede was not normal. This was the opening scene of the game. Because of the demon lord's revival stirring beneath the surface, the demons this time around were going to be far more numerous and far stronger than anyone was prepared for. The capital's knights were going to be wiped out. The heir to the throne was going to die. It was going to be a disaster on a scale that nobody saw coming. The teacher went on to divide the students by background. Those from families of rank would return to their homes in the capital and wait for further orders. Those without noble rank would join the support teams, helping with transport and caring for the wounded. They probably would not end up in direct combat, the teacher said, but they should still keep their guard up. The students of common background gave their agreement. Werner turned the situation over in his mind. Mazel would most likely end up protecting the other students in his group. Meanwhile, the knights at the front line were going to be destroyed, and since Werner would be fighting alongside them, there was a very real chance he would die there too. To stop that from happening, he needed to start preparing immediately. He had to build up their fighting strength and come up with a solid plan. His thoughts were broken by Mazel's voice cutting sharply through the air, calling out his name. Werner snapped back to the present. Mazel wanted to know what was going on, pointing out that break time had come and Werner had not moved a single muscle. Werner realized he had gotten completely lost in his own head. He pulled himself together, stood up, and told Mazel he was heading home. Mazel looked confused and reminded him that they had planned to go check out daggers at the weapon shop that day. Werner apologized and explained that he needed to spend his time getting ready for the battle, things like finding reliable people to fight alongside him. The weapon shop would have to wait for another time. Mazel asked whether all of that was really necessary for a demon stampede, suggesting it might be going a bit far. Werner told him plainly that there was no way to know for certain that things would go the usual way this time. Mazel said easily that he would just follow Werner's lead the way he always did. Werner had to stop him there and explain that he could not do that this time because they were not going to be in the same group. His family had rank, which meant they would be separated. Mazel's energy dropped visibly at that. His whole demeanor shifted and he looked genuinely sad about it. Werner looked at him and thought to himself that Mazel's reaction was almost like that of a dog being told it could not come along. Werner reached over and patted him, telling him to just do what he normally did, stay alert, and he would be perfectly fine. What Werner kept to himself was the truth of what was actually going to happen. In the game, this battle ended with Mazel tracking down and defeating the demon who had been behind everything. It would be a turning point for Mazel. His courage and skill would be recognized, and from that moment on people would begin to know him as the hero who had stepped forward when it mattered most. But Werner still reminded Mazel to stock up on as many recovery potions as he could carry and to make sure his armor was in order. Mazel responded in a teasing way, comparing Werner to a worried parent. Werner told him that if everything went well, Mazel would not even need to touch a single potion. Then a classmate appeared and asked nervously what he was supposed to do. Werner told him to follow the teacher's instructions. The classmate admitted that he had never been in a real battle before and was frightened. Before Werner could say anything more, Mazel jumped in. He pointed out that their classmate Kranich was skilled with a bow, so he should bring that. Mazel figured Kranich would probably be assigned to the support squad as a guard. Kranich asked with some surprise whether Mazel really thought so. Then a female classmate came over and asked the same question, wanting to know what she should do. Mazel told her that since Kalina was a mage, she would likely be put to work helping the injured, and that it would be smart to prepare some protective gear just to be safe. Werner stood back and watched as more and more students made their way over to Mazel, each one looking for guidance and reassurance about what they should do. Werner found himself quietly amazed. There was no way Mazel had sat down and memorized every single person's abilities. And yet somehow he knew. Some of the students asking him were not even from their class. Mazel's memory continued to leave Werner at a loss for words. This world ran on a skill system much like the ones found in video games. Werner had earned the skill of spearmanship through relentless, grinding practice over a long period of time. Mazel's skill was something called heroism. It was a straightforward name, almost too on the nose, but what it actually meant was staggering. With that one skill, Mazel was capable of mastering any combat ability that existed. To put in plain terms, whatever Werner had spent years working himself to the bone to learn, Mazel could watch once and immediately replicate it with full mastery. It was, in every sense, an ability that broke the rules. The first time Werner had witnessed it with his own eyes, he had actually cried. This Demon Stampede event was essentially built to give Mazel his first real taste of genuine combat, and to let him push his abilities to their limit in a real situation. It was his moment, but Werner had his own survival to worry about on his side of things. He reminded Mazel one more time not to forget the recovery potions before heading off to start his preparations. Mazel said he understood. The two of them bumped fists. Werner told himself that he just had to do whatever was within his power to do. He would figure the rest out from there. Later, Werner found himself asking whether his father would be present at the battle. Norbert, the Zerfield family's butler, confirmed that he would not. Werner's father would be elsewhere, attending to the king. That news hit Werner hard. His chances of surviving had just dropped considerably. Though when he thought about it, it made sense. His father was a count and a minister of the state. There was simply no reason for someone in that position to be placed anywhere near a battlefield. Norbert went on to explain that because of this, Werner would officially carry the title of commander over the count's troops in name. Werner complained that it made no sense to put a student in that role. Norbert reassured him that in reality, it would be Commander Max Lyman doing the actual leading. The count's family, Norbert explained, would essentially just be there for appearances. Werner turned that over in his mind. That reasoning would hold up perfectly well if this were just the usual small-scale demon stampede. But it was not. He told Norbert to bring Max to him, and also to handle the shopping and the hiring of additional soldiers. Norbert looked surprised by the request. Werner thought to himself that he had no idea how much he could actually pull off, but his life was on the line. Holding back was not an option. By the time everything was arranged, the total number of foot soldiers came to 4,200 men, along with 200 mercenaries and 100 students there to provide support. Werner thought about how the others likely had not even entertained the idea of losing this battle. For them, this was already a large force to bring together for something like this. A voice came from behind Werner. It was Max Lyman, commander of the Zerfield soldiers, remarking that having this many men for a battle of this size felt like they were going overboard. Werner privately agreed that was a fair observation. For experienced soldiers like these, a demon stampede was about as threatening as a casual outing. As a civil servant family, the Zerfields typically showed up to these things with 4 or 5 people, including Max. But this time Werner had pulled together around 100 men. To anyone used to the routine kind of demon stampede, the whole thing must have looked wildly excessive. Werner wished, not for the first time, that they could feel even a fraction of the danger he knew was coming. There was no way to make them understand. So he was simply grateful they were going along with it without too much resistance. He was in no position to demand more than that. The first platoon commander Orjan remarked that for the royal grandson's first battle, things were shaping up to be a bit dull. Werner agreed out loud. Inside his head, he was thinking about the two supreme commanders of this battle, the crown prince and his son, referred to as the royal grandson. Both of them were in line to inherit the throne, and in the game, both of them were meant to die in this very battle. Their deaths, combined with the destruction of the knights, would be what set off the chain of events that pushed the hero into one adventure after another. Werner would much rather keep them alive and avoid all of that unfolding around him, though he was not sure how realistic that hope was. Max leaned in quietly and suggested that Werner might want to take the chance to go and greet Count first while they had the opportunity, since the first family commanded the neighboring army. Werner's face fell at the suggestion. The Zerfield family were civil servants by nature, while the first family were military people through and through. Their lands bordered each other, and since their strengths lay in different areas, the two families had always maintained a reasonably friendly relationship built on cooperation. Werner let out a sigh and agreed to go, but asked Max to come along with him. He left Origin in charge while they were away, and Origin confirmed it without hesitation. When they stood before Count Bastian Timo first, the Count acknowledged Werner as the son of Minister Zerfield. Werner introduced himself formally and apologized for not having done so sooner. First then looked past Werner to Max and addressed him by name, expressing confidence that Max would serve the minister's son well. Max responded respectfully and thanked the Count for his consideration. Werner noticed all of this quietly. First had used Max's name, but had only referred to Werner as the minister's son, even after Werner had introduced himself. Werner thought dryly about whether he was even visible to the man. He was not particularly offended. Military people tended to look down on civil servants, and it was not necessarily done out of cruelty. In First's eyes, Max was the one actually running the battle, which naturally made Max the more worthwhile person to address. Then someone else stepped into the conversation. It was Tyrone, the son and heir of the First family. Tyrone made a suggestion, framed as a generous offer, that his father simply take command of Werner's forces as well. Max stumbled over his words slightly. Werner kept his reaction carefully neutral inside. There was no way that was ever going to happen. What Tyrone was really saying, without meaning it as an insult, was that Werner was not cut out for this, and that they should just let the people who knew what they were doing handle it. In Tyrone's mind, that was probably the kindest and most helpful thing he could offer. The social order of this world made the thinking behind it clear enough. The royal family sat at the very top, followed by military aristocrats, then civil servants, then the broader nobility, and then everyone else below that. That gap in standing between the First family and the Zerfield family was obvious and uncomfortable to be around. This was exactly why Werner had not wanted to come in the first place. Footsteps approached, and a woman appeared. It was the second daughter of the First family, Hermine, if Werner was remembering the name correctly. She stepped in and gently pointed out to her brother that what he had suggested simply was not possible. Tyrone acknowledged it. Hermine then turned and addressed Werner herself, saying she had heard he was still a student and that it would be best if he stayed behind their forces and did not push himself too hard. Werner smiled at her and offered his thanks, but inside he felt like he had just been quietly stabbed. Count First added his own version of the same sentiment, telling Werner not to overdo things and to pull back without hesitation if he ever felt he was in danger. Werner read the whole exchange for what it was. The First family had never had any real intention of taking him seriously. He thanked them, told them he should be getting back to his men. Werner kept his expression pleasant until they were out of earshot, but inside he was utterly drained and wanted nothing more than to be done with the whole visit, and then he and Max walked away. Behind them, Hermine quietly told her brother that she was not entirely sure his earlier remark had been the right thing to say. Tyrone admitted she had a point. The two of them and their father watched Werner and Max walk away. First said that Lord Werner was known at the academy as a serious and capable student, and that he was not simply the son of a count to be dismissed so easily. Tyrone said that he too had heard the talk, including the fact that Werner was the only member of his household with any real combat ability. But even granting that, Tyrone felt it was still somewhat limited. Werner's ranking was first in spearmanship alone, and when it came to being a true knight, everyone knew that the sword was what mattered above all else. Spearmanship was a perfectly reasonable starting point for a young knight working his way up, but that did not stop someone from raising a very practical concern. If Lord Werner were to get himself killed in battle, there would be no one left to inherit the Zerfield land. Hermine said as much and called out to Tyrone about it. At the Zerfield military camp, Werner stood in front of his assembled men. Both Werner and Max looked like they had already been through something exhausting, worn out before the fighting had even begun. Werner told his men he was going to run through the strategy one more time. One of his men noticed the state the two of them were in and asked, with a hint of suspicion, whether something had happened during their visit with the First, since the battle had not even started yet, and they already looked like that. Werner denied it. The men brushed past it and got themselves fired up, calling out that they were going to show that old soldier what they were made of. Another voice chimed in full of confidence, saying victory was certain and that they would all be coming home with medals to show for it. The camp filled with cheering. Werner tried to pull them back, telling them that was not the point of any of this. The second platoon commander, Barkey, noted that considering Werner had only pulled this group of men together the day before, they were showing a surprisingly solid level of discipline. Origin agreed, remarking that it really was an impressive collection of trained soldiers gathered in one place. Werner ran through the structure in his head. The way he had arranged things, every 5 men formed a squad with one of them leading it. There were 18 squads in total, divided across 3 platoons. On top of that, Werner had a hunter unit that answered directly to him. As long as the orders from the top could reach the hunter unit and the 3 platoon leaders, those orders could then be passed down quickly and clearly to everyone else. Werner turned back to his men and told them firmly that in battle, no one was to try and stand out on their own. Everything was to be done as a group, not just moving together, but fighting together. No one was to take on a demon by themselves. There was some restless shifting among the men at that. Werner acknowledged it. He told them he understood that this might only be a demon stampede, but that he had no intention of coming out of it with losses that did not need to happen. He made it plain. There would be no unnecessary sacrifices. That was the one goal he was setting for the Count's forces in this fight. Even as he said it, he knew deep down that keeping that promise perfectly Werner was not going to be easy. The battle against the demon forces was going to drag on for a stretch of time, and it would not be over until Mazel tracked down and defeated the one driving everything from behind the scenes. Until that happened, Werner's first and most pressing job was simply to stay alive. Across the way, where Mazel had gathered with his own group, one of the people around him commented on just how many recovery potions he had brought with him. Mazel laughed it off lightly. The woman standing beside him remarked that for someone as powerful as he was surprisingly careful about things like that. Someone else in the group jokingly said that if they got hurt, they were counting on Mazel to sort them out. Their leader cut the chatter short and told everyone to get into their groups and focus. In Mazel's head, the reason for the potions was simple. Werner had told him to bring as many as he could carry, so that was exactly what he had done. Mazel thought back to how Werner had stressed it. He had long since learned that when Werner said something that sounded strange or over the top, there was almost always a real reason behind it, even if Werner did not explain what it was. As Mazel settled into his position and the moment drew closer, he found himself wondering quietly what Werner was doing right now. Werner made his position clear to his men. Above everything else, he wanted to keep the number of casualties as low as possible. He reminded them of the core rule he had set. Every demon was to be taken on in groups of 5, and no one was ever to fight alone. They were currently holding the left flank position at the Count Zerfield military camp. Once a demon was brought down, the group that finished it off was to immediately move and help whatever team was nearest to them, then repeat that process over and over again. A voice pushed back against the plan. Werner looked up and saw that it was Barkey, the 2nd platoon commander, expressing his disagreement. Standing beside him was Orjan, the 1st platoon commander. Werner held his ground and explained that demons did not fight one-on-one to begin with, and that there was absolutely nothing to be gained by showing off knightly honor in a situation like this. The knights reacted with clear dissatisfaction. Werner understood it. In a world that placed a high value on personal bravery and individual strength in battle, a strategy built around ganging up on enemies in groups probably felt to them like an insult to their abilities and their pride. But that kind of thinking was not going to serve them here. So Werner shifted the framing entirely. He pointed out that this was the royal grandson's very first battle, and that there was no reason for any of them to go out of their way to steal the spotlight from His Highness. The knights accepted that reasoning without argument. Werner allowed himself a small grin. He then laid out the practical side of things. The scale of the demon stampede was still unknown, and in a large outbreak, enemies kept coming no matter how many were cut down. It was entirely possible the fighting could drag on for the whole day. No soldier could maintain peak fighting condition through something like that. Barkey admitted that even weak enemies in enormous numbers would chip away at stamina over time, and that if they were all exhausted and found themselves surrounded, casualties would be unavoidable. Werner confirmed that was exactly the thinking. Minimizing losses while still holding the line was the goal, and the group strategy was the best way to get there. He also told them to hold something back in reserve, so that if the worst happened, they would still have enough left to go and support the other families fighting nearby. The knights were surprised to hear that, but agreed to it. Orjan laughed and put in a request that if that moment came, his platoon be the ones sent over to the first household. Werner said that sounded fine. Barkey pointed out with some amusement that the only reason Orjan wanted to go was because he had his eye on the first daughter and could not stop chasing after women. Orjan reacted with embarrassed protest, and the group burst into laughter. Werner said in that case Barkey could be the one to go instead, which only made everyone laugh harder. Werner watched them and thought to himself that the knights seemed to be treating this all a bit too lightly. He could not really blame them for it, though. Barkey and Orjan kept bickering playfully between themselves while Max, standing behind Werner, noted quietly that they should probably start getting ready themselves. Werner brought the mood back to focus, told them the talking was done, and sent everyone back to their positions. The knights moved to comply. Werner felt at the moment it shifted. The air turned cold and tense, just as he had expected it would. The battle began shortly after they had confirmed their plan, and within a few hours, the demons were flooding in. Everything unfolded in line with what the game had laid out. The knights struggled hard under the pressure. Any unit that pushed too far ahead or tried to stand out on its own was crushed, and the bodies of the fallen began to stack up. Soldiers broke and ran one after another, unable to hold themselves together in the chaos. But within the Zerfield forces, the word had been passed, and the men were following it. They were coordinating with the teams beside them, pulling back their injured and keeping the formation from falling apart. Orjan checked on his men mid-fight, directing those who were hurt to pull back and get treated while the rest pressed forward. Werner called out to the retreating squads to fold in behind the forward squads as they regrouped, keeping the line moving and organized. The Zerfield forces kept their shape even as everything around them was coming apart, steadily moving their wounded away from the front. Werner's body was beginning to find a rhythm. For every demon he cut down, another one took its place. There was no time to think and barely enough time to breathe, let alone wipe the blood from his face. But his body moved on its own, the years of grinding training taking over where his mind could not keep up. He pushed forward and called out to his men not to advance too far and to keep their eyes open. He was breathing hard. He told himself that he was just grateful everyone was sticking to the plan. If they could hold this line until Mazel dealt with the one pulling the strings behind the stampede, they would make it through. Then a voice cried out in the middle of the fighting, calling desperately for help. There were too many soldiers breaking and running, and the number of deserters was growing. Werner thought about what he could actually do about it. In the grand picture, the Zerfield forces were not the ones turning the tide of this battle. They had a solid number of men for a civil servant family, but in terms of the overall fight, they were a small piece of the whole. To the right were the Royal Elite Knights, one of the most powerful forces on the field. To the left were the forces of Count First, a family built entirely around military strength. The Zerfield forces were positioned in a way that kept them sheltered between those two larger powers. But if either of those flanks gave way, the Zerfield forces would be fighting for their lives with nothing to protect them. Werner knew that as a commander, and frankly as someone who very much wanted to survive this day, he could not allow either of those two forces to collapse. Sending reinforcements was an option, but the First family carried the pride of a military household. If Werner misjudged the timing and offered help too soon, they would reject it outright. The timing would have to be exactly right. Across the field, Max was shouting at the men to use the bodies of the fallen as shields. Werner called over to Max and asked how things were looking on his side. Max reported that his section was holding, but the forces of the other noble families that had pushed forward into the demons were now being driven back. Those retreating forces were pressing inward, and the Zerfield army was starting to get squeezed in from the sides. The families that had already fallen back and joined them had been brought together and reorganized into the larger force. Werner took that in and understood what it meant for the shape of the battle. Then a scream tore through the noise around them, raw and filled with pain. It came from a knight nearby. Werner tightened his grip on his weapon and cut into the monster that was on top of the man. He sent his soldiers rushing at the creature and moved in to check on the knight himself. The knight was shaken and struggling to speak, but managed to get out a word of thanks. Werner recognized the armor. The knight was from Count First's unit. Werner asked what had happened to the rest of the knight's group. The knight trembled and said that he did not know. That one moment everything had been fine, and the next he had been fighting for his life. Werner understood. He told his men to tend to the knight first and get him patched up before anything else. Werner took stock of the situation around him. It was not just the slave soldiers who were struggling. Even the well-equipped knights were being pushed to their limits. He turned the question over in his head, weighing whether to send reinforcements now or hold a little longer. Then he made his decision. He did not want to thin out his own company's strength over a hesitation call. He called for Barkey and told him that as soon as he was ready, he was to take his platoon over to support Count First's unit. Werner thought to himself that they needed to regroup now, while there were still people standing who could fight. Over on the right flank, Count First's forces were in the middle of a brutal struggle. Count First drove his men forward with his voice, urging them not to break, telling them these were nothing but weak enemies. But even as he fought, something was nagging at him. This demon stampede did not feel right. The demons were behaving differently from anything he had seen before. Many of his men, knights and slave soldiers alike, had been seized by fear and were no longer of any real use in the fight. First found himself spending as much energy trying to stop his own soldiers from running as he did fighting the enemy. He called out, wanting to know where his son Tyrone and his daughter Hermine had gone. A soldier reported that both had gone forward to support the front line and had not been seen since. First went still for a moment, then gave the order for his men to stop pressing into the enemy and pull together. They needed to regroup. Not far away, Hermine had heard her father's voice carrying over the chaos but could not make out the words. She looked around and realized she had been cut off from everyone else. She kept fighting the monsters closing in on her, but her mind told her clearly that this was dangerous and that she needed to find her way back. Then she heard a grunt of pain nearby and recognized her brother's voice. She moved to him immediately and helped him drive back the monster that had him pinned. She asked if he was all right. They did not have time to say much. They exchanged quick words, agreeing they had to get back to their father and find out what orders he had for them. They kept talking while their weapons kept moving, cutting down the demons that kept pressing in. In her head, Hermine was troubled. They were superior fighters with better armor than most on this field, and yet the best they could manage was avoiding wounds serious enough to kill them outright. She called out to the other knights around her to send for backup. Then another cry for help came, this one more desperate than the last. By the time anyone could react, a soldier had been caught in the jaws of a monster and was torn apart right in front of them. Hermine clenched her teeth. She gave the order to anyone still able to stand to get behind her, and for the others to gather up the fallen as they pushed their way back toward her father. One of the female knights asked how they were supposed to do that when the demons were as thick as ever. Another monster snarled and lunged. Hermine told them not to be afraid and to stay close together. She pushed the words out with confidence, but inside, she was asking herself the same question. She did not know how either, but she knew that if they stopped moving, this battlefield was where they would all die. She had one thought driving her forward: cut through the enemy numbers, keep cutting, and get back to her father. Reduce them, keep reducing them, and move. Then a demon beast caught her in its jaws. Its drool dripped across her face. She was staring straight into the mouth of it, certain that was the end. Then a blade came from nowhere and split the creature clean in half. Blood sprayed across her face. A voice cut through the noise, firm and controlled, telling the troops not to push themselves too hard and calling out to maintain their positions. Amin had no idea who these people were or where they had come from. Her legs gave out beneath her, and she felt herself caught before she hit the ground. It was Barky. He steadied her and asked if she was all right, recognizing her as the daughter of Count First. Hermine thanked him and asked who he was. Barky apologized for not introducing himself sooner and told her he was Barky of the Zerfield unit, sent to provide assistance on Lord Werner's orders. Hermine could barely believe what she was hearing. The Zerfield family. Of all the forces on this field, she looked at what had just happened, from the attack that had pulled the monster off her to the organized support that had arrived with him, and the contrast was hard to ignore. Their own warrior household had been pushed to the edge while the Zerfield forces had somehow held themselves together and come out with something to spare. She asked, with quiet amazement, whether this had all been the doing of the sun. Barky confirmed it without hesitation, saying that everything had been done under Lord Werner's command. Hermine let that sink in. Barky went on to explain that the wounded units from the other noble families were already pulling back and regrouping behind their lines. He asked, as respectfully as he could, whether Hermine might advise Count First to take advantage of the opportunity and pull his forces back as well, at least for the time being. Hermine thought about how her father and her brother would likely feel about accepting help from the Zerfield family. It would sting their pride, but she also recognized this for what it was. It was the difference between defeat and survival, maybe even victory. She thanked Barky and told him she would go to her father immediately. Back at the left flank of the Zerfield forces, word came in that Count First troops would be joining them as well. Max reported that the noble family armies that had regrouped with them earlier were steadily returning to the battlefield. Werner acknowledged it as good news. He thought quietly to himself about the bigger picture. The only reason they had not been completely wiped out through all of this was that the bulk of what they were fighting was still the weaker end of what the demon forces could throw at them. If things ended now, the Order of Knights might not be entirely destroyed, which meant there might still be something worse waiting. He pushed that thought aside and focused on one hope. He just needed Mazel to get to the demon behind everything before that something worse arrived. What bothered Werner was that the game had never told him clearly how the Knights fared through all of this. There had been no information on that part in what he remembered. Then a shout came from somewhere behind him. One of his soldiers was crying out that they had won. That victory was theirs. Werner's head snapped up. His men were reacting with disbelief and relief, saying that the enemy was pulling back and that holding out had paid off. Werner stood there, turning it over in his mind. They had won. Had Mazel already dealt with the demon mastermind, just as the game story had laid out? But in the game, that moment had not come until after the entire Order of Knights had been wiped out. The timing was completely off from what he remembered. Something was not adding up. There had to be more to it. Werner made up his mind fast. He called for Max and gave the order for the troops to assemble. He told Max to make sure the recovery potions from the rear unit supplies were distributed to the injured. Max started to object, but Werner cut him off and said it did not matter, that they needed to move and be ready. Because Werner was going to the main army. He was going to the Royal Prince. The soldiers were celebrating loudly, declaring that the victory belonged to them. Someone remarked that it had been a hard fight, but that the Royal Knights had proven themselves. Max noted with genuine admiration that it was thanks to Werner that their unit had come through with so few losses. He was about to bring up the order to pursue the retreating enemy when he realized Werner was not paying attention to any of it. Werner's mind was elsewhere entirely. Something about this felt wrong. None of it matched the game's story the way it should have. Max pointed out that the enemy was pulling back and pressed Werner for an order. Werner stopped him with a question. He needed to know whether the enemy was truly withdrawing in an organized way or simply scattering and fleeing in panic. Max confirmed it. They were moving toward the forest. Werner immediately gave Max the order to assemble the troops and make sure the injured got to the recovery potions stored at the rear units. Max began to object, but Werner told him plainly that this was a trap. Then Werner turned and headed toward the main army at a full run, leaving Max to carry out the orders. Werner pushed through the aftermath of the battle, his feet landing in pools of blood. The path ahead was narrow and treacherous, cluttered with bodies and slicked with the fluids of the fallen, both human and demon alike. Just staying upright took effort, and the smell of blood mixed with the thick stench of the insect-like demon remains hung heavily in the air. Every step demanded focus. He asked himself why he was sprinting at full speed through all of this, but he already knew the answer. He was the only one on this entire field who understood what was about to happen if no one stopped it. When he got close to the main army, a wall of night blades came up and blocked his path. He pushed to be let through, telling the guards he had something urgent to report to the Crown Prince. The Knights standing watch refused and told him to have the commander of the left flank deliver the report through proper channels. Werner's mind raced. If he let it go through those channels, by the time it reached anyone who mattered, it would be too late. Everything he had done today would amount to nothing. He had to get directly in front of the Crown Prince. But the guards were not moving. Then Werner heard voices among the nearby knights, talking casually. They were congratulating themselves on what had been achieved, talking about how the ringleader of the demons had been defeated, how frightening things had gotten for a while, but how all that was left now was cleaning up the stragglers. There was laughter in their voices. They believed the battle was over and won. Werner stood there trying to think of a way past the wall of guards when he heard another voice, this one younger and sharp with eagerness. It was the royal grandson, speaking to his father, the crown prince, asking for the order to pursue the fleeing demons. The crown prince gave his consent. Werner seized the moment and spoke out directly, calling to the prince and saying he had something urgent that needed to be heard. The prince turned and looked toward him. The knights around Werner reacted immediately with outrage, demanding to know how he dared address the prince without going through proper protocol. Someone identified him as a nobleman from the left flank and moved to remove him. But the prince held them back and gave the order to let Werner through. The guards stepped aside. The prince acknowledged that the left wing had taken the heaviest part of the fighting and that Werner must have come with something worth saying. He motioned for Werner to approach and speak. The prince asked who he was. Werner walked forward and went down on one knee before the prince. Werner introduced himself as being from Count Zerfield's household. The prince recognized him as the Minister of Ceremonies' son, remarking that Werner was young but clearly sharp. He asked Werner what he had to say. Werner let out a breath and then told the prince directly that he needed to order the troops to retreat. Murmuring broke out among the soldiers standing behind the prince. Werner had expected that reaction. They had just fought through a brutal and costly battle and come out on the other side. He could not fault them for the excitement they felt, but he also knew that what he knew and what he could prove to them were two very different things. Convincing them was not going to be simple. The soldiers were about to dismiss Werner entirely when the prince stopped them and asked Werner what was behind his reasoning. Werner was genuinely surprised that the prince was listening. He laid out his case. The behavior of the enemy was not normal. The demon believed to have been the leader had been defeated, yes, and it made sense on the surface that the rest would fall back as a result. But Werner pointed out that what was happening was not fleeing or scattering in panic. It was a coordinated withdrawal. Every last demon, including the insect creatures that operated on pure instinct with no sign of higher thinking, was moving in the same direction at the same time. Creatures like that did not simply choose to retreat on their own. The demons were not afraid. They were leading the knights somewhere. It was a trap designed to draw the army into the forest, where the bulk of the enemy's forces were bugs and beasts that moved freely and with a natural advantage in that environment, while the knights in their heavy armor would be at a severe disadvantage from the moment they stepped in. The prince did not waste another second. He gave the order immediately to sound the retreat and call the knights back. Everyone was to regroup right away with whatever personnel remained. His men were stunned, but the prince drove them into action and they moved quickly to carry out his orders. He then turned back to Werner and asked if there was anything else. Werner said there was, if he was permitted to speak freely. The prince allowed it. Werner suggested that the royal grandson might be best suited to taking up a position guarding the gates of the capital's castle. The prince agreed and gave the order for his men to assist his son Reuven and escort the injured soldiers and the supply unit northward to the Great Guard. Werner thought through the logic of it as the orders were carried out. Reuven was young, and Werner had no real confidence in his ability to hold his own in what was still to come. By framing the reassignment as an important duty rather than a removal from danger, Reuven could return to the capital with his dignity intact and without it costing them any additional soldiers to send him back safely. It was clean and it worked. The prince asked if that covered everything. Werner confirmed that it did. The prince then told Werner to return to his camp and bring his army to rejoin the central main forces when the regrouping was done. Werner was not entirely sure what to make of that. The prince told him plainly that he would be in touch once the deployment was sorted out, making it clear that Werner's usefulness to him was not finished yet. Werner felt a small smile cross his face and gave a respectful acknowledgement before turning to leave. When he made it back to his own camp, Max's voice hit him loud and immediate, wanting to know how everything had gone. Werner filled Max in on what had happened. He had managed to get word to the prince in time to stop the army from walking into the enemy's trap. Once the knights regrouped, they were going to launch a full assault. On top of that, the prince had given Werner a direct order to bring his troops in and unite them with the central forces. Max could barely contain his reaction. The idea that Werner had received a personal order from the crown prince himself was almost too much to take in. He immediately turned to start pulling everyone together, already talking about celebrating. Werner stopped him. This was not a moment for celebration. The fighting was nowhere near finished. Max pushed back, insisting that receiving a direct order from the crown prince was an enormous honor regardless of what came next. Werner reluctantly gave him that much. Before Werner could settle into the moment, one of his men called out that a visitor had arrived. Werner turned and saw Hermine standing there. He had not expected to see her and had no idea why she had come. Hermine apologized immediately for the interruption, acknowledging that coming to him this way was not the most proper thing to do, but said she had something she needed to speak with him about, and it could not wait. Werner explained that while he was sure there would be further instructions coming, they were under orders from the crown prince to move to the center ahead of the battle to come. Hermine looked caught off guard by that and asked what he meant. Werner told her plainly that the enemy's withdrawal was a trap. She struggled to accept it, but said that if Werner was saying it, it had to be true, and that in fact it made it even more important that she had come to find him. Werner found himself at a loss again. Hermine straightened herself and first asked that Werner allow her to apologize for the way she and her family had spoken to him before the battle. She bowed her head and told him directly that if not for him, she would not be alive. Werner's eyes went wide. He thought back to their first meeting, how she had spoken to him then, and he genuinely did not know how to respond. Hermine pressed on. If Werner was saying the battle was going to continue, then she had a request. She asked him for advice on battle strategy for the units on the left flank that answered to the royal family. Werner looked at her face. It was completely serious. There was no trace of the tone she had carried before. He felt that turning her down was simply not an option and agreed to help. By the time they reached the center position ahead of the main camp, even a simple act of putting one foot in front of the other felt like it was costing him. Max told him to rest while they waited for orders from the prince. Then Max laughed warmly and remarked that on the way there, not just the First Forces but a whole string of others had sought Werner out for advice. It was enough to make even Max feel a little proud just by association. Werner said it had felt less like the First family as a whole and more like Hermine on her own. Max called him modest. He said Werner's advice had been solid across the board. Werner kept deflecting the praise. Max added that he had had no idea Werner had this kind of mind for strategy. Werner thought quietly to himself that all of it had come from borrowed knowledge carried over from his past life. He was not sure any of it was truly deserving of the kind of praise they were giving him. Then a knight arrived carrying orders from the crown prince. The knight announced that Lord Werner van Zerfield had been given authority to command the troops of the various noble units and was to take position on the right flank of the main body in preparation for the coming enemy attack. Werner accepted the order with a calm he did not entirely feel on the inside. He thought about what it actually meant. He was not just going to be fighting at the front. He was now responsible for commanding multiple units from different aristocratic families. His own troops broke into cheers around him, full of pride and excitement. Werner stood there thinking about what on earth the crown prince was thinking. Werner was a student. This was his first battle. It was an enormous amount to place on someone like him. Max and Barkey came to him, reading the look on his face, and acknowledged that anyone would be nervous in his position. But they pointed out that while everyone else had walked into this demon stampede, treating it as a minor inconvenience, Werner had been the only one who had kept a clear head, read the situation carefully, and acted on what he saw. Max added his own voice to it, saying that Werner should just keep doing what he had been doing, and there was nothing to worry about. The Zerfield troops would give everything they had to carry out his orders and back him up. They even noted that they still had plenty of potions to spare. Werner listened to all of it. He thought to himself that nervous was not quite the right word for what he was feeling. These people, his men and Hermine alike, were giving him far more credit than he deserved. Everything he had done came from knowing the outcome in advance and working backward from there. The strategies he had shared were things he had read in books. Whether any of them would actually hold up in the reality of a real battle was something he genuinely could not be certain of. If he was being honest with himself, the weight of all of this was a great deal to carry. He covered his face with his hands for a moment, then pulled himself together and thanked his men, telling them they were right. He pushed the heavier thoughts aside. The existential reckoning could wait until after he survived. For now, he just had to hold on until Mazel finished things on his end. He clenched his fist. Just a little longer, he told himself. First, he had to figure out the right formation for his troops. And somewhere in the back of his mind, he sent a quiet plea in Mazel's direction, hoping the hero would wrap this up quickly. Meanwhile, Mazel was in the thick of his own fight somewhere else on the field. One of the men under his command admitted with surprise that he had expected Mazel, being a student, to slow them down, but that Mazel had more than proven himself. Mazel thanked him by name. The man, Lugents, said the potions had been a real comfort too, and that they had already gone through quite a few of them. He admitted honestly that he had not expected that, and had initially thought Mazel was overdoing it by bringing so many. Someone else in the group asked why Mazel had brought such a large supply. Mazel explained simply that his friend Werner had told him to. He told the others a little about Werner, about how smart he was, and how many times he had stepped in and saved Mazel from one thing or another. He mentioned that he had been anxious when he had been assigned to the search party, but that Werner had told him to just do what he normally did, stay sharp, and he would be fine. His companions were surprised to hear that this friend Werner was also caught up in the demon stampede, and even more surprised to learn that Mazel was close friends with a nobleman. Mazel said yes, but that Werner was nothing like what people expected from someone of noble rank. He was not the least bit arrogant about it. One of the women in the group said it sounded terrible, noting that she had heard the main forces were struggling badly. Mazel went quiet for a moment. Then he said with calm certainty that Werner was fine. Werner was always prepared for whatever came. He had a way of doing things with a spear that seemed almost impossible, and he never lost his head no matter what the situation was. He always thought before he moved. The woman nodded. Lugents said they needed to find the enemy commander fast, if not for their own sake then for the sake of this friend of Mazel's as well. They were still moving and talking when something stopped them cold. Lugents told everyone to get down immediately. Mazel asked what it was. Lugents said quietly that it looked like they had found what they were looking for. A sound was approaching, heavy and deliberate, and then a voice came out of it, rough and female in tone. It said that the humans had actually made it this far. In the video game, the first major story event was the demon stampede. It was supposed to end with the knights being torn apart and the crown prince losing his life. It had been a brutal and bloody battle from beginning to end, and when the enemy pulled back, everyone had felt a surge of confidence. That confidence was exactly what the enemy had been counting on. The plan had been to use that feeling to draw the remaining knights into destruction. But because the crown prince had listened to Werner's warning, that fate had been avoided. The next wave, however, was almost certainly going to be a full and unrestrained assault. Werner asked for a status report. He was told that the units now under his command had already received their orders from the crown prince and were on the move. The prince had agreed to the battle strategy and troop formation Werner had proposed, and the units were expected to arrive shortly. Werner acknowledged the report and thanked the messenger. He was also told that the other units had already pulled back out of the danger zone, and that some of the injured were on their way to the capital along with the royal grandson Reuven, taking with them those who were too hurt to keep fighting. The name Reuven caught Werner off guard for just a moment before he placed it. That was the royal grandson. He had not known the name until now. The knight added that at present they were managing a careful retreat while keeping a close watch on the units surrounding the prince's entourage. Max said that it was because of Werner that they had avoided being completely overrun, and that he could not fully put into words how grateful he was that Werner had been there. Werner told him quietly that the hard part was only just beginning. In his mind, he was already thinking through what came next. While he had been repositioning to the right flank of the main unit, the crown prince had been moving quickly to get things organized. Now that the enemy's trap had failed, their next move would almost certainly be to abandon subtlety and throw everything they had at the army directly. The main unit was moving fast to prepare a retreat, but the crown prince himself was showing no sign of leaving the main camp. Werner found that genuinely admirable. Whatever else could be said, the prince was not the kind of commander who abandoned his men. Then someone called out to Werner. He looked toward the messenger. Reports came in one after another. Lord Reinish's unit had been reorganized and was ready. Lady Kolb confirmed that Gok's unit had finished deploying and the chain of command had been established. Werner acknowledged the good work. But then he turned and came face to face with three people he had not expected to be standing in front of him, and the reality of it hit him like a wall. It was Kolb, Reinish, and Oliver Gok. Werner's mind struggled with the sight of them. These were experienced and capable soldiers, and here they were waiting to take orders from student. He genuinely could not understand what the crown prince had been thinking. Max stepped in and introduced Werner to the three of them, making it clear that Werner had been appointed their commander by the crown prince himself. Werner introduced himself and tried to take stock of the situation. He thought through the backgrounds of those in front of him. Both Reinish and Kolb came from noble families, though neither of them personally held titles. Werner's own father and siblings were titled nobles, which meant his standing was not really any different from theirs. In terms of family rank, the Zerfield family as a count's household sat higher, so there was no particular issue with them addressing him as lord. But that was all on paper. The reality of how they actually felt about taking orders from him was another matter entirely. Reinish spoke first, commenting with a smile that he had heard this was Werner's first military campaign, and yet Werner had managed to read the enemy's movements with a clear head. He called it impressive. Werner looked at him. Reinish clearly had far more experience in the field than Werner could ever claim. Werner responded modestly, saying only that being cautious had served him well precisely because it was his first time. Reinish laughed and called him humble. Werner thought to himself that he could not blame them if they were less than thrilled about this arrangement. These were orders from the crown prince, and they had no real choice but to follow them. The kind words were nice, but Werner had no way of knowing what was really going on underneath them. He genuinely hoped he was wrong to feel any doubt, because the last thing he needed was trouble from within his own ranks on a battlefield. Kolb spoke next. On the way over, she said she had spoken with people who had received Werner's advice during the earlier fighting, and they all held him in high regard. Because of that, she said, they were genuinely glad to be fighting under his command. She turned to Gok and asked for his thoughts. Gok said plainly that Werner had shown solid judgment on the front line, and that as a mercenary, when he was given an order he followed it and gave it everything he had. Kolb seemed pleased by that, and noted that they were all in agreement, turning to Reinish for confirmation. Reinish agreed without hesitation. Werner stood quietly with his thoughts for a moment. Gok was a mercenary and the temporary commander of the adventurer and mercenary units, and Werner appreciated that Gok had not made any kind of scene about the situation. The other two, with their overly generous praise, were harder to read. He decided to take their words at face value and move forward. He thanked them and said that he too would do his best not to fall short of what the prince was expecting from him. He then moved straight into going over the state of the battle and laying out the strategy with all of them. Later, over at the left flank where the first family unit was positioned, the order was given to bring the shields forward and get into formation. The smaller shields were directed to one area, and the round shields were positioned where they were needed. Count first then addressed his assembled forces and laid out the plan. According to the message received from the crown prince, the enemy's numbers had grown and pulled together into a more consolidated force. When the enemy realized the army was not going to be lured into the woods, they had turned around and were now advancing directly. It appeared that the more intelligent forest goblins had folded into their ranks and were now moving with them. The enemy had a meaningful advantage in raw numbers, roughly double their own strength, but first made it clear that this was not an impossible gap to overcome. Importantly, the enemy had already shown signs of being shaken by attacks from the magic unit, which meant there was a real opportunity to push on that weakness and chip away at their morale. First told his men that their goal was to fight in a way that rattled the enemy as much as possible and kept them off balance. As for the specific movements of the unit, the plan was this. The 1st and 2nd Night Brigades, which were currently fighting while falling back, would split off to the left and right, opening up the front face of the enemy. Once that gap was created, the main units on the left and right flanks would move in with a counterattack. The overall aim was not to charge headlong, but to agitate the enemy, disrupt their movements, and draw back steadily but deliberately the whole time. That was the shape of the plan. Tyrone pointed out that the capital was less than an hour away on horseback from where the main unit was positioned. With so many things still uncertain, allowing the demons to get that close to the capital would be a catastrophe. Count first agreed with that concern, but laid out the reasoning behind the current approach. If this turned into a drawn-out war of attrition, their lack of preparation would put them at a serious disadvantage. The priority had to be buying time to get ready, while also wearing down the enemies will to keep fighting, all without burning through their own strength in the process. Tyrone said he had no argument with the prince's overall tactics, but that he could not bring himself to accept a strategy put together by someone as young and inexperienced as Werner. He took particular issue with a strategy that placed any kind of restrictions on chivalry. Hermine reminded him that they had already been through this discussion. Marquis Norpoth, who commanded the left flank, had already looked at the strategy and given his approval. Tyrone was not satisfied and continued to push back. Count first stepped in and added that Hermine had described Werner's approach as something genuinely new and different in its thinking. He wanted Hermine to be sent out to reinforce Marquis Norpoth's strength. Hermine agreed without hesitation. Tyrone muttered that if it had been put to him directly, the Marquis would have approved almost anything. First said he understood how his son felt about it, but he made his position clear. Given the situation they were actually in, Werner's strategy was the most logical available to them. A knight earned his place through real acts of valor, yes, but as nobles they also had a responsibility to consider the cost in lives, including those of their slave soldiers. Tyrone started to respond, but First kept going. First pointed out that while they were only dealing with the weaker enemies at the moment, there was no way of knowing when something far more dangerous would show itself. A demon that had been believed to be the enemy's ringleader had apparently been defeated, but there was still something or someone behind all of this pulling the strings from further back. The search for that presence was still ongoing, and there was no guarantee that an ill-equipped search party was going to be able to handle what they found. If it came down to a worst case, what they would be facing would be far beyond the small fry they had been dealing with so far. The others in the meeting caught on to what First was suggesting and voiced their understanding, realizing that was where they would come in if things went that far. First acknowledged it, but said it would be best if it never reached that point. Back with Werner's troops, the army was on the move. Werner watched the knights finally advancing and felt a measure of relief. Then a shout rang out, the signal he had been waiting for, and Werner gave the order to charge. They were off, and the opening was solid. The basic fighting approach was the same as before, but Werner had taken the precaution of reorganizing the knights from the Count's family units under a new leader. He looked around at the sheer number of people now moving under his command. There were so many more of them than before. In his previous life, he had never once been responsible for 200 people, let alone in a situation like this. Everything had been put together at the last minute, but he had built a system of messengers to carry his instructions quickly to each of the captains. If they could keep it up, it might actually hold together. He signaled them to pull back, then gave the signal for the others to fire. The enemy was hit with a wave of flames. Werner watched and could see it was working. No matter how many times he witnessed magic being used in this world, it continued to be something he could not quite wrap his mind around. It took effect immediately and then simply vanished, leaving no trace behind. He could not make sense of the logic behind it. One of the soldiers behind him called out with excitement that the enemy was panicking and that it was all down to Werner's orders. Werner said calmly that the credit belonged to the crown prince. In his mind, it was not false modesty that made him say it. He genuinely could not take much personal credit when he already knew how the story was supposed to go. He had to give the crown prince real recognition, though. Everything had been pulled together in an incredibly short amount of time, and the prince had handled it remarkably well. Then a knight approached from the direction of the battle. Werner watched him come. The knight introduced himself as Watchdell from the 2nd Night Brigade. Werner gave his own name in return. Watchdell looked at him steadily for a moment. Werner asked what was on his mind. Watchdell said he wanted to talk through the right flank's next moves. Werner asked what the orders coming from the main unit were. Watchdell explained that after landing a solid blow on the enemy, the intention was for the right flank to work together and push the enemy back. Werner understood that Watchdell was proposing coordinated action between them. Werner paused and asked about the state of the 2nd Night Brigade. Watchdell said casualties had been mounting, but they could hold on for the time being. Werner recognized the steadiness in the way Watchdell said it. That was the voice of someone with genuine experience. Werner thought through the situation. What he actually wanted was for the knights of the main force to pull back to the main camp, where they were currently outnumbered, so they could be closer to protect the crown prince. Because of the earlier maneuver, the 1st and 2nd Night Brigades had already been split apart and spread to the sides. Werner told Watchdell his decision. He asked Watchdell to move and join the right flank, advancing toward the main unit's side to defend it. Werner himself would head toward the center to support the Crown Prince directly. Watchdell stared at Werner. A silence stretched between them. Then Watchdell spoke in a quiet and measured way, asking whether someone from a Count's family like Werner ever felt the weight of what he was taking on. Werner felt a knot of nerves tighten inside him. The look Watchdell was giving him was hard to read, and Werner scrambled to figure out what was behind it. Was Watchdell angry? Was he offended that Werner was sending his own knights into danger for the sake of the prince? Werner could imagine a knight thinking something like that, feeling that protecting the prince was a knight's duty and that Werner had no right to put others at risk in his place. Werner could also imagine Watchdell offering to trade positions, to take the harder job himself since his own men were already exhausted. But Werner thought it through clearly. He did not know the full picture of what was happening on the left flank. If things were rough there, moving units around freely would be extremely difficult. Right now, they were the unit positioned immediately to the right of the main force. That made them the ones best placed to move there smoothly. Werner said quietly that he could only imagine how hard things had been. In his own mind, the last thing he personally wanted was to put himself somewhere that dangerous. But if the Crown Prince died in this battle, the entire army would fall apart, and they would be swallowed by the demon forces. So he told Watchdell plainly that at this moment, there was no other unit in a position to do it. They each had to do what they were able to do. Watchdell said nothing. Werner added that in the worst case, if the enemy broke through, it would fall on them to hold it. Watchdell's composure shifted slightly. He said, with what sounded like real feeling, that he was grateful for Werner's resolve. Werner was caught off guard by that. Watchdell lowered his head in a deep bow. Werner had not expected that at all. The other soldiers nearby looked just as surprised. Watchdell said with open admiration that despite Werner's age, there was something genuinely upright about him. As a knight, standing in his presence was sobering. Werner had become an inspiration to him. Watchdell turned and marched back toward the battle. Werner stood there for a moment, still processing what had just happened. Then Max came running back toward him in a hurry, wanting to know what had gone on. The adjutant general was making his way over to Werner as well. Werner noticed the state of Max's face, covered in blood splatter, and asked about it. Max wiped at his face and brushed it off. Werner told him he had come back at exactly the right moment. He gave Max the order. The Zerfield unit was going to move out and support the center of the main camp. Max understood immediately, framing it as them becoming a shield for the Crown Prince. Werner was a little caught off guard by how quickly Max had read the situation. Max then mentioned that he had been surprised to see a knight from the brigade get so openly emotional and express his gratitude to Werner the way Watchdell had. He started to say something about Werner's loyalty on top of his ability at such a young age, and then the words trailed off into an awkward silence. Werner stood with that for a moment and understood what it all actually meant from the outside. In reality, everything he had been doing was just a matter of stalling for time until Mazel could finish things on his end. If the situation ever turned truly hopeless, Werner's honest instinct would be to get out and survive. It had never once occurred to him that the people around him might be reading his actions as the willingness of someone prepared to sacrifice himself. That was why something had felt slightly off in the way things had been landing with everyone. He had not been able to put his finger on it until now. Max's eyes filled up and he asked Werner, with real emotion in his voice, when Werner had grown into the person standing in front of him. The question hit Werner somewhere unexpected and brought back memories of the two of them training together in the courtyard back home, pushing through drill side by side. Max pulled himself together and told Werner firmly that he would give everything he had in his service. Werner responded with what he hoped was enough conviction to match the moment, telling Max that they would all do their best together. Inside, Werner desperately wanted to clear the whole misunderstanding up, but there was no time for that now. He pushed it aside, called Max to attention, and gave the order to push forward again, break through the enemy's front line, and then use that momentum to provide cover for the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battle, Mazel's search party had found what they were looking for. The enemy commander had appeared before them, and they were engaged in the fight, but the creature kept regenerating no matter what they did to it. Nobody in the group could figure out how to get past it. There had been no warning that this kind of demon was going to be involved. Someone checked in on Mazel, asking how he was holding up. Mazel said he was fine. Lugin said that striking at the main body should have been making some kind of progress, but it did not seem to be working. The girl in the group pointed out that even when they hit it cleanly, it came back immediately. Lugin glanced over at her and told her not to worry about it, that he had things under control, and suggested in a dismissive way that she could just head home if she wanted. She took immediate offense, firing back that this was no trouble at all and that they were more than managing, pointing out that thanks to a certain someone's friend, they had more than enough recovery potions to keep going. An attack came from behind her without warning, but Mazel caught it before it reached her, cutting the demon down. He looked at his group. Everyone was worn out. The potions were keeping them on their feet, but the fight could not go on like this indefinitely. They needed to find a way to end it. But Mazel was the first to admit to himself that this kind of thinking was not his strong point. Werner was the one with the sharp mind for working things out. That was not Mazel. He thought about Werner as he drove his blade into the enemy again. Werner's voice came back to him clearly. Werner had told him not to rush, to just be himself. Werner had also said that Mazel had an extraordinary memory and that he was better at certain things than Werner gave himself credit for. Werner had told him to look closely and think carefully about what he was seeing. Mazel's eyes sharpened. He looked at the demon in front of him with fresh attention, watching its movements and its patterns instead of just swinging at it. Something clicked. He called out to Lugents and the rest of the group and told them he had a plan. Degen Kolb was surprised to hear that Werner intended to go and support the Crown Prince directly. Max confirmed it, explaining that after talking through the strategy with a member of the 2nd Night Brigade, Werner had made the call himself. The order was to push forward once more, break down the enemy's entire formation, and then move to the front of the main unit. Barky caught Degen Kolb's attention as she took it in. She apologized for the pause and said she understood. She remarked quietly to Barky that Werner might very well grow into one of the most important pillars of their country in the years to come. Barky replied that if that happened, he believed the country would be in very good hands. Nearby, Reinisch was going over the details of what had happened. He noted that Werner had already earned more than enough military merit, having seen through the enemy's trap earlier and now stepping forward to serve as a shield for the Crown Prince himself. Goke added that given the circumstances, it genuinely made the most tactical sense for the 2nd Night Brigade, positioned as far back as they were, to move up to the front of the main unit. Reinisch said with open admiration that it was remarkable for someone so young, and that thinking back on his own younger years, he felt more than a little ashamed of how he had been at that age. He laughed to himself, and then went quiet for a moment. Max pointed out that these were the most exposed lines of the entire battle, and that there was no need for Reinisch to put himself in such obvious danger. Reinisch pushed back immediately, saying that protecting the Crown Prince was not danger to be avoided, but the highest honor a soldier could be given. Goke said nothing. Max said he was glad to hear it, and that they had all been given the chance to fight with everything they had for the sake of the prince. He said he could not thank Werner enough for making it possible. A short while later, Werner was deep in the middle of the fighting. The sheer number of enemies pressing in from every direction was staggering. He thought to himself that even in the game, no matter how much grinding a player did, the demon horde could never be fully wiped out. There seemed to be no end to where they were coming from. A voice called out from behind him to let him know that word had been sent to all units. Werner acknowledged it and pushed forward, calling for 3 steps and then a drive. The soldiers behind him responded and moved with him. They drove their weapons into the goblins in front of them. More enemies filled the space immediately. Werner called back to the others to send word to the main unit that they were falling back. The orcs began hurling stones, and the soldiers raised their shields to cover themselves. Werner tried to shout another order, but his voice broke and came out as almost nothing. It was no surprise. His voice had taken a beating through the whole battle. All that was left now was to keep their defenses up while they made their way forward to the front of the main unit where the Crown Prince was. The 2nd Night Brigade would be joining them, and the right flank they had been defending earlier would have to hold itself. There was nothing more Werner could do about that. All he could do was hope the left flank did not give way, because from here on he was going to be fighting at the very front and center of the line. Over on the left flank, the 1st Family unit was pressing forward behind a wall of shields. Count First was driving his soldiers hard, pushing the enemy back and calling for them to break through the enemy's ranks entirely. A voice from a distance spoke with clear admiration, saying that it was a very sensible strategy and exactly what one would expect from a family like the Firsts. The voice belonged to Marquis Norpoth, the general commander of the left flank. He remarked that it was no surprise they were so widely respected as a military family. Hermine stepped in and corrected him. The strategy had not come from her family. It had come from Lord Werner of Count Zerfield's household. The Marquis was taken aback and asked whether she meant Count Zerfield's son, the boy. Hermine confirmed it without any hesitation. She then laid out what Werner had actually given them. Before he had been moved to the right flank of the main unit, Werner had sat with Hermine and talked her through it. The plan was to build a wall of shields to slow the enemy down, then strike through the gaps in that wall. The key point Werner had stressed was that if a shield bearer fell, the entire line would collapse, so the bravest and most reliable soldiers had to be the ones holding the shields. The bodies of fallen enemies were then to be used to help cover their retreat. The Marquis was quiet for a moment as he absorbed it. Then he said he understood, and that Werner was proving to be even more than he had initially given him credit for. Tyrone muttered something under his breath as the Marquis gave his assessment. The Marquis said he would be making a report of this to the Crown Prince. Back at the center of the main unit, the Imperial Guard under the Crown Prince's direct command was fighting hard to hold the line and force a path through the demon horde. It was a punishing battle. The soldiers held their formation, and their commander scanned the field around him. Then something caught his eye. The Zerfield family unit had arrived. The commander felt the tension in his chest ease a little. The Imperial Guards pulled back, and Werner's unit marched through to take their place at the front. Werner called out to push forward, and his soldiers moved with clear determination. Things were going the way they were supposed to. The commander of the Imperial Guard told his troops that they could take a breath now and use the time to strengthen the defensive ring around the Crown Prince. The troops agreed, and the Imperial Guards looked back at the Zerfield unit pressing forward into the enemy. They tried to figure out which one was Werner. The commander pointed to the thin one with the spear. The guards watched him. They remarked that he looked like he had just walked out of school, and that he came from civil servant family of all things. Someone noted that it made sense now why the Crown Prince could not seem to leave him alone. Another agreed, and added that Lord Werner was going to have a very demanding future ahead of him. There were a few knowing sounds of agreement before the next clash pulled their attention back. Werner drove his spear into another monster and pulled a small tube from his side. He drank down a recovery potion and kept moving. One of his men reported that all units had finished repositioning and were now engaged. Werner acknowledged it and told Max to hold the front line while he stepped back slightly to focus on directing the battle from behind. Max said to leave it to him and marched off into the thick of it. Werner watched him go and thought that the man had an almost alarming amount of energy. He turned his attention back to the bigger picture. There were a lot of casualties mounting across the field. Without the potions, Werner was certain a large number of his men would already be down, including himself. His focus now was on holding a defensive position rather than pushing further. Beyond that, there was still the recovery of the wounded to manage, the constant need to account for shifting troop numbers, and the reorganization of the chain of command as things changed. Just swinging a weapon at the enemy was hard enough on its own. Managing all of this on top of it was something else entirely. Werner knew deep down that becoming a truly capable commander was something that took a long time to build. He was still very much in the early stages of that, and the weight of it was real. Behind them, the Imperial Guard were stationed at the rear. Having allies at your back was good for morale, but it also meant there was nowhere to fall back to if things went badly. Werner thought privately that if the Imperial Guards had not been there, he might have already broken and run. But with things the way they were, everyone around him was fighting with everything they had, and that energy carried through the line. Because of it, the front line had held. Werner turned to his messenger and gave the order to send a signal to the hunter unit. He thought to himself that it was about time to bring out what he had been holding in reserve. In line with the plan they had worked out with the 2nd Night Brigade, they had moved to take up position at the front, directly ahead of the Crown Prince. After everything it had taken to get there, the front lines had finally been stabilized. That meant it was time to use what Werner had been holding back. Werner gave the order. He commanded the knight beside him to signal the hunter unit to ready the slingshots, while everyone else prepared to fall back and set up for a counterattack. The knight moved immediately, waving the flag in the agreed signal. The hunters responded without hesitation, grabbing the jars they had been keeping ready. The order to fire went out, and the jars were hurled up into the air. When they came down and hit the ground, fire burst out across the area where the monsters were clustered. The demons were swallowed in flames. Werner watched and felt the relief of seeing it work. What they had used were improvised weapons, crude bottles filled with perfumed oil sealed inside flame pots. Something very close to a Molotov cocktail, put together from whatever was available. Unlike the magic used on the battlefield, which vanished the moment it finished dealing its damage, this fire kept burning. The demons caught in it panicked and thrashed wildly, rolling around in desperation as the flames clung to them. And when the rest of the demon horde surged forward from behind, those burning, flailing creatures got in the way and broke up the advance. Werner seized the moment and called for the push. The knights responded and drove forward into the gap that had opened up. Werner saw exactly what had happened. The demons on fire had broken out of formation in their panic, and that had split the enemy's 1st and 2nd units apart, opening a space between them. If they punched through that gap right now, it would count for something. Werner immediately called for the retreat, pulling them back before the next wave could close in. The move bought them time and gave the unit room to breathe before the next assault came at them. One of the knights remarked as they gathered that the strategy had worked well. Werner kept the momentum going and told them to press on. Inside his head, he was already thinking about the limits of what they could do. Repeating the same tactic over and over would have been ideal, but the supply of pots was not unlimited. The perfumed oil alone had cost an enormous amount of money. Werner had been genuinely surprised to find that essential oils existed in this world, but they were treated as a rare and precious commodity with very little available at any given time. The only reason they had been able to get this much so quickly was because of their closeness to the capital, and more specifically because of Werner's father, who used perfumed oils regularly in his role as minister of ceremonies for diplomatic events. Werner knew his father was going to be furious when he found out. He sent a quiet, private word of thanks in the old man's direction. He had used his father's name to purchase it all, but that was a problem for later. It was better than dying. Werner gave the command for the 2nd volley, and everyone moved to carry it out. He could only wonder how much longer they could keep this going. On the other side of the battle, things were moving fast in Mazel's group. Mazel had been working through what he had observed and laid out his thinking to the others while continuing to cut down the enemies around him. He had noticed something about the way the demon was regenerating. When they landed damage on the one to the left, that part of the body recovered first, while the rest of it came back more slowly than the other parts. The difference was small, but it was there. Someone in the group pointed out that the monsters had seemed to be acting as protection for the demon in the center, which was why they had been focusing their attacks on that one. Mazel pushed back on that. He did not know for certain which of the creatures was the actual main body, but even if the one on the left was not, there was a good chance it was functioning as some kind of recovery source for the others. The woman in the group understood immediately and said they should pour everything they had into that one first regardless. Mazel laid out the rest of the plan. He would keep up the appearance of attacking the center one the way they had been doing, drawing attacks from both directions and keeping the demon's attention on him. While he was doing that, Lugents and Anna would get into position and hit the leftmost one with absolutely everything they had. Lugents raised a concern about what would happen to Mazel if he was drawing attacks for both sides at once. Mazel told him it would be fine, that at the speed they could move, they could pull it off. And if he was reading things correctly, once the left one was hit hard enough, the middle demon should falter, and that would be his window to finish it. He added that if things got out of hand, Rick could throw him a potion. Rick gave a firm nod and confirmed he understood, then said it was time to move. Before Mazel could say another word, a monster came at him from behind. Lugents caught it and cut it down before it reached him. He grinned at Mazel and told him that if he found himself in serious trouble, his first priority should be protecting himself. The rest of the group silently agreed with that. Mazel gave his confirmation with a wide smile. Lugents called out to Anna to check she was ready. Anna called back with full confidence, promising to burn them to nothing. Lugents gave Mazel the signal. Mazel called back that he was on it and sprinted forward toward the enemy. The demon watched him come with something close to contempt, muttering that it was the same tired move again and that it was getting dull. In that same moment, Mazel drove his sword forward and blood sprayed across the air. The demon was caught completely off guard, shock flashing across her face as she clicked her tongue in frustration. Mazel closed his eyes and launched straight into another attack. The demon's body locked up, frozen by the sheer speed of his movements, her eyes wide and unable to track him properly. His shape cut through the thick smoke around them, and she spun toward it with fury burning in her expression. Before she could do anything with that rage, Mazel was already moving again, lunging forward and slashing clean through her body. Lugents let out a shout of triumph as the jewel on the demon's forehead cracked apart and her body crumbled to the ground. He immediately spotted something nearby and called out excitedly that there was a treasure chest, wondering aloud whether there was something valuable inside. Then the demon let out a low, quiet laugh. Mazel turned toward her. Lugents was still caught up in the excitement of the discovery, his voice carrying happily in the background. The demon lay there with a smirk still on her face. Mazel wanted to know what was amusing her. The demon told him. She said she was picturing the face of someone crushed in despair, explaining that her children would have already finished wiping out the knights by now. When the hero returned, all he would find would be a field of corpses. Mazel was over her in an instant, his voice sharp and demanding. The demon laughed again. She said she liked that expression on his face. She called it a fitting opening note for the awakening of something far greater, and then laughed again with a dark and satisfied pleasure. Mazel spun around immediately and called out to Lugents. But Lugents had not heard any of it. He was still caught up in the thrill of their victory, carrying on with the others about the size of the treasure chest they had found. Rick added his own excitement to it. Mazel called Lugents again, louder this time. When he finally had their attention, he told them plainly what the demon had said. The demons had destroyed the knights. The three of them turned to him in an instant, the celebration gone from their faces. Mazel did not wait another second. He told them they had to get back immediately. At the same moment on the other part of the battlefield, the fighting was still grinding on. One of Werner's knights came to him with urgent news. The hunters were reporting that they were nearly out of flame pots. Werner gave the order right away. The baggage handlers and the hunters were cleared to pull back. He told them to get the horses to the Zerfield estate and nothing else. The knight confirmed the order and moved off to carry it out. Werner stood with his thoughts for a moment after the knight left. Even after everything they had pushed through, the enemy was not easing up at all. And since there was still no way of knowing where the demons were coming from, trying to withdraw was more trouble than it was worth. If the Imperial Guard had not been stationed at his rear, he thought he might have been tempted to just hurl the remaining flame pots at the enemy all at once and make a run for it. The exhaustion was settling into his bones now in a way that was hard to push past. The enemy was still pressing in thick and relentless. Werner straightened himself, stood still for just a moment, and then gave the order for everyone to push back hard. The response from his soldiers was confused and uncertain at first, some of them trying to question it. But Max cut through the hesitation immediately and told the others that Werner had a plan, pointing out that the enemy was already beginning to waver. He called for the push, and the soldiers answered with a shout and drove forward together. Over on the left flank, Hermine noticed a shift in the battle and asked what had happened. Marquis Norpoth explained that through the efforts of the royal grandson, who had been sent to the capital ahead of the main fighting, reinforcements had arrived. Hermine said that was a relief to hear. Norpoth agreed and noted that the enemy had begun to settle as a result, which meant they should be able to clean things up carefully from this point. He gave a brief instruction to a nearby knight to alert him if anything changed, and then began to move. Hermine asked where he was going. Norpoth said with a grin that he thought he might join in on the remaining fight himself. He asked if she wanted to come along. Hermine smiled and accepted without a word. Not long after, the battlefield was filled with fighters from every side throwing themselves into the final push. Count Bastian, Dejin Kolb, Rheinisch Tyrone, and Hermine were all in the thick of it. The king, Commander Norpoth, Oliver, and the knights around them clashed hard against the remaining monsters. Everywhere across the field, the various groups were pushing forward without letting up, armor covered in blood, soldiers gritting their teeth and driving ahead on pure determination. Werner and Max were among them, refusing to stop. And slowly, steadily, the monsters began to give ground and fall back. Then a knight's voice rang out above the noise, declaring that they had won. The shout spread instantly across the field, and cheers broke out everywhere. Relief and joy filled the faces of the soldiers around Werner. Werner himself stood in the middle of it all and could barely take it in. His eyes went wide. The word barely formed in his mind. They had actually won. The knights gathered around him, calling out his name and pouring their congratulations over him, saying they owed everything to his efforts. Werner stood there and thought to himself about everything that had happened, realizing slowly that he had gotten so swept up in it all that he had well and truly overcommit. He thought about his father and what was coming when the old man found out everything Werner had done and spent and decided in his name. Then he let it go. Whatever came next could wait. The thought drifted away as the last of his strength left him and his awareness faded. The knights around him reacted in alarm, calling his name in panic. Max gave the order immediately to bring a potion and get it to Werner fast. Someone rushed to carry it out. Werner, somewhere at the edge of his fading consciousness, told himself quietly that he was still alive. People were saying he had been a good man, but when it came down to it, he had been a civil servant, though it seemed he had shown real courage in the end. Word had spread that he had died protecting his younger brother. Someone wondered aloud whether it had simply been a matter of lacking proper training. A woman in the group noted that at least if the younger brother had survived, the line of succession was intact. Someone else murmured in response. Werner stood quietly in a corner, listening to the guests talk among themselves as if the death of a child were nothing more than an interesting piece of news to pick apart. Someone brought up that the eldest son had not yet been married. Another voice recalled that he had apparently been engaged to the eldest daughter of the first family, and pointed out that she had just walked past. Werner thought to himself that a child had died, and this was what people chose to talk about. Norbert guided him gently toward the exit. As they moved through the crowd, a woman's voice remarked on Werner, wondering what his skills were. Someone else answered that when you got right down to it, he was only from a civil servant family. Werner's expression darkened. He thought the word in his head. Disgusting. Then a loud laugh cut through everything else. Werner turned sharply. He recognized the woman immediately. She was his late brother's fiancée, and without any trace of sadness on her face, she was saying openly that she was relieved she would no longer have to end up married into a civil servant family. Werner's body went completely still. He stood there and thought about what this world truly was. Even allowing for the differences in culture and time, this was too cruel. These people were not human to him in that moment. They were something else entirely. Something worse. Werner was jolted awake. He was covered in sweat, gasping slightly as he came back to himself. It had been a dream. The funeral dream. He had not had that one in a while. He lay there for a moment, piecing things together. He had just spent time around the first family. Yet the woman who had been his brother's fiancée had not been among them. The thought of her made him feel sick. Then something clicked. He remembered. The demon stampede had started. He had been in the middle of it. A voice erupted somewhere nearby, announcing loudly that Lord Werner was awake. Someone burst through the door into the room. Pain hit Werner immediately. Everything in his body ached. His mother was at his side almost instantly, telling him sharply that of course he was in pain after pushing himself the way he had. She told him he had been treated, but had been unconscious for an entire day, and that they had all been beside themselves with worry. Werner apologized, his voice coming out rough and barely there. His mother said they would start by treating his throat, since he clearly needed it to give orders. She called for Norbert to bring a potion. Norbert appeared and handed it over. Werner drank it down in one go and looked at the two of them. He could see how genuinely worried they had been. It reminded him of when he had first woken up in this world after his reincarnation, that same disorientation and relief at being alive. He made sure he had not somehow jumped worlds again. He asked about the demon stampede. His mother told him with a slight smirk that they had won, and he was not to worry. Werner said he was glad to hear it. He thought quietly to himself that what he had heard during the battle had not been a dream then. He had really heard those cries of victory. His mother then told him that once he could speak properly again, he was to go and report to his father. Later, in his father's office, his father told him there was a great deal he had to say to him. But given that Werner had received commendations directly from the royal family, he could not bring himself to be too hard on him. Werner was not sure what to make of that. His father explained that an envoy sent personally from the royal family had come to check on Werner shortly after the battle. Werner was genuinely surprised. His father added that representatives from the first and Rhinish families had followed not long after. He handed Werner a scroll and told him to look it over carefully. Werner unrolled it and let out a quiet breath when he saw what was on it. His father continued, saying that in 5 days Werner would have the opportunity to receive a medal of honor before the crown prince himself, and that he should keep himself ready for that. Werner rolled the scroll closed and told his father he was sorry for all the trouble he had caused. His father's expression tightened slightly, and he let out a short sigh. Then he acknowledged that Werner's quick thinking had saved a great many lives, and that Max and the others had not stopped talking about him since. He told Werner he had done well. He then asked whether Werner was feeling better. Werner said he was much better. His father gave a small nod and said he would want Werner's account of the perfumed oil at some point, though it was not urgent. He also told Werner that until the ceremony he did not need to go back to school, that this time was for rest. That was all. As they stepped outside, Norbert said cheerfully that it was good to see the master looking so pleased. Werner said he supposed so, and hoped it would stay that way. Then something came back to him, and he asked Norbert to bring him some documents he needed to look over. Later, reading through them, Werner quietly noted the names. Viscounts Crank and Mittig had died. The militant Baron Donenal had been gravely wounded. Werner sat with that for a moment. The deaths had reached into the nobility as well. Many of the students had been among the casualties. For nobles, there were structures in place to manage what came after. But for those of common birth, the cost of treatment and funerals fell heavily on families that had very little to spare. Werner did not know most of them personally, but still, he told Norbert to find out which of his school friends were among the dead. He would write letters of condolence under his own name, and he wanted a personal representative sent to attend the funerals on his behalf. He also wanted to know if any of the deceased had younger siblings. If those siblings wished to attend the academy in the coming years, he wanted to support their enrollment under the name of the Count's family. He would put the proposal to his father. Norbert nodded, said he would send someone suitable, and left. Werner sat alone with his thoughts. People had died, not just people, his classmates. And here he was, sitting calmly and going through documents. He found that deeply unsettling about himself. He was almost certain that if Max or any of his own men had died or been seriously hurt, he would not be calm at all. So was this detachment coming from somewhere deeper, from the part of him that still thought of this world as a game rather than a real place with real people in it? He turned the question over and let it sit. Whatever the answer was, the more immediate thing to think about now was what this victory actually meant for the story going forward. They had deviated from the game's script in significant ways. He hoped that would not end up working against Mazel somewhere down the line. Looking back on how the battle had unfolded, Werner felt a genuine sense of reassurance about the Crown Prince. The man's judgment under pressure had been sharp and decisive. For someone who was going to need to prepare for an eventual attack on the capital, knowing that such a ruler and those knights were on their side was more comforting than Werner had expected it to be. He thought ahead to what he remembered of the game's story. The next major conflict involving Mazel was supposed to take place at Werisa Fortress. The question was whether things would still follow the original script now that so much had already shifted. He had no way of controlling that. But in the meantime, he wanted to do what he could to strengthen the capital's defenses. Upgrading equipment, improving strategy, something along those lines. The demons had come at them in a straight line during the stampede, which had made it possible to manage with borrowed tactics and book knowledge. And the bulk of what they had been fighting had still been on the weaker end of what the demon forces could produce. If they ever faced an enemy with real intelligence and real power, group combat training was going to become absolutely essential. The problem was that Werner, even as the son of a count, did not personally hold title. And on top of that, his family were civil servants in a world that placed its highest value on individual military strength. A world built around warriors and personal glory. He was going to have to work through Max and the men closest to him, using them to quietly spread better fighting methods to others. The harder problem was that news of the Demon Lord's revival had not yet reached most people. Now that the stampede was over, convincing anyone to stay sharp and prepare for something worse was going to be an uphill struggle. This world rewarded individual valor. A speech about working together and planning ahead was not something it was built to listen to. Werner knew that what he was proposing was going to meet serious resistance from a great many people. He needed to find a way to make them truly understand the situation and grasp how important group warfare and proper strategy were going to become. The Demon Lord's revival was going to change everything about how the demons operated, their numbers, their distribution, their strength. If he could make people see that clearly, then maybe they would understand just how serious things truly were. Just then, a man came to Werner. His name was Frentzen, and he had been asked to personally represent Werner at the funerals. Werner thanked him and handed him something to give out to those who appear to be in need. He told Frentzen that if it was not enough, he should come back and ask for more. Frentzen understood and left to carry out the task. Werner sat with his thoughts afterward. He needed to figure out their next steps, while also dealing with everything that had come out of the demon stampede. There was a great deal to manage. Taking stock of the damages, handling the funerals, arranging medical treatment, sorting out the medals for those who had distinguished themselves. All of it took time. Outside, heavy rain was falling steadily. Werner looked out at it, and thought that for once he did not mind having a reason not to go to school. Several days passed. Out in the garden, the sharp ringing sound of metal striking metal filled the air. Werner was moving and dodging while Mazel pushed in with another attack. Mazel grabbed Werner's arm, lifted him clean off the ground, stepped into his footing, and threw him. Werner went airborne, hit the ground hard, and landed with a gasp of pain. Mazel pinned his arms behind his back and smirked. Werner told him to ease up, reminding him that he was still supposed to be recovering. Mazel grinned and said he would never go easy on the hero of the demon stampede. Werner told him loudly to knock it off. Afterward, a servant came out to them with snacks. Mazel was in high spirits and could not stop talking about what Werner had done. The whole school was already buzzing about it, he said. How Werner had watched the enemy's movements, spotted the trap before anyone else, and then launched the counterattack at exactly the right moment when the enemy was already falling apart. He mentioned that someone called Lord Hubertus had been speaking very highly of Werner, calling his ability to read a battle truly outstanding. Werner did not place the name immediately, and the servant stepped in to clarify, before excusing herself. Mazel scratched his head and explained that Lord Hubertus was the crown prince, adding that using the informal name was just a habit he had not managed to shake. Werner recognized it then and rubbed his forehead, telling Mazel he was making far too much of it all. Mazel added that the crown prince had also commented on the unusual fighting style Werner had used, describing it as something resembling a porcupine, something the prince had never encountered before but found remarkably effective. Werner thought about that for a moment. The crown prince was almost certainly referring to the phalanx formation. The first family had managed to execute it well on the battlefield despite the rough and rushed way Werner had explained it to them. He gave credit where it was due. That came down to them being a military family through and through. He stopped that line of thinking before it went somewhere uncharitable. Mazel then reached into his things and pulled out some letters, showing them to Werner with a different kind of energy now. Werner started to assume they were more social invitations and began to say he had already told Mazel about those. Mazel stopped him and explained what the letters actually were. One was from the younger sister of Kalvitz. Another was from the father of Balzar. Another was from William's family. Mazel had attended their funerals, and they had asked him to pass along their thanks to Werner. They had been deeply moved that someone from the nobility had thought of them and reached out the way Werner had. Werner said quietly that the students who had not been from noble families or registered as adventurers should never have been anywhere near the fighting. They should have been kept on standby from the start. Mazel agreed, but said that nobody had expected things to spiral the way they did. Werner acknowledged that. Mazel grew quieter for a moment, then said something that Werner was not quite prepared for. He said that because of Werner, what those people had been trying to protect had been protected. It was not just that peace had come back. It was that there was someone in the world who would grieve for them properly. The only sadness was that the dead could not be brought back. Mazel said simply and sincerely that he truly believed it was a good thing someone like Werner existed. Werner was caught off guard by that. He gathered himself and redirected the praise, saying that if anyone deserved to be recognized, it was the hero who had actually gone and defeated the demon boss. Mazel pushed back immediately, telling Werner not to do that too. Werner told him not to be modest about it. Without Mazel breaking the crystal that had been controlling the monsters, there was no telling how the whole thing would have ended. Werner then brought up something that had been sitting in the back of his mind and asked whether Mazel had ever found out what the black jewel was that he had found. Mazel said that apparently not even the material it was made from could be identified by anyone. Werner muttered to himself, turning that over quietly. He wondered if that had been in the game at all. He did not remember it. He pushed the thought aside, smiled, and said that regardless of everything else, it all came back to what Mazel had accomplished. Mazel said he had already heard more than enough of that at school. Then Mazel explained the real reason he had come over, beyond delivering the letters. He said that the commoners at school had gone to considerable lengths to carve out an escape route for him, so he could get away. Werner said that sounded a bit dramatic. Mazel reminded him that he was a commoner himself and had absolutely no idea how to handle turning down an invitation from a noble without causing offense. He also had no idea what to wear or how to behave at the medal ceremony the following day. Werner thought to himself that he wanted to place the blame on the teachers for not preparing Mazel better, but as a friend, he simply could not leave Mazel without help when Mazel came to him. He told Mazel that this happened to be exactly the kind of thing he knew well. Mazel lit up with relief. Werner thought that he was going to need to step in more regularly once they were back at school. He told Mazel that when it came to turning down invitations, he could simply use the excuse that he was only a student and that it was a perfectly acceptable one. For the ceremony, he should just wear his school uniform. Mazel was surprised and asked if that was really appropriate. Werner told him it was considered formal attire in this context. Inside his own head, Werner was already thinking beyond the ceremony. He wanted the victory celebration to go smoothly and without any complications first. Whatever conversations needed to happen could come after that. The day of the medal ceremony arrived. The king stood before the gathered assembly and made his announcements. And then, among those announcements, came something Werner had not seen coming at all. The king declared that upon Werner von Zerfield, the legitimate son of Lord Zerfield, the title of Viscount was hereby bestowed. Werner stood there and could not for the life of him understand how this had happened. Several days after the demon stampede, the victory celebration was being held at the palace, and everything was running smoothly. Werner had just started to let himself think about what lay ahead when the medal ceremony began and pulled his attention back to the present. The king opened with the first name in order of merit, calling forward the crown prince. The crown prince responded with the appropriate words of humility and gratitude. The king then called the second name, Werner's father, acknowledging that his unit had played a crucial role in the battle and that his achievements were highly deserving of recognition. Werner's father bowed and offered his thanks. Then the king continued and called Werner's name as well, and announced that the title of Viscount was being bestowed upon him. Werner stood there in complete disbelief, his thoughts erupting silently while his face and body performed the correct movements. He bowed and offered his thanks to the king with all the proper words while his mind was screaming the opposite. The two of them rose. Werner could feel eyes pressing into his back from behind. He thought to himself that if looks could actually kill, he would already be on the floor. The men around him stood silently. Werner let out a quiet breath and let his gaze drift upward for a moment. He noticed, not for the first time, how strangely modern the architecture and uniforms of the capital and palace looked compared to the rural villages elsewhere in this world, which were entirely medieval in feel. He wondered if that kind of inconsistency existed because this world had originally been a video game, where different locations could simply look however the designers wanted them to. It was one of those moments where the gap between what felt real and what he knew to be true hit him unexpectedly hard. He pushed it aside. None of it mattered right now. The king moved on and called the third name in order of merit. It was Mazel Harding. Mazel stepped forward and knelt before the king. Werner watched him and thought privately that if merit had been ranked honestly, Mazel should have been first. He kept that thought entirely to himself. He looked at Mazel kneeling there and thought that Mazel presented himself exactly as a main character should, naturally and without any apparent effort. It suited him, but Werner felt a small pang about something. He wished Mazel's family could have been here to see this. Mazel had not even told them it was happening, let alone invited them. His reasoning had been that they lived so far away in Arlia that they would have had to stay at an inn, and getting there would have been difficult. Werner could not argue with the logic. Arlia was genuinely far from the capital. Even with an invitation sent in time, there was the journey itself and the family business to consider. Still, Mazel clearly had a good relationship with his family, and Werner suspected he would have been quietly happy if they had somehow been able to make it. Werner's mind wandered briefly. He found himself thinking about the skywalk boot from the game, an item that could cover enormous distances in moments. He wondered why nothing like that seemed to be available anywhere near the capital, or whether such things were even known to exist here. He made a mental note to look into it at some point. He shifted his gaze and found Mazel already looking back at him. Mazel broke into a wide, bright smile. Werner smiled back and thought that he really should not have been surprised. Of course, the main character could make even a moment like this look effortless. The king continued the ceremony and called Marquis Danilo Stipe Norpoth forward as the fourth in order of merit. Werner turned his attention back to standing quietly and waiting for the standing banquet that would follow. As the ceremony wound down, Werner looked around the room and recognized faces scattered throughout the gathering. Then someone approached. It was Mazel, appearing beside him and offering a quiet word of acknowledgement. Werner sighed and said back to him that the real struggle was only just beginning. He could already see the ladies in the room stealing looks in their direction while the men watched with sharp, calculating eyes and edged gradually closer. Werner's own expression tightened. He thought that he and Mazel were going to have to look out for each other through the evening ahead, and then admitted to Mazel that his stomach was already hurting just thinking about it. Mazel asked what was wrong with him. He pointed out that being made a viscount essentially meant the king was telling Werner to step up and assist his father the count, that he had been recognized as his father's successor. Mazel thought that sounded like a reason to feel good about things. Werner said that was not quite why the king had done it. He explained what it actually meant in practical terms. The title came with obligations. The king was effectively saying that Werner was still a student, but that he was being recognized as someone ready to take on the responsibilities of the count household, and that as a member of the aristocracy, he was expected to fulfill military and other duties accordingly. Mazel acknowledged it sounded demanding, but said Werner had already proven he could get things done, so it made sense that people would want to put him to work. Werner told him that was absolutely not helping. Inside his thoughts, the weight of it settled heavily. The capital was almost certainly going to come under attack at some point in the story ahead. That meant he was going to be spending a great deal of time inside the royal castle, carrying out his duties. And the more he was on the battlefield, the higher his chances of getting himself killed. His expression darkened without him meaning it to. Mazel noticed and remarked that Werner seemed to be the only person in the room taking the new title as a bad thing. Werner said that was because Mazel was not thinking about it carefully enough. Then someone stepped up to them. Both Werner and Mazel turned quickly. It was Marquis Norpoth, who offered his congratulations to Werner. They both bowed. Werner thanked him and then, in the same breath, apologized sincerely for the breach of protocol during the battle. Marquis Norpoth's expression shifted into something between amusement and approval. He said that as long as Werner understood what he had done, that was enough. He added that he had spoken with the crown prince, who had told him not to be too hard on Werner, given how young he was. Looking at Werner now, the Marquis said he could see that kind of caution was not going to be necessary. Werner thanked him with genuine respect. The Marquis muttered that the count appeared to have raised a very fine son, and said he would be watching Werner's path forward with real interest before excusing himself and walking away. Werner offered his thanks as he left. The moment the Marquis was out of earshot, Mazel wanted to know what all of that had been about. Werner explained it plainly. During the demon stampede, when he had realized the enemy's retreat was a trap, he had gone directly to the crown prince to warn him. The proper thing to do would have been to report first to his direct commanding officer, which had been Lord Norpoth. Werner had skipped that entirely and gone straight to the top, because there had been no time to do otherwise. It had been the right call in the moment, but it had also been a clear breach of the chain of command, and that was what the apology had been for. The proper chain of command would have been for Werner to report to Marquis Norpoth, who would then have passed the warning up to the crown prince. Mazel pointed out that going through all of that would have cut things dangerously close to being too late. Werner agreed. There simply had not been time to stand around convincing Marquis Norpoth. But at the same time, Werner acknowledged that an army could not function if everyone started breaking rules the moment they decided the situation called for it. That kind of thinking would destroy discipline entirely. Mazel took that in quietly. Then he looked at Werner and asked, with genuine bewilderment, whether they were really the same age, because he never would have thought through any of that on his own. Werner said simply that being raised as an aristocrat had something to do with it. Then a voice cut into their conversation, saying that being an aristocrat could not be the only explanation. Werner turned. It was Count Bastian, who said that Werner had distinguished himself genuinely well in battle. Werner deflected politely and gave the credit to the knights. The Count smiled at that, and then did something Werner had not expected. He apologized for how dismissive he had been toward Werner before the stampede began. Werner's eyes went wide, and he told the Count there was nothing to apologize for. Count Bastian brushed that aside firmly and said plainly that he had underestimated Werner's ability to command, and that was the truth of it. Werner went quiet for a moment and thought through what was actually happening. Count Bastian was choosing to apologize to Werner personally rather than going through the proper channels, which would have meant apologizing formally to Werner's father as the head of the Zerfield household. Doing it the right way would have turned into a significant event involving questions of face and standing between two noble families. This quieter, personal approach was the Count's way of handling it while keeping things simple. Werner understood that and accepted it graciously, careful not to use the word apology himself, which was his way of showing courtesy in return. But something else was sitting with Werner. Count Bastian's eldest son Tyrone had not been listed among the seriously injured. And even if he had taken some kind of wound, this world had potions and healing magic that could deal with anything minor without trouble. If Tyrone had wanted to be here tonight, there was no reason he could not have been. His absence was notable, and Werner was not going to pretend it did not register. The polite thing was to say nothing about it, and so he said nothing. Count Bastian mentioned that their territories bordered each other and expressed his hope that they could continue to maintain a good relationship going forward. Werner responded warmly, saying both he and his father looked forward to a strong and cooperative relationship, and that anything that needed to be discussed should go through his father. The Count acknowledged that and excused himself. As he turned to leave, Hermine caught Werner's eye and told him she would love the chance to discuss battle strategies with him at some point, without the pressure of the battlefield around them. Werner told her any time would be fine. She smiled and left with her father. Werner watched them go and thought about the shift in how Hermine had carried herself toward him. The subtle way she used to look down on them for being a civil servant family was not there anymore. He was not asking for anything more than that. Just having their neighboring houses get along without friction was enough. Mazel, standing beside him, observed that Werner seemed to be getting pulled in every direction at once and said it looked exhausting. Werner agreed that yes, it was. Then he nodded toward the growing cluster of people gathering around Mazel and said it was nothing compared to what Mazel was dealing with. Mazel looked confused by that, but he was about to find out. Not long after, the crowd around Mazel had grown into something almost impossible to manage. A nobleman approached and began pressing Mazel about meeting his daughter. Werner stepped in immediately and pointed out that the man's daughter was 3 years old. Mazel added carefully that he was only a student, thanked the man, and said perhaps someday. Then someone else wanted a moment with him. Then another nobleman was already pushing forward to introduce his daughter. Werner watched it all from the edge of his patience and thought to himself that the ages being presented to Mazel were all over the place, and none of it was appropriate. People were practically lining up to push children and grown women at him without any real thought for whether any of it made sense. He understood what was driving it. A commoner with hero-level skills who had personally helped bring down the demon stampede was an enormously attractive prospect for any family with ambitions. This kind of scene probably would never have unfolded at all if things had gone the way the game's story originally laid out, with the royal knights wiped out and the crown prince and his son dead. Peace had its advantages, he supposed, but the hard reality was that they had already moved far away from the original script. All Werner could do now was hope that when the fall of Werisa Fortress came, it would still happen the way the game had shown it. And when it did, a number of the people standing in this very room tonight would likely die. The fact that he was quietly hoping for that particular event to stay on course was not something that sat easily with him. But it was the truth. When they finally managed to pull themselves away from the crowd, Mazel said Werner had genuinely saved him. Werner looked at his friend and thought that Mazel being tired was something new. Not that he could blame him. Werner told Mazel he would take him to lunch as a thank you sometime. Mazel said 3 lunches and they would call it even. Werner thought about what had just happened and everything it represented. If it was already like this on the palace floor, he could only imagine what it was going to be like back at school. But this was only the beginning. For things to go the way Werner needed them to go, it actually had to be this way. Mazel's growing reputation and recognition were important. The harder things got from Mazel, in terms of expectations and the weight people placed on him, the more that fit the shape of the story that needed to unfold. Werner knew that thinking that way made him selfish. He was not blind to it. Over a decade of working and planning with his own survival as the only real goal had done that to him. He sat with that uncomfortable truth for a moment. Then a woman's voice came from beside them, offering a soft apology for interrupting. Both Werner and Mazel turned toward her. The moment Werner saw her face, he bowed immediately and deeply. The woman told him that such formality was not necessary and introduced herself. She was Laura Louise Weinzierl. Werner's thoughts scattered in every direction at once. This was not right. She was not supposed to appear until much later in the story. What was she doing here now? Standing before them was the game's heroine, Princess Laura. She asked if she might have a moment with the two of them. The princess led them toward a door. The light outside was bright and caught against Werner's face as they stepped through it. They were guided into a garden where the princess walked with her attendants ahead of them. Werner followed along quietly. Mazel murmured beside him that the princess was very beautiful. Werner replied under his breath that good looks seemed to be a requirement for royalty, at least in his experience. But even as he said it, he was paying attention to where they were being led. They were heading deep into the castle grounds. In the game, this particular section of the palace was only accessible after the capital had been partially destroyed during the Great Attack. That was what Werner remembered. He looked around and recognized the place with a growing unease. The princess stopped and told them they had arrived. Werner looked ahead and saw someone already standing and waiting for them inside a gazebo. The setting felt unmistakably like the inner sanctum of a palace, thoughtfully and deliberately designed. Even Werner, who did not consider himself someone with a refined eye for these things, could tell it had been crafted with great care. It was a far cry from what he was used to at home. The person waiting for them was the crown prince. Both Werner and Mazel went still with shock. The prince smiled and apologized for having brought them all the way out there. Werner's heart was beating hard. He looked around and took in exactly who was present. The crown prince was there. The heroine was there. The main character was there. And Werner was there, the background character, standing in the middle of all of them. In his head, he felt entirely out of his depth. Technically, as a nobleman, he belonged in this kind of company more than Mazel did. But looking at Mazel standing there completely at ease, Werner thought that was just what came with being the protagonist. Then the crown prince did something that made both of them react in shock. He bowed his head to them and expressed his genuine gratitude, saying that both of them had saved him during the stampede. Mazel brushed it off immediately, saying they had simply been in a position to help. Werner said the same, insisting that nothing had been accomplished by his efforts alone. Inside, Werner felt deeply uncomfortable watching the crown prince bow to him like that. He wanted to stop. He decided to change the subject and began to speak, but the princess cut in gently before he could get far. She told him there was no need for formal titles or stiff language among them here, and that no one would think less of Werner for speaking more naturally. Werner was about to object, but she was firm about it. He glanced at the crown prince, who gave a small nod of agreement. Werner accepted it. If the crown prince himself was permitting it, he had no real grounds to refuse. Werner then mentioned to the princess that he had not expected to find her at the palace, having assumed she was at the great temple of Finoi. The princess remarked that he was well informed. Werner said he had heard it from his father. The crown prince recognized that the minister of ceremonies would naturally be privy to such things and found nothing unusual in it. The truth was that Werner knew about it because of the game. In the game's story, the great temple of Finoi was attacked by one of the demon lord's 3 generals, and it was when Mazel heard about the attack and rushed there that he met Princess Laura for the first time. That was how their meeting was supposed to happen. Werner was not sure yet whether their meeting here instead was going to cause problems or not. The crown prince explained that Laura had received a divine message and had returned to the capital specifically to deliver it to the king in person. Werner asked what the message had said. The crown prince told him it concerned the revival of the demon lord. Mazel could barely contain his reaction, asking immediately whether it was really true. The crown prince said that they could confirm that Laura had indeed received the message. Werner absorbed that quietly. In his mind, the contents of the message were a state secret. That made it all the more striking that the prince was sharing it here. The prince added that they did not yet have enough information to verify whether the revival had actually occurred. Werner thought that made sense. There were old stories of an ancient kingdom said to have been brought down by the demon lord long ago, and the ruins of it still existed. But the demon lord itself was largely dismissed by most people as legend and nothing more. Laura added that what she had said was not common knowledge beyond a small circle. She also explained that divine messages came in different degrees of significance, something that only oracles capable of receiving such messages could truly understand. But this particular message carried a weight unlike anything ordinary. That was why she had come back to the capital directly, to speak with her father, the king herself. Werner understood. He suspected the king's reaction might have been mixed, but having just experienced such a wildly abnormal demon stampede, the crown prince had probably found the message credible enough to take seriously. What Werner could not work out was why both he and Mazel had been brought here. Laura explained that part of the divine message had suggested the hero would play an exceptionally important role in what was to come. She had wanted to meet the hero in person, and so she had invited him here. Werner turned that over in his mind. In this world, being called a hero did not automatically mean someone was destined to defeat a demon lord. It was simply understood that such a person possessed unusual and rare abilities. Even if the knights had been destroyed in the stampede, there would still have been plenty of fighters ready to step up out of a hunger for personal glory. Werner was curious how the king would have gone about it in that case, sending a first-year student to confront the greatest evil in the world. He also suspected that the king had probably been told of the divine message in some form in the original game's timeline, and that it was what had set Mazel off on his journey after the stampede. Werner spoke up and said he understood why Mazel had been summoned, but asked plainly why he had been included. The crown prince explained that he simply wanted Werner to serve as a bridge and a buffer between Mazel and the royal family. Mazel was curious what that meant. Werner put it into words himself. Since the divine message could not be made public, the royal family could not simply be seen calling a commoner like Mazel to the palace on a regular basis without raising questions. Having Werner involved made it easier to arrange and less conspicuous. The princess said that Werner's sharp grasp of things made it all more manageable. Werner thought about the fuller picture. If the crown prince had died in the battle the way the game's original story had it, the news of the demon lord's revival would have carried far more weight. No one would have questioned the king openly bringing in a commoner like Mazel to consult with him in the middle of a crisis. But now, because the crown prince had survived, partly because of what Werner himself had done, that situation was more complicated. It was partly Werner's own doing that made things harder now. The crown prince concluded by saying that while they worked to verify the truth of the revival, they wanted to keep a close and reliable connection with Mazel, and that was the thinking behind all of this. Werner felt a measure of relief settling in despite everything. Even with how far the story had already shifted from the original game, the fact that the royal family still recognized the hero as the key to defeating the demon lord was reassuring. Mazel pointed out simply that it made natural sense for a viscount like Werner to visit the castle. The prince nodded. Werner added that it equally made sense for Mazel to speak with Werner while they were on campus together, which provided a natural and unremarkable cover for their connection. Mazel then asked what the prince had meant about Werner serving as a wall. Werner explained it by pointing to what had just happened at the banquet, where he had stepped in to keep the nobility from trying to pull Mazel away in every direction. He laid out the bigger picture as well. At this point, the royal family did not have a strong enough public reason to formally take Mazel under their protection, which meant they had no real way to stop foreign powers or other noble houses from trying to recruit him. If Mazel ended up tied to some noble household before the royal family needed him most, they would have to negotiate through that household every time they wanted his involvement. And there was no guarantee that whoever took Mazel in would be cooperative or reasonable when it mattered. The prince agreed with all of it. Then the prince put forward an idea that Werner had not anticipated. He asked Werner whether he would have any objection to Mazel being made his knight. Werner's reaction was immediate. He asked the prince not to put that on him. There were several strong reasons why he needed to turn this down completely. He explained to the prince that he and Mazel were friends, not a lord and his subordinate. Werner would obey any order from the royal family without question and would do everything in his power to help Mazel. But he had no intention of becoming Mazel's lord and master. In his own mind, the reason ran even deeper than that. The hero was supposed to defeat the demon lord and build a future with the princess. If Werner became his lord, he could easily find himself dragged into political conflicts that had nothing to do with him and end up dead as a result. The prince suggested that the arrangement could simply be a formality, something that existed only in appearance without changing the real nature of their relationship. He mentioned that he had people in similar arrangements himself. Werner understood what the prince was actually doing. By framing this as a proposal rather than a direct order, the prince was testing Werner, trying to get a sense of how ambitious he was and what he was actually after. Werner held his ground politely but firmly. The prince accepted it and moved on, but said that regardless of the formal arrangement, he still hoped Werner would support Mazel's activities while in the capital. Werner accepted that without hesitation. In his mind, thinking about what Mazel was going to be doing in the not-too-distant future, he would have preferred to keep his distance from that too. But the royal family now openly acknowledged their friendship, and it was far too late to pretend otherwise. What he was being asked to do was not join an adventure. It was simply to support Mazel from his position as a noble, which was something he could manage. The princess offered Werner her gratitude and said he was too generous. Werner's mind quietly drifted to something he remembered from the game. When a player set off with a hero to defeat the demon lord, they started with barely enough money to get by and could not afford the best equipment available. This moment, right here, might actually be the perfect opportunity to do something about that. Whatever they could prepare and provide for Mazel now would only improve his chances when the real confrontation came. Werner wondered if this was a good moment to quietly ask the prince for some funding. Before he could settle on that thought, the prince said he looked forward to working with Mazel, and Mazel responded with respectful agreement. The prince then excused himself and walked away. Werner glanced at Mazel as he watched the prince leave. Mazel was the kind of person who had apparently been too busy worrying about everyone back at school to even mention his own accomplishments during the stampede to anyone. That was just who he was. And looking at the situation now, whether it was equipment, connections, or preparation, being in a position to actually do something for his friend before he set off on a journey with the fate of the entire world resting on him was far better than standing helplessly on the sidelines. Princess Laura then turned to Werner and offered a quiet word of condolence about his older brother. Werner told her not to worry about it, and that he truly did not mind. Mazel looked between them in confusion. Werner told him not to worry about it either. Mazel accepted that with some uncertainty. Werner thought about the two of them standing there, the Crown Prince and Princess Laura. If he had not known the full story, the age difference between them might have made him mistake them for father and daughter at a glance. Then something clicked in his mind as he looked at Mazel and the princess standing together. He told the two of them that he needed to slip away to use the restroom for a moment and left Mazel to manage the conversation, asking one of the attendants to show him the way. The attendant smiled and agreed. Werner thought a quiet apology in Mazel's direction as he walked away. This was a good opportunity to nudge things along between Mazel and the princess. It was a little earlier than expected in the story's timeline, but there was no harm in letting them get to know each other sooner. The princess had come across as warm and playful on first impression, so Mazel would be fine. Whether the small details of the story changed from here was one thing, but perhaps the overall shape of it would hold together regardless. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. Either way, Werner still needed the story to change in one very specific and important way when the time came. As he walked through the hallway, his mind went somewhere darker. He found himself looking at the guards stationed along the corridor and wondering which of them would be among the dead when the capital eventually came under attack. He thought about the attendant walking ahead of him and wondered the same thing about her. Then one of the attendants spoke up and turned toward him. She said, with some hesitation and a great deal of sincerity, that if Werner would forgive the forwardness of it, she and the others wanted to express their deepest gratitude to him. Werner looked at her and asked what on earth he had done to deserve that kind of thanks. He genuinely could not place it. The attendants exchanged a quiet look between themselves before one of them began to explain. The first attendant explained. Her father was a knight, and the other attendant's older brother served under Count First. They had heard how Werner had seen through the monster's trap before it could close around the army. If not for that, both of their family members might very well have died in the battle. They were deeply grateful. Werner went completely still. The attendant apologized for the forwardness of saying it, but said that they had wanted so much to thank him at least once with their own words. Werner did not know how to respond. He managed to say something quiet and simple, telling her it was nothing and that they were very welcome. Then the attendants led him the rest of the way to the restroom. Alone for a moment, Werner turned on the faucet and washed his hands, privately grateful that this world had running water. They had never shown bathrooms in the game, so finding that the basic infrastructure existed had been a relief when he first discovered it. Living through something resembling the Middle Ages would have been genuinely hard on someone raised in modern Japan. But then again, if this world had magic capable of creating things from nothing, it made sense that people would have applied that same ingenuity to the practical necessities of daily life, things like plumbing and waterworks. Magic had its limits, though. It was not all powerful. People still died. That was exactly why he had spent so many years working himself as hard as he had. From a moment he had remembered his past life as a child. He had known what the demon stampede was going to bring. He had gone into it with everything he had. He had survived it and cleared that first enormous obstacle. But standing there alone, he found himself wondering whether he could have done more. He had poured everything into making sure Mazel would be all right and had largely stopped thinking about the other students around them. Was that because somewhere underneath it all, he had still been treating this world as though it were only a game? But the guard in that hallway, those attendants and the families they had talked about, Mazel, the students who had died, all of them were real people living real lives with real connections to one another. Werner was not arrogant enough to think he could have saved everyone, and neither could Mazel. But if he could at least feel that he had genuinely given everything he had, that would help. It would sit easier with him when the nights got quiet. That was what he wanted going forward. The honest truth was that he had only ever wanted to survive. Everything that had worked out for other people had been a side effect of that. The gratitude from those attendants had stung precisely because of that. But if the consequence of acting in his own interest was that someone else got to go home alive, then maybe that was the right way to look at things going forward. He could not match Mazel in raw fighting ability, and he had no overwhelming special power of his own. But he had the knowledge of how the game played out and the influence that came with being a noble. He did not need to leave everything on Mazel's shoulders. It was all right to aim for more than just keeping himself breathing. He was still deep in that thought when, back in a room he had stepped away from, Princess Laura was asking Mazel a quiet question. She had noticed how much Werner and Mazel seemed to genuinely trust each other and asked if that was really the case. Mazel said he certainly hoped so. He apologized in advance and said he knew it might be a strange thing to ask, but told her he was curious about something. He asked if the princess could answer. She said she would answer whatever she was able to. Mazel asked why Werner had turned down the idea of making Mazel his knight. From where Mazel stood, becoming Werner's knight would have meant fewer countries and noble houses approaching him directly, which would actually have made things easier for Werner rather than harder. And when the order eventually came to defeat the demon lord, Werner could simply have sent Mazel out to do it. Mazel could not understand why Werner would refuse something that seemed to benefit everyone. The princess explained what had actually been happening. Her brother had been testing Werner's ambitions. She herself believed the demon lord's revival to be real, and that Mazel was the only real hope of stopping it. If Mazel became Werner's knight, Werner would effectively hold immeasurable power as Mazel's master. She was fairly certain that Werner was not the kind of person to put his own interests ahead of everything else, but there were many people, including her own brother, who were not so sure. A great many people would want to use Mazel for their own ends. Her brother and her father both believed, purely from the perspective of what was best for the nation, that keeping Mazel close to the royal family and having him belong to the crown was the safest arrangement. Werner had understood all of that, and this was only her own personal reading of things, she added, but she believed Werner had turned it down simply because he wanted to stay Mazel's friend. Nothing more and nothing less than that. She said quietly that she had people in her own life who were precious to her in a way that made the idea of making them her servants completely unthinkable. Mazel was surprised to hear that from her. She asked if it was really so surprising and said she felt a little hurt by his reaction. Mazel immediately tried to apologize. The princess laughed and told him she was only teasing. She had just wanted to find a way to break the ice a little. Mazel's expression went from startled to even more startled. She asked if that was annoying to him. He said not at all. She smiled. Mazel laughed. The two of them had settled into something warm and easy without quite noticing it had happened. Werner had made his way back by then and was at the door. He could hear voices and laughter from inside. He apologized for interrupting as he stepped in. Both Mazel and the princess welcomed him back. The princess told Werner that Mazel had just been telling her about a time the two of them had gotten into a scuffle with older students at the academy. Werner looked at Mazel with a slightly raised brow. The princess quickly added that she had been the one to ask. She said she would love to hear more of their stories. Werner looked at the two of them sitting there, and before long all three of them were laughing together over the memories. The day after the special ceremony, Werner knew that a peaceful school life was impossible for him. As he stood there, Nadia gently touched his chest. She told him that she really wanted the two of them to find some time to talk alone. Werner could hardly believe that noble girls were trying to attract him so openly, and it kept happening over and over again. He gave her a polite answer, promising to meet her as soon as he had a chance. Werner thought about how the school campus was just like a smaller version of high society. It was common for powerful noble families to have teachers who supported them. However, he felt it was far too bold and shameless for a professor to call him to a room just to leave him alone with a waiting girl. He realized Nadia was not the only one doing this. Noble women did not have the freedom to love whoever they wanted, which meant her parents had likely forced her into this situation. Nadia then took hold of his hand and pressed him about making that meeting happen. Werner felt a little sorry for her, but at the same time, he was completely sick and tired of these constant traps. Nadia smiled and pushed for a more specific plan, demanding that Werner give her a firm promise. When Werner secretly reached for the doorknob, he discovered the door was locked. He thought about how carefully she had planned everything. Since the teacher was helping her, Werner knew that nobody would come looking for him, even if he missed his regular classes. Suddenly, both Werner and Nadia jumped in surprise as Drexler walked into the room. Drexler acted surprised to see them together and offered a quick apology. Werner let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that he had made his own safety plans ahead of time. He reminded himself that a person could never be too careful around noble girls and the way they were raised. Nadia asked Drexler if they could help him with something. Drexler explained that Professor Ryden had sent him to collect a massive statue, and he lifted the cover to show how huge it was. He then asked Nadia if she minded if he took Werner away to help him move it. Nadia claimed she did not mind at all and told him to go ahead. She then asked to be excused and walked away with angry, heavy steps. Once she was gone, Werner thanked Drexler for saving him. Drexler told him not to worry about it, noting that Mazel had also followed his instructions perfectly. Werner asked what Professor Ryden had said about the situation. Drexler shared that the professor wanted to hear Mazel's stories about the demons, so they had gone away together. The professor had also told Drexler that he could use his name in an emergency, and Drexler was very glad to have relied on that help just a moment ago. Werner thought about Professor Ryden, a man born as a commoner who became a teacher at the direct request of the Crown Prince. Werner had a gut feeling that this professor would help him in a difficult situation, and it turned out his feeling was right. He imagined that the prince had many people working inside the school to carry out his plans, and he wondered what they talked about. Still, it was a shame that Werner could not trust all the teachers to support him, as many of them probably had their eyes on him too. Even though Werner's efforts to keep Mazel safe were a bit extreme, he felt sure the professor would listen to his feedback, which made him feel much better. Werner apologized to Drexler for causing him so much trouble. Drexler said it was totally fine, though he joked that he hoped Werner would look kindly on him in the future when he became a count. Werner told him to stop talking like that. Drexler then suggested that Werner should just find someone to marry and settle down with. But Werner replied that doing so would only cause him an even bigger headache. Drexler pointed out that Werner's fame was already very high after the demon stampede, but after yesterday's title ceremony, his status seemed to be as high as the sky. As they walked along, various girls stared at Werner, which left him completely speechless. He did not have the time, mental space, or energy to think about that part of his future. The traditional noble customs regarding marriage and engagements were already a massive trouble for him. He wished he could just go about his life avoiding all of it, especially since he did not even know if he would survive what was coming. Drexler asked if that was really how things stood, and Werner confirmed that it was. Werner then asked what they were going to do with the large object they were carrying. Drexler answered that the statue was an excellent tool to keep nosy people away, so they should carry it all the way to their classroom. Later on, they met up with Mazel, who let out a deep sigh and said that he could finally relax. Werner told him that he looked completely exhausted. Mazel tiredly agreed, saying that he truly was. Werner thought to himself that classes would soon be over for the day. He noticed the other students staring at him, and he realized that simply returning to the dormitories would not make things any easier for him. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling a strange sense of familiarity about the stressful situation. Turning to Mazel, Werner told him that if he ever felt unsafe in his own quarters, he was completely free to use Werner's room in the dormitory instead, even offering to give him a spare key. Mazel was quite surprised by this generous offer, but Werner explained that it must be incredibly difficult to sleep with constant alertness, even for someone as strong as a hero. Mazel gratefully accepted the key, promising that he would remain watchful at all times, but if the situation became truly dangerous, he would definitely take refuge in Werner's room. He thanked Werner sincerely for his kindness. Werner felt fairly sure that nothing terrible would happen immediately. However, he reasoned that while bad actors might easily break into a commoner's room, entering the private quarters of a high-ranking noble was a much more serious and dangerous matter. Mazel then asked Werner about his plans for the rest of the day, to which Werner replied that he only had a scheduled meeting at the castle. Once that briefing was finished, he planned to head straight home because he had a great deal of important preparation to complete. Mazel acknowledged this, and his expression suddenly turned very serious. He told Werner to listen closely, explaining that he wanted him to meet a certain person who had assisted him during the recent demon stampede. Werner narrowed his eyes as he thought about the name Lugens Laser. He recognized him as an adventurer who had skipped the recent award ceremony, but was actually a central character in the game World Werner knew. According to the game's original timeline, this man and the hero were supposed to form a duo immediately following the demon stampede, although it now seemed there were actually two other individuals involved in their group as well. Werner agreed to the meeting, saying he did not mind at all, but he asked how many people they would be meeting. Mazel clarified that it was just the one person, adding that he believed they could fully trust him. Werner remembered that in the game, Lugens was destined to help defeat the Demon Lord. Since Werner was now acting as Mazel's primary link to the castle, he knew it was vital to establish contact with this adventurer. Werner accepted Mazel's judgment, and Mazel mentioned that he needed to speak with Lugens about a private matter anyway. Mazel promised to inform Werner of the best date and time for the meeting, and Werner thanked him before looking around the area. Werner noticed the time and told Mazel that the school day was almost over, instructing him to carry out their plan as soon as the bell rang, which Mazel understood completely. When the bell finally rang, the surrounding students watched in absolute shock as Mazel suddenly threw open a window and leaped right out of it. The other students cried out in disbelief, rushing to look outside and shouting about the incredible height from which Mazel had just jumped. As Werner calmly walked out of the classroom, he reflected on how the hero was always the center of attention. He noted that only someone as powerful as Mazel could survive such a high drop without a single scratch. He also realized with a bit of amusement that it had been decades since he himself had last run down a school hallway. A few hours later, the head servant, Norbert, welcomed Werner back home and praised him for getting through his first day back at school after such a long absence. Norbert asked if everything had gone smoothly at the castle, and Werner confirmed that it had. Werner added that he would not need to visit the castle very often from now on, meaning he would likely be home much earlier the following day. He told Norbert that he would make a list of supplies he needed for his room and asked the servant to gather them later, which Norbert agreed to do. Werner then asked about his father's whereabouts, and Norbert informed him that his father had not yet come back. Werner was not surprised by this news. He knew that his father was not only busy dealing with the cleanup after the demon attack, but was also facing spreading rumors about the return of the Demon Lord, leaving him with an immense amount of difficult work. Norbert asked if Werner had an important message for his father, and Werner explained that he wanted to ask him for some advice. He promised to write down his thoughts later so Norbert could deliver the message at the right moment, and Norbert agreed to handle it carefully. Norbert then asked about Werner's plans for the rest of the evening and whether he would be eating dinner in the main dining room. Werner declined, explaining that he intended to do some training, so he preferred to have his meal brought up to his room after he finished taking his bath. Norbert gently warned him not to push himself too hard, but Werner thanked him and assured him that he would be careful, as he simply wanted to organize his thoughts and take things easy. Norbert accepted his wishes, but as Werner walked away, the head servant and the other staff members looked on with deep concern. A female servant remarked that this dedicated behavior was just like Werner, noting that she always knew he was not the kind of person to become arrogant just because he received a new title. However, She worried that he could not keep living the same way under the weight of his heavy new responsibilities, especially since he was still just a young, growing boy. A male servant spoke up, promising to inform the kitchen staff to prepare a highly nutritious meal for Lord Werner. Another female servant added that she would bring him some tea before bed to ensure he got a sound sleep. Norbert looked at the two determined servants in surprise before smiling and agreeing with them, noting that they would all keep a close watch over their young master, a choice that the rest of the servants fully supported. Outside, Werner stood with the tip of his spear resting in the ground. He thought to himself that his duties at the castle would not be a very big problem, and his schoolwork was completely manageable. He knew there was nobody out there who could match Mazel's physical ability, meaning the hero would easily escape from any dangerous situation. Furthermore, Mazel's departure to defeat the Demon Lord was likely not too far in the future. Werner admitted that if this stressful situation had no end in sight, it would definitely get tough. Before pulling his spear out of a training dummy, it had pierced completely through. His thoughts began to deepen as he considered how strange it felt to be in contact with major game characters like Laura and Luggins. Laura's voice sounded exactly as he had expected, which made him feel that this world truly matched the game he used to know. Ever since he was reborn into this place, Werner had tried his absolute hardest to keep from forgetting any piece of information by writing his memories down and burning them immediately so people would not mistake them for prophecies. That information was proving to be very handy now and would continue to be useful later if the main storyline did not change. However, a few things did not feel quite right to him. Werner had discovered many things since his rebirth that he had known nothing about before, such as the true nature of the nobility, unmapped towns, working waterworks, and magic stones. He reasoned that perhaps this information was simply considered too minor for the game's limited memory. He stabbed his spear through the dummy once more as he kept thinking. The real issue was the mysterious black stone that fell from the monster Mazel had defeated, which Werner had absolutely no memory of despite its apparent importance. He realized he knew nothing about how this living world truly related to the game, and since his mind started to get lost trying to figure it out, he forced himself to stop overthinking and look for a middle ground. Because of this, Werner knew he needed to set his plans in motion as quickly as possible. His first goal was to get official permission to form a merchant convoy so he could secure proper equipment from Mazel's group and strengthen the capital city's defenses. To achieve this, he would need to submit a formal request to his father and the crown prince. While it would require some careful looking into, his new noble title gave him access to much more information, so the process should not take very long at all. As for his idea for group training, he remembered that not everyone was aware of the Demon Lord's return yet, so his very first step would be talking directly to Max and the other students. Meanwhile, back inside the house, Norbert bowed respectfully as Werner's mother entered the area. Outside, Werner remained deep in his own thoughts, planning to meet up with Luggins and Mazel in 2 days. Until that meeting took place, he decided he would make a copy of a certain important item. Even though a copy would not change the situation on its own, he wanted to use his slightly free time to write down his current concerns before he accidentally forgot them. Lady Zerfeld called out to Werner, but he was so lost in his thoughts that he did not hear her. He also wanted to quickly jot down some ideas about what he could achieve by using magic. His mother took a deep breath and shouted his name loudly, causing him to jump in surprise and quickly answer her. She questioned him about what had happened to his promise of doing only light training, pointing out that his passion was admirable, but she could not have him causing unnecessary worry for the household servants. She reminded him that he had gone straight from spending days recovering in bed to swinging a heavy spear around. Werner apologized and assured her that he was almost finished for the day. When she said his name again with a serious tone, he looked down in fear, shouted that he would wash up immediately, and quickly ran away from her. Werner concluded to himself that while he had many unanswered questions about this world, he knew one thing for certain, which was that terrifying mothers existed in every single reality. Hermine sat comfortably in the first garden and acknowledged Tyrone as he walked into the area. She questioned whether he was heading off to practice his combat skills at such a late hour, and Tyrone confirmed that he was, explaining that there was no guarantee another monster attack would not suddenly happen. Hermine agreed with his cautious thinking and expressed her deep desire to be officially recognized and honored as a knight by Princess Laura this time around. This thought reminded her of recent news, and she mentioned that it seemed Fort Warisa was scheduled to be rebuilt. Tyrone acknowledged this, explaining that Marquis Neep was going to manage the entire restoration project personally. Hermine remarked that this active role sounded exactly like the Marquis, and Tyrone noted that their father had ordered him the previous night to meet and welcome the Marquis as soon as he arrived. Tyrone looked closely at Hermine and inquired if she planned to join him for the welcome. She asked in return if the Marquis's son, Mangold, would be traveling with his father. Tyrone replied that he saw no reason why the son would stay behind. Hermine then explained that she would gladly attend if her current schedule allowed for it, though she still had her duties caring for the knights to consider. Tyrone agreed with her responsibilities. Internally, Hermine focused entirely on her ultimate goal of finally receiving her knighthood directly from Princess Laura. Elsewhere, a horse ran past at a fast gallop, with a group of winded soldiers chasing closely behind it. The soldiers finally caught up to the stopped horse and paused to catch their breath. Werner informed the men that their practice was finished for the day and noted that this exercise felt quite different from dealing with a real demon stampede. One soldier agreed, mentioning that being flexible and adaptable was highly necessary in their line of work. Another soldier added that they truly needed to get used to following specific, sudden orders right on the spot. Max pointed out that they also had to plan out exactly what actions to take if the number of enemy forces unexpectedly multiplied. Inside his mind, Werner completely agreed with Max's smart observations and felt pleased that the men were doing so well. He instructed Max to have the soldiers take turns pretending to be the target whenever Werner was not around to guide them, and Max accepted the command respectfully. Max then suggested that they should arrange some additional lessons in horseback riding, noting that the person making an attack needed to be incredibly careful as well. Werner apologized for his own mistake during the drill and promised to be much more mindful in the future, which brought a smile to Max's face. The group then turned their attention to Origin, who announced that he would be acting as Werner's practice partner for the day. Werner smiled and accepted the offer gratefully. The rest of the soldiers gathered around in a circle to watch the match, and Max shouted for the fight to start. Origin launched into a very fast attack, forcing Werner to defend against a series of powerful strikes. Realizing that he was constantly being pushed backward, Werner decided to leap back to create some distance. Origin aggressively moved forward to close the gap, but he quickly shifted away when Werner tried to thrust his weapon forward. This missed thrust left Werner completely unprotected, giving Origin the perfect opening to strike back. Origin's heavy blow landed squarely, causing Werner to crash hard on the ground. Origin smiled down at him, remarking that Werner had almost caught him for a brief second and was clearly improving his fighting skills. Werner expressed his happiness at the compliment, but privately wondered if the knight was actually being sarcastic. Even though he felt incredibly thankful that his family's personal guards were so powerful, he deeply wished he could improve enough to match their skill level. Origin explained that since Werner had grown much tougher recently, he had allowed himself to fight a bit harder, and he asked if the young master was injured. Werner assured him that he was not fragile at all. Werner remembered a time when he foolishly believed he could just abandon the capital city, run away to a distant place, and survive on his own, but real life had quickly shattered that illusion. He told Origin that just being taken seriously by a skilled warrior was a great honor and urged him not to worry about it, prompting Origin to offer an apology. As Werner checked his arm for injuries, Barkey spoke up and scolded Origin for taking a simple practice match far too seriously. Barkey then provided Werner with helpful advice, explaining that if he focused on balancing his left side more, he would not lose his footing when throwing spear strikes. Werner thanked him for the tip, but secretly questioned if his constant losses were simply because he was a perfectly ordinary person. However, he quickly realized that his opponent was a professional warrior who trained for a living, making the outcome entirely natural. A nearby soldier called out to Werner to let him know that it was time to depart, and Werner signaled that he would join them immediately. As he cleaned himself up, Werner shifted his mindset, realizing that being an ordinary person actually meant there was far more room for him to grow and achieve things, which was ultimately a positive attribute. He resolved not to let his lack of natural talent make him feel bad, deciding instead to focus entirely on doing the absolute best he could. As his carriage finally drove away from the training grounds, he firmly concluded that he could not afford to reduce his daily practice time under any circumstances. Werner resolved to simply do his absolute best as he stepped into the lively tavern. Inside, Luggins introduced himself to Werner and expressed that it was good to meet him, while Werner introduced himself in return and stated that the pleasure was entirely his. Luggins stared closely at him, prompting Mazel to point out that Werner was not stuck up like other noblemen, an observation that Luggins quickly agreed with. Inside his mind, Werner remembered from the game's backstory that Luggins intensely disliked the nobility, which made him realize that meeting the adventurer strictly as Mazel's friend had been the perfect decision. Luggins mentioned that he had already heard similar positive things about Werner from Gok, though he noted that meeting someone in person was always a completely different experience. Werner recognized the name Gok as the mercenary captain from the recent demon stampede who had served as an excellent squad leader. He recalled his father mentioning that Gok was receiving special financial compensation for his service, making Werner reflect on how small this world truly was since mercenaries and adventurers frequently cross paths. Luggins then shared that Gok had praised Werner for being quite handy with the spear. This unexpected compliment made Werner genuinely happy, and he internally hoped that if he kept practicing diligently, he might actually win a real fight someday. Luggins grinned and added that Gok was never the type of man to flatter a nobleman with false praise, so Werner should consider himself very lucky and keep his chin up. Looking at the adventurer, Werner recalled that Luggins possessed a special skill known as weapons master, which made him highly proficient with many different types of arms. Although he could not compare to Mazel's overwhelming strength, Luggins was destined to become a reliable, older brother figure to the hero from the very start of the game until the final battle. Back in Werner's original world, this character had been incredibly popular among both male and female players. Luggins remarked to Werner that he was completely different from the image he had formed in his mind, before suggesting that they should finally eat some meat and ale if it was fancy enough for them. Werner agreed to the meal, while silently wondering what kind of person the adventurer had expected him to be. Once their food was served, Luggins cut straight to the chase by saying that while Mazel had wanted them to meet, he highly doubted they were there just to trade empty pleasantries. He directly asked what important matter had caused them to call him out to the tavern. Werner and Mazel exchanged a quick glance, and Werner began by asking if it was true that mercenaries and adventurers were strictly sworn to secrecy. Luggins confirmed that this was absolutely correct. Werner then revealed the massive secret that rumors indicated the Demon Lord had officially revived. Luggins choked on his drink in shock, warning Werner that such a dangerous topic was not something to joke about, but Werner quietly insisted that he deeply wished it were a mere joke. Luggins demandingly questioned why Werner would choose to share such terrifying news in a common tavern. Werner explained that summoning a prominent adventurer to a noble estate would attract far too much unwanted attention from outside eyes. He reasoned that a noisy public bar was actually the safest place because people would have to lean in and pay incredibly close attention just to overhear their conversation. Luggins admitted that Mazel had been entirely correct about Werner, adding that it was truly difficult to believe that Werner was still just a school student. Werner looked over at Mazel, wondering what kind of things his friend had been telling the adventurer beforehand. Luggins clarified that his remark was a genuine compliment and gave Werner his full attention, asking why he was being trusted with this heavy secret. Werner got straight to the point, explaining that he desperately wanted Luggins to help and protect Mazel. He noted that while the threat had not been confirmed with absolute certainty by the kingdom yet, Mazel would undoubtedly be ordered by the king to defeat the Demon Lord once the truth came to light. Luggins asked Mazel if he was being kept fully informed about these heavy expectations, and Werner chimed in to say that he was willing to do absolutely anything within his power to support them. Luggins acknowledged this deep commitment. Luggins pointed out that Werner was essentially acting as Mazel's personal link to the royal family, which was vital since the country had very limited options to act without clear proof. He noted that because Mazel was still a student who completely lacked real adventure experience, he would gladly step in to accompany the hero and fight right by his side. Mazel eagerly asked Luggins to teach him everything he could from his extensive combat experience, and Luggins readily agreed to turn Mazel into a true warrior, which brought a joyful smile to the hero's face. Werner expressed his deepest possible gratitude to the adventurer, but Luggins told him to keep things simple with a basic thank you and asked what specific tasks they needed him to perform first. Werner responded by pulling out a secret document for them to inspect. As Luggins and Mazel looked closely at the paper, Mazel quietly muttered Werner's name in utter shock as he realized exactly what his friend had created. Mazel looked closely at the rough drawings on the paper and asked what it was supposed to be. Werner thought to himself that he should not be surprised by their confusion, though their lack of knowledge was not a good sign for his own plans. He told both Luggins and Mazel to stop staring at him with such intense curiosity, promising that he would explain everything clearly. After listening to Werner's detailed breakdown, Luggins finally understood the idea of sending out a merchant convoy to gather high-quality equipment. The adventurer agreed that the plan made a lot of sense because there were exceptionally good items available in those specific regions. Werner explained that because he wanted to secure the highest quality items possible, he needed Luggins to carefully choose the right adventurers and mercenaries to serve as guards for the journey. He reasoned that people in Luggins' line of work would be very familiar with these kinds of dangerous escort missions. Luggins readily accepted the task and told him to leave the responsibility entirely to him. Mazel then brought up the issue of funding, asking how they would pay for all these supplies. Werner clarified that the initial cost would be covered by his own family's noble budget, but the kingdom's government would ultimately pay them back for the entire expense. He revealed that he had already obtained his father's permission for this arrangement, noting that having the backing of the Crown Prince's command was incredibly helpful. Furthermore, since the Prime Minister was also fully aware of the Demon Lord's return, their official discussions had gone very smoothly. Mazel questioned how Werner could be so certain that the kingdom would cover the final bill. Werner told him not to worry about it, explaining that once they made a clean, official copy of the map he drew, they would easily get all the funding they needed from the authorities. He jokingly warned them not to go sell the valuable map to anyone else. Luggins playfully addressed Werner with a formal title, remarking that he was a very unusual person. Mazel defended his friend by telling Luggins not to call Werner strange, though he admitted he understood why the adventurer felt that way. Mazel pointed out that he had never met anyone who possessed so much detailed knowledge about the continent and its various settlements, especially since Mazel himself had never even seen a map before, yet Werner was somehow drawing one entirely from scratch. Werner explained that maps were not even available at their school campus, adding that the details he currently understood were still only a tiny fraction of what actually existed in the wider world. Inside his mind, Werner reflected on how maps in this reality were treated as highly classified state secrets for national security reasons, meaning it was completely natural that a commoner like Mazel had never encountered one. However, because his current survival strategies absolutely required a geographical guide, Werner had combined the scattered bits of information he had picked up in his new life with his own memories of the video game's overworld. Through this method, he had successfully created a comprehensive world map highlighting specific towns that contained excellent merchant shops or served as the settings for critical events in the game's story. Mazel remarked that an ordinary school student would never think or plan in such an advanced, strategic way. Luggins chimed in, stating that if anyone asked for his opinion, Werner acted much more like a highly educated scholar than a student. Werner thought to himself that it was perfectly normal for regular people to be completely ignorant about future events like the return of the Demon Lord, noting that most individuals lived perfectly normal lives without knowing what lay ahead, a reality that became very clear to him while he was drawing his map. He also realized that this living world contained many real towns that were never even mentioned in the original game. Even his own family's noble territory had never made an appearance in the game's storyline. Furthermore, the game players were never introduced to local nobles or political authority figures, nor did the game show any massive private estates or mansions belonging to feudal lords. The only time Werner could recall a lord even being mentioned in the game was a single storyline involving a distant town where a powerful demon had secretly stolen a noble's identity and taken his place. Mazel advised Werner that he should make sure to train hard and improve his own physical skills as well. This comment caused Werner to pause and think deeply for a brief moment before a sudden memory struck him. He instructed Mazel to travel directly south until he encountered a river, and then follow that river toward the east. Werner explained that Mazel would eventually spot a dense forest on his left side, and if he ventured deep inside that forest, he would find an ancient shrine that spawned a constant, never-ending wave of dangerous monsters. He suggested that Mazel use that specific location to test his combat strength. Luggins smirked at the highly specific directions and asked what kind of strange thoughts were running through Werner's noble mind. Werner covered up the truth by replying that he simply possessed a deep personal interest in the study of monster behaviors and habitats. He reminded himself that he absolutely could not reveal the real truth, which was that the ancient shrine was a well-known location used for repetitive experience training early in the video game. Luggins remarked to Mazel that Werner was becoming weirder by the minute, a sentiment that Mazel fully agreed with. Luggins admitted that despite the strangeness of the source, he could not deny that the ancient shrine would serve as an excellent training ground for them. Mazel agreed with the suggestion and stated that he and Luggins should go there to practice fighting alongside each other as a team. Werner noted that they should plan this training trip for a time when he did not have regular school classes to attend, and Mazel expressed his sincere appreciation for the arrangement. Deep in his own thoughts, Werner turned his attention back to the abandoned Fort Werisa, reasoning that the official order to rebuild the outpost was likely a major sign that the fort would soon become a crowded center of activity, just as it had been during the events of the game. Because of this, Werner believed they would have enough time to prepare until the restoration of the fort was completely finished. As they finished eating their meal, Luggins announced that it was time for them to leave, and Werner replied that he would follow them outside the tavern. While paying for their food, Werner reflected on the reality that no matter how much he prepared, he would ultimately have no choice but to leave the final battle in the hands of the hero and his companions. He realized that the absolute best he could do for now was to raise his own strength and skills. He thought about how easy it was for players in his past life to mock the non-player characters who blindly trusted the fate of the entire world to a tiny group of heroes. However, living as one of those secondary characters himself, he knew with absolute certainty that he could never truly match Mazel's incredible growth, and trying to fight alongside him would only hold the hero back. Therefore, he resolved to focus entirely on the specific tasks he was actually capable of handling. Mazel agreed with him, and a few minutes later, as they were parting ways, the hero called out to Werner to say that he would see him back at school. Werner acknowledged this and bid him farewell until their next school day. Privately, Werner's thoughts turned to his upcoming schedule, and he worriedly noted that before he could meet with his friend again, he would have to pull off an incredibly risky plan the very next day, a stressful thought that made his stomach physically ache with anxiety. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, the king questioned his son about the ongoing situation regarding Fort Warisa. The crown prince reported that the entire project was moving along very well, explaining that the formal renovations would begin in earnest the moment Marquis Neep arrived at the site. The king then inquired about the secret investigation into the rumored return of the Demon Lord. The crown prince explained that the current evidence was purely based on rumors and circumstances, though he noted there had been a significant amount of suspicious talk coming from lands beyond their borders, specifically from the regions of Salzanak and Triet. The king acknowledged this finding and stated that he expected his son to maintain a highly thorough investigation into the matter, a command that the crown prince understood and accepted completely. The crown prince further explained that the planned reorganization of the kingdom's knighthood was nearly finished, noting that they were incredibly fortunate to have suffered very few casualties during the recent crisis. He added that the official process of evaluating the true military strength of the local volunteer militia was moving forward without encountering any issues, meaning the royal family had absolutely nothing to worry about on that front. The king then changed the subject and asked how the discussions had gone with the young viscount. The crown prince shared that the young noble claimed to have no hidden political agenda whatsoever, insisting that his only goal was to maintain a genuine friendship with the hero. When the king questioned whether his son could truly verify that claim, the crown prince admitted that while he initially suspected the young man had hidden motives, he could deeply sense the honesty behind his spoken words. He also noted that the young man's school instructors had officially reported that his humble personality and general behavior had not changed at all since the monster stampede. Hearing this, the king concluded that they should be able to safely trust the young noble for the time being. The king then inquired about the current status of the hero himself. The crown prince revealed that several prominent noble houses had resorted to rather aggressive and forceful measures to get close to the hero, though he firmly believed that none of these families would cause any serious problems for the throne. The king remarked that it might actually be quite fortunate that the royal family had made their own strategic moves regarding the hero when they did, and he officially left the responsibility of managing those pushy noble families entirely to his son, an assignment the prince respectfully accepted. The crown prince added that young Viscount Zerfeld had actually been providing a massive amount of valuable assistance to the hero on the school campus. The king reasoned that as long as the Zerfeld family had no secret intentions of formally adopting the hero into their own household, the young man would serve as a perfectly adequate middleman between the hero and the royal court. The crown prince agreed with this assessment, though he pointed out that the young man showed a distinct lack of political cunning compared to typical noblemen. The king perceptively noted that his son seemed quite pleased by this rare trait. The crown prince explained that the young man was slightly older than his own son and possessed absolutely no personal ambition, yet he still displayed an impressive natural ability to command others. He stated that he had no complaints whatsoever about the young man's family lineage and believed he would make an excellent candidate to serve as a royal aide in the future. The king agreed that this current situation provided the perfect opportunity to watch the young man closely and determine whether Werner could truly be useful to the kingdom. The crown prince concurred and shared his plan to hold a formal private meeting with Werner the very next day while the hero was away, which would serve as an ideal chance to evaluate his true character once again. The king expressed mild surprise at this quick action, prompting the crown prince to smile and state that he was genuinely looking forward to seeing exactly what kind of proposal Werner would bring before him. This world also operated on a 7-day-week system. Many daily aspects of life were exactly the same as in Werner's previous world, including dealing with livestock and fish, running commerce, working in blacksmithing, hunting, rearing animals, practicing the arts, practicing religion, and celebrating birthdays. Even superstitious practices, such as scheduling weddings only on days considered lucky or auspicious, were strictly followed here. Werner had initially assumed that the specific names given to the days of the week meant the culture held a polytheistic worldview filled with various gods and goddesses, but he discovered that the people actually followed a single, monotheistic belief system. It happened to be Werner's birthday today, which was also an official holiday, but he knew that public holidays did not matter when it came to important affairs of royal interest. During his audience, the crown prince explained that he understood the main points of Werner's proposal and found the ideas very fascinating. The prince requested that Werner forgive him, as he could only add these new weapons to the royal knighthood's official arsenal after personally reviewing and approving the items themselves. Werner assured the prince that this condition was perfectly fine, as his main hope was simply to secure His Highness's royal approval in advance. The crown prince expressed his understanding of Werner's need to obtain official permission and noted how glad he was that Werner had brought this matter to his attention ahead of time. However, the prince questioned whether Werner truly believed he could successfully procure such exceptionally high-quality weaponry, and Werner confirmed that he could, based on the information he had managed to find out. The Crown Prince pointed out that it would be ideal if these weapons could be purchased within their own borders, but he noted that the local ancient kingdom's ruins had already been completely cleared out. Inside his mind, Werner remembered how he had casually followed the game's story starting right from the royal capital, where the majority of available equipment consisted of low-level starting gear. As soon as a player left the capital area, luxury items, rare ingredients, fine fabrics, and high-level armaments became abundant. Since Luggins had also confirmed that high-performing gear could be found in this country, Werner wondered why the distant border towns possessed far better equipment and cheaper prices than the capital. Werner explained to the prince that he had carefully checked over the kingdom's latest official excavation records just to be entirely safe, discovering that almost all the discovered weapons had already been sold off, except for a few items kept for historical research value. Werner reflected on how these powerful, high-level pieces of equipment were actually historical items excavated from ancient ruins, particularly from old tombs dating back to the era of the ancient kingdom. He realized the process was essentially a form of organized grave robbing. According to the old reports, large numbers of armed bodies have been buried together in massive graves during ancient times. While some valuable items were recovered from dangerous dungeons, a massive percentage of similar gear came from these exact historical burial circumstances, with rare items specifically being pulled from the decorative furnishings of the tombs. Because of this lucrative trade, various towns and small villages dedicated to selling excavated goods had popped up rapidly all around the major ruin sites. The ancient armor typically went straight to specialized goldsmiths, while the remaining items were managed by second-hand dealers. Werner admitted to the Crown Prince that he did not possess the exact numerical data regarding these items yet, and the prince acknowledged that this lack of details was to be expected. Werner secretly reasoned that because the Kingdom of Wine already possessed an overwhelmingly powerful military force on the continent, the rulers likely felt no pressing need to pay attention to advanced equipment or specialized magic items. It remained a massive mystery to him why the powerful gear and enchanted objects commonly traded in foreign nations were completely overlooked or unknown within their own country. He wondered if this neglect was a deliberate choice made out of consideration for local merchant guilds, perhaps to prevent a sudden drop in market prices for items pulled from nearby dungeons. Werner then informed the prince that he was currently working on how to properly organize and present a full report on the matter, and the Crown Prince encouraged him to give it a try, earning a respectful thank you from Werner. After Werner finished presenting his full report, the Crown Prince praised his efforts and stated that he fully understood Werner's desire to set up an emergency beacon system to warn the kingdom in the event of a sudden demon attack. The prince promised to pass all of this valuable information along to Marquis Neep, which Werner noted would be incredibly helpful. The Crown Prince added that Fort Warisa was located a relatively short distance away, meaning that if an enemy attack actually occurred, the kingdom would gain a massive defensive advantage by knowing about the danger immediately, even if the assault happened in the dead of night. The prince then asked if Werner had any other matters to discuss, and Werner confirmed that this was everything. The Crown Prince instructed Werner to notify him immediately the moment any new situations arose, and Werner respectfully gave his word to do so. Werner thought to himself that he would see himself out of the palace. As he departed, the Crown Prince turned to his attendants and asked for their honest thoughts regarding the young noble. The first attendant remarked that Werner was remarkably well composed and put together for someone so young, noting that his research methods were highly efficient, methodical, and free of unnecessary waste. The second attendant added that while everything would ultimately depend on the final results of his ideas, it was a real shame that such a capable young man was merely the son of a count. The Crown Prince closed his eyes tightly before stating that the fact that historic excavated items were being carted completely outside their national borders was a serious problem. This was assuming, of course, that the rare items Viscount Zerfeld had read about actually existed in those places. The prince decided it was best to take swift action, ordering his attendants to immediately prepare defensive countermeasures for any newly discovered ruins within their territory and to launch thorough investigations into all excavation personnel. The attendants respectfully accepted his commands. Meanwhile, Werner entered a local tavern, where a man with wavy hair immediately greeted him, expressing that it was good to see him, Viscount Zerfeld. The man gestured toward a private room and politely invited Werner to step right inside. Inside his mind, Werner could hardly believe that the man had recognized his identity before he could even introduce himself, and he was surprised that the man already knew all about his brand new noble title. He realized this impressive awareness was exactly what one should expect from the famous Bierstedt Trading Company, since they were not managed by a prominent figure in the capital's commercial guild for nothing. The wavy-haired man rang a small bell and asked Werner to wait there for just a brief moment, explaining that the company head, Bierstedt, would join him shortly. Werner sat down and carefully observed the room. He thought about how he had asked for a massive favor by acquiring all that fragrant oil recently. But since he had paid the full asking price without hesitation, the company must have made a very tidy profit from the transaction. He felt incredibly lucky that the kingdom's government had provided the necessary funds for it. Werner reminded himself to remain highly watchful when dealing with such experienced and cunning merchants. However, compared to his recent encounters with royal figures who could have easily ordered his execution and sent his head rolling if he made a single mistake, dealing with a businessman felt like an absolute breeze. A man soon entered the private room and offered Werner a polite apology for making him wait. He introduced himself as Bierstedt, the official representative of the Bierstedt Trading Company. Werner assured him that the wait was not a problem at all, acknowledging that he was the one who had suddenly shown up without any prior notice. Bierstedt expressed his gratitude for those kind words, admitting that he could scarcely believe his ears when he was told that the young Viscount had come to visit his establishment in person. Werner thanked the merchant for their successful business transaction the other day. Bierstedt then mentioned that he had heard all about Werner's heroic exploits during the recent monster stampede, praising his brave actions as highly commendable. Werner thanked him and expressed his appreciation for how quickly Bierstedt had accommodated his sudden, massive order. He then explained that the reason for his visit was to formally request the setup and procurement of a specialized merchant convoy. Werner made it clear that he would personally hire and pay for the necessary guards to protect the journey. Werner noticed a sharp, assessing glare in Bierstedt's eyes, and inside his mind, he could not blame the merchant for being deeply suspicious. He knew that even though he held the title of a Viscount, this massive and complex trade deal was definitely not the type of project a regular student would normally propose. Werner slid a set of documents across the table toward the merchant, explaining that the papers contained a precise list of the specific towns he intended to send the convoy to, along with the exact items he planned to purchase. Separately, he requested that the company verify the current inventory levels in each of those designated towns. Bierstedt asked for permission to examine the documents, which Werner granted. The merchant studied the paperwork intensely, remarking that the requested items were quite rare, yet completely authentic. Inside his head, Werner felt certain that just looking over this highly detailed information was already sparking a brand new business idea in the merchant's mind. Werner pointed out to Bierstedt that while it had become common knowledge by now, the recent monster stampede was completely unlike anything the kingdom had ever experienced before. Bierstedt firmly agreed with that statement. Werner explained that the rampaging demons had caused absolute havoc, and there was no guarantee that a second or even a third wave of attacks would not strike them in the near future. Inside his mind, Werner knew that a powerful network of information existed among the merchants who frequently visited the royal palace, and the authorities were not forcing them to keep quiet about the monsters. It was entirely natural for Bierstedt to know these facts, and the merchant might even have started hearing quiet whispers regarding the rebirth of the demon lord, even if he could not openly say so. Werner further explained to Bierstedt that his recent actions during the crisis had left people with a strong impression that he was a rising military figure. Because of this new reputation, he wanted to assemble high-quality equipment for himself, a motivation he trusted the merchant could easily understand. Bierstedt readily agreed, noting that he had indeed heard that Viscount Zerfeld was ranked second in order of merit for his exceptional service. Werner realized it was completely natural for the royal family to hold such high expectations for him, and he offered his sincere thanks to the merchant. Bierstedt looked at him closely and pointed out that this particular project was by no means a small-scale endeavor, meaning the final price would be quite high to match the effort. Werner acknowledged the cost and requested that the merchant deliver exactly 8 high-quality weapons and 8 full sets of armor from the provided list directly to his father's household estate, promising that Bierstedt would be fully compensated for everything. Inside his own mind, Werner admitted that he truly wished he could fully equip the palace's main soldiers, but given his current financial limitations, completely arming even his own family's household was going to be an impossible task. His strategy was to first introduce the kingdom's higher-ups to the existence of this superior, high-level equipment so that they would choose to buy it themselves using the royal treasury at a later date. Bierstedt then inquired about what would happen if he managed to procure a much larger quantity of these rare goods than Werner had requested. Werner replied that he had absolutely no objections to that, as long as his own agreed-upon amount was successfully delivered to his household, leaving the merchant perfectly free to buy and sell any extra items at his own leisure. Werner reasoned that having a major trading company sell this advanced equipment directly within the capital would make the gear widely known to the public, creating a helpful knock-on effect that would ultimately strengthen the capital city's overall defenses. While ordinary noblemen were usually obsessed with monopolizing such rare goods to increase their personal profits, Werner knew that if he were the only one making money while the entire country was wiped out by monsters, his wealth would be completely pointless. Bierstedt looked over the list again and mentioned the names Halbach and Salzen, admitting that he had never heard of these particular towns before. Werner explained that they were located in the foreign regions of Triet and Doritsdam, respectively, promising that he would prepare a map for the journey and noting that he had already secured official border crossing permits from the Crown Prince himself. Bierstedt looked intently at Werner and asked if it would be possible to obtain a copy of that map for his own personal use. As Werner felt the merchant's heavy stare, he thought to himself that if a cunning businessman was this interested, the map itself might be valuable enough to secretly commission and pay for. He wondered if Bierstedt was simply too foolish to realize that owning an accurate map could get a person executed for treason, or if the merchant had a completely different hidden plan in mind. Werner decided to tell him that one of his own trusted people would act as a personal navigator for the convoy, figuring that once the traders traveled the path a single time, they would not need to be shown the way ever again. Bierstedt agreed that a single trip would likely be enough for his men, but he voiced a lingering concern regarding whether they would actually find any equipment that truly met Werner's incredibly high standards. Werner cut him off mid-sentence to say that he completely understood the doubt. Privately, Werner acknowledged that he possessed no concrete evidence that the powerful weapons and rare items from his game memories actually existed in this physical world. However, he reasoned that since the monsters in those distant borders were much stronger than the ones around the capital, the small villages and towns out there could only survive by protecting themselves with high-level gear and specialized magical barrier items. Werner assured Bierstedt that even if the convoy failed to locate the designated goods, Werner himself would still fully cover all the accumulated travel expenses, meaning the merchant did not need to worry about losing money on the venture. Bierstedt expressed his deep appreciation for such a reassuring guarantee. Werner reflected on how the demon army's invasion would only continue to progress as time went on, leaving them with a very brief window of time to travel safely across the lands. Once that safe period ended, it would become completely impossible to acquire these vital items, and any future investigations would become significantly harder to conduct. He wanted to make sure he laid down some proper groundwork before that terrible time arrived. He also considered the possibility that a sudden rush on the inventory might occur, which could cause the local defenses in those border regions to become dangerously lax as each neighboring country scrambled to create its own defensive countermeasures. Ultimately, the total number of advanced equipment pieces and magical items remained completely unknown, much like the exact size of the demon forces, and Werner already had his hands entirely full trying to protect his own country. He knew this chaotic timeline also heavily impacted the defense strategy he was designing for Fort Werisa, meaning he absolutely had to establish a strict order of priorities. Werner directed his carriage driver to take him straight to the local adventurers guild. As the vehicle rolled away, he reminded himself that if he started becoming too greedy or overestimating his own personal abilities, he would only end up causing severe harm to both himself and the people around him. A few hours later, Werner arrived at his destination, where a polite lady welcomed him to the Adventurers Guild and asked how she could assist him with his business today. Werner blinked rather shyly and explained that he was looking to hire some skilled people for a task. The lady realized he wanted to post a formal quest and politely invited him to follow her right this way. As Werner walked behind her, he looked at her gentle appearance and couldn't help but wonder if such a pretty young woman could truly manage to keep order against a massive crowd of rough, rowdy adventurers. Werner wondered if the guild lady was simply so beautiful that none of the rough customers dared to bother her. As he walked deeper into the private room, the surrounding noise quickly faded away, making him realize that the walls were exceptionally soundproof. A man inside recognized him as Viscount Zerfeld and asked what had brought him to the guild. Werner explained that he wanted to submit a formal request for a large-scale scout investigation. He needed skilled individuals to track how often monsters were appearing and to provide necessary security at several specified locations. Because there were so many different sites to cover, Werner knew it would be impossible to investigate them all at once, but he estimated that they would need about 20 scouts in total to get the job done. The man remarked that 20 was quite a large number of personnel to request. Werner explained that he had already organized the specific goals of the investigation by their order of importance, and he wanted the workers to be assigned based on their personal preferences and unique skills. The man inquired whether the scouts would have the right to turn down the mission after listening to the specific details, and Werner confirmed that they absolutely could, adding that he would also provide extra hazard pay wherever it was necessary. The man pointed out that handling the request this way meant they would not be able to publicly post a fixed reward on the guild board. Werner reassured him that the minimum payment would be continuously adjusted based on how difficult each section of the investigation turned out to be. He also promised that the guild itself would receive its standard payment along with an extra financial incentive, which brought a wide smile to the man's face. With those financial details settled, the two men sat down and thoroughly discussed the specific locations. After a significant amount of time had passed, Werner finally stepped outside the Adventurers Guild, thinking about how the meeting had taken forever because of the massive amount of details they had to review. Because his list included several foreign place names, the guild officials had briefly suspected him of secretly preparing for an international war, but he quickly cleared up the misunderstanding. He knew that the guild always tried to stay as far away from political conflict as possible. Despite the long conversation, Werner felt glad that his arrangements were completely finished. He knew that once the scouts returned from their journeys, they would share their accurate findings about monster appearance rates with the guild, which would ultimately help save lives and reduce casualties. A short while later, Werner walked into the nearby Mercenaries Guild, where a worker welcomed him and asked how he could help. Werner stated that he wanted to hire a group of combat guards to protect some traveling merchants, and the worker politely invited him to come inside. Werner noted to himself that both the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenaries Guild were located inside the exact same building, even though it was often quite difficult for regular people to explain the exact difference between the two professions. He reasoned that adventurers mostly focused on exploring dangerous dungeons, usually worked in very small groups, and acted as flexible, multi-skilled individuals who preferred short-term tasks. On the other hand, mercenaries were specifically hired for situations where heavy fighting was fully expected, regardless of whether they were fighting monsters or human enemies. Mercenaries also tended to form large, highly organized groups and were perfectly willing to accept long-term guard assignments. While adventurers gave the impression of preferring independent, solitary action, both groups frequently received similar types of work, so housing both guilds in the same building made the entire hiring process incredibly fast and efficient. Werner looked around the room and found it fascinating that, despite being located right next door to each other, the two guilds had completely different atmospheres. A highly muscular man approached Werner to ask about the guard request, and Werner carefully explained all the details of the upcoming journey. After listening to the explanation, the muscular man nodded and noted that the travel plans made for an incredibly massive project. He estimated that when counting the necessary alternating shifts to keep the merchants safe around the clock, Werner would need to hire roughly 150 mercenaries in total. Werner agreed with the estimate and assured the man that he fully intended to pay a highly appropriate amount of compensation for their hard work, which the muscular man appreciated deeply. Werner reflected on how these guilds maintained a highly beneficial relationship with their members. He knew the organizations used their funds to hold joint funerals for lonely members who had no living relatives, provide financial support for injured workers who could no longer earn a living, and offer safety and care to the families of comrades who died during dangerous missions. Furthermore, maintaining the large guild buildings, paying the regular staff members, and dealing with rowdy individuals who caused physical damage required a massive amount of money. Werner understood that the primary source of the guild's income came from the profits they made by selling valuable monster parts collected by the fighters, as well as the intermediary fees they charged for managing large requests exactly like the one he had just submitted. Werner knew that even if he wanted to save his money, being stingy would not get him anywhere in his current situation. The muscular man from the guild asked him how he would like the men to be chosen for the guard duty. Werner explained that he had already entrusted Lugan's Laser and Oliver Goke with the responsibility of selecting the best candidates. The muscular man was not surprised at all to hear those two names, which felt like a quiet compliment to Werner. This reaction made Werner wonder if the individuals who were destined to join the hero's main party were already widely known and respected among their fellow fighters. With this final detail sorted out, the guild's official preparations were put on hold until everything else was completely ready. Just as Werner was considering his next move, a sudden voice beside him asked if he was offering some kind of work. The stranger introduced himself as Feli and asked if Werner would let him in on the job opportunity. Werner was incredibly surprised by this encounter, reflecting on how he had recently run into Laura and was now meeting yet another crucial person from the game. He turned to the waiter and ordered 2 glasses of juice, while also asking Feli if he wanted some nuts or other snacks to go with the drinks. Feli enthusiastically requested both nuts and dried fruits, leading Werner to order a portion of each. As Feli sat down right next to him, he praised Werner for being exceptionally generous. Werner silently reflected on the boy's identity, recognizing him as Felix Ernert, the exceptionally talented scout who would eventually join the hero's party. Even though Feli was only 14 years old in the game world, his physical and scouting skills were absolutely top-notch, to the point where certain dangerous dungeons could not be completed without him. Werner noted that while the boy had a very cute appearance, he was definitely a male. Werner remarked to Feli that he was quite impressed that the boy had managed to recognize him so easily. Feli explained that there was not a single adventurer in the capital city who did not know who Werner was, adding that Werner's distinctive, long, braided tail of hair made him incredibly easy to pinpoint in a crowd. Werner admitted that he had been growing it for about 10 years now, and when Feli mentioned that it must be difficult to keep clean, Werner agreed that it could occasionally be a real bother. Feli curiously questioned what a high-ranking viscount like Werner was doing in a rough place like the guild building. Werner replied that he was simply doing some shopping to buy up necessary supplies from various towns. Feli jokingly described this as scooping up everything or panic buying, but Werner quickly corrected him, stating that those descriptions were entirely wrong. Werner observed Feli's friendly behavior, realizing that whether the boy was naturally approachable or not, he was always incredibly skilled at getting close to people. He remembered that this talent also made Feli excellent at picking people's pockets, though Werner figured his own purse was safe for now, since Feli would likely be kicked out of the guild if he tried to steal anything inside the building. When Werner asked Feli what his true goal was, Feli admitted that he did not have a specific agenda, and was simply looking for something interesting to do. Werner found the boy to be straightforward yet tricky, recalling that he had struggled to manage similar subordinates in his past life. Werner then offered him a troublesome yet highly thrilling assignment, which immediately caused Feli to grin with genuine interest. Werner was pleased to have caught the scout's attention, knowing how valuable a pawn Feli could be for the hero's future group. He weighed two distinct options for utilizing his skills, which were either to have Feli stay in the capital city to help gather detailed secret intelligence, or to have him accompany the traveling merchant convoy to get a proper lay of the land and the surrounding towns. Werner ultimately decided on the second option, because if the merchant convoy managed to locate rare consumable items like skywalk boots, those tools would prove to be incredibly useful for Feli after he officially joined the hero's party. Werner explained the proposal to Feli, asking him to accompany the merchant convoy and pointing out that the recent monster stampede had likely disrupted the status quo enough to change things in the outer towns. Feli thought about the offer and noted that the journey would take a significant amount of time and sounded quite tough. To sweeten the deal, Werner promised that Feli would get to eat plenty of delicious food in the different towns, explaining that on top of his regular daily allowance, Werner would provide a specific budget just for snacks and meals. Feli smiled at the highly appealing and tasty proposition. Inside his own mind, Werner reasoned that the intelligence collection he was managing on his own end would eventually succeed as long as he dedicated enough time and energy to it. However, properly preparing and optimizing the future strength of Mazel and his close friends would create a massive positive effect on the entire world. When viewing the situation as a necessary investment for that great purpose, Werner considered these high expenses to be a mere drop in the bucket. He silently watched Feli weigh the proposal in his mind, continuing to analyze the boy's behavior. Werner knew Feli was a vital key to everything, but the visible hesitation showed that something personal was deeply bothering him. Even though Werner sensed the boy's genuine interest, he chose not to push too hard, simply repeating that a gathering would take place at his house on the next hunting day and that Feli was completely free to attend if he wished. Werner then placed a heavy pouch filled with coins directly in front of Feli, explaining that the money was meant to cover his initial travel fare. Feli questioned whether the amount was a bit too much for a simple advance, but Werner insisted that it was merely a clear demonstration of his good faith. He told the scout that the money belonged to him regardless of whether he ultimately chose to accept the dangerous quest or turn it down, adding that Feli could freely spend it on his own food or give it away to others without Werner ever uttering a single complaint. Feli stared back at him with a sharp glare. Werner was well aware of Feli's personal backstory, knowing that the boy had grown up in a local orphanage and was precisely the type of reliable person who would get along beautifully with Mazel and the rest of the hero's party. Because of this upbringing, Feli was absolutely not the kind of cold-hearted person who would just walk away on a long journey without looking out for the welfare of his child at home. Werner finally stood up from his seat and suggested that it was time for them to get moving. Feli stuttered slightly as he agreed with the statement. The young scout stared intently at the valuable pouch of coins for a brief moment before finally picking it up, rushing quickly to catch up with Werner's steps and loudly shouting out his sincere thanks. Werner simply waved a quiet goodbye as he walked away, but inside his mind, he reflected on the situation. He acknowledged that it was still a significant gamble whether Feli would choose to completely trust a noble like him, but he ultimately held a very good and confident feeling about the outcome. The entire city was filled with an overwhelming amount of noise and confusion as people prepared for the upcoming journey. Somewhere in the crowded streets, an angry man shouted to his companions, demanding to know the whereabouts of Jozak and questioning if the man was suffering from yet another hangover. Completely fed up with the delay, the man declared that they were going to leave Jozak behind without hesitation. Nearby, a young child called out to her mother, frantically pointing out that she had accidentally forgotten to pack one of their belongings. Amidst the rush, another traveler loudly complained about the local bathhouse being closed for the day, expressing his deep frustration at the situation. His companion quickly snapped back at him, telling him to stop complaining about such trivial matters and arguing that he could simply wash himself once they reached their destination. The first man fiercely defended his complaint, arguing that cleansing his body was not a minor issue at all, as he always made it a strict personal rule to purify himself before embarking on any long expedition. Farther down the road, an anxious man expressed his deep unease to an elder, questioning what they would do if dangerous monsters suddenly ambushed them along the path. The old man tried to reassure him, explaining that Marquis Neep was highly renowned throughout the land for his exceptional martial prowess, and noting that his personal retainers included elite knights, which meant their safety would be well assured. Suddenly, a squad of royal soldiers marched into the area to clear a path, loudly commanding the crowd to step aside. Riding high upon his horse, Marquis Neep shouted out to the gathering travelers, strictly ordering all tradesmen to move themselves to the very back of the line. Listening to the immense commotion from a distance, Werner sighed to himself, reflecting on what a massive ruckus the departure was causing. Standing beside him, a man with distinct wavy hair explained that Marquis Neep had finally completed his official greetings at the royal castle and was now actively departing for Fort Werisa. Werner acknowledged the information, though his mind quickly drifted into deep thought. He reflected on the fact that it had already been a few days since Marquis Neep first arrived at the capital city. Werner knew all too well that dealing with high nobility was an incredibly slow and complicated matter, making it nearly impossible for officials to get straight to work without first performing mandatory formal greetings and navigating court politics. Werner had initially worried that his own past actions in changing the original storyline might result in the fortress renovation project being cancelled entirely. However, seeing the Marquis officially depart to begin the construction brought a wave of relief over him, confirming that the critical event was still taking place. He began to wonder if there was an unseen force at work that was actively keeping the core history of the world on its proper track. He questioned the true scope of this mysterious power and what it was truly capable of influencing. He remembered that during the terrifying demon stampede, multiple search parties had been deployed across the region, yet the demons had coincidentally targeted the exact path where Mazel was stationed. To Werner, that bizarre coincidence was a clear example of the world's original story, forcing events to happen just as they were meant to. If that hidden rule was truly governing their reality, Werner began to worry deeply about the future. He anxiously wondered if the Crown Prince and the other prominent individuals who were destined to die in the game's original plot would still meet a tragic fate somewhere down the line. Staring blankly into the distance, Werner realized that if the story insisted on killing them off to correct the timeline, they were all in massive trouble. He tried to comfort himself by reasoning that the powerful Order of Knights would now be present to guard the royals. Under normal circumstances, members of the royal family were completely untouchable, so he wanted to believe they would remain perfectly safe. Furthermore, the very fact that Werner was still alive and serving as the direct catalyst for these historical changes suggested that the universe deemed his minor modifications to be acceptable. However, a deeply unsettling realization struck him. Before the demon stampede took place, Werner possessed absolutely no memories or knowledge regarding His Highness the Crown Prince or the prince's young son. There undoubtedly should have been numerous occasions where Werner would have at least heard their names mentioned before he finally recalled his previous life. Werner questioned what this strange gap in his knowledge could possibly mean. He realized that while he held clear memories prior to becoming personally acquainted with the second princess and the king, no matter how hard he tried to strain his mind, he could not remember a single detail about the first princess. He wondered if gaining an opportunity to meet her in person might finally fix the strange block in his mind, where some mysterious power was actively altering information regarding the royal family itself. Even Marquis Neep should have been a highly familiar name to Werner based on his gaming knowledge. Yet when he heard it, it felt as though he was encountering the name for the very first time. The terrifying fact that he was completely blind to any information that had not explicitly appeared in the original game made him realize there was a strong chance his very memories were being actively manipulated and rewritten by the game's lore. Werner was suddenly broken out of his deep thoughts when Bierstedt walked into the room. Despite the distracting hustle and bustle of the surrounding office, Werner resolved that he must absolutely not ignore this lingering sense of deep discomfort. He knew he had no other choice but to keep moving forward. After finishing his formal discussion with Bierstedt, Werner spent the rest of the afternoon carefully preparing his documents and readying the necessary supplies for their upcoming task. Once all of his personal preparations were fully complete, Werner gathered Mazel and the rest of the chosen representatives into the meeting hall. He welcomed everyone to the official briefing regarding the merchant convoy, expressing his sincere gratitude to all of them for gathering together on such short notice. He formally introduced himself as Werner von Zerfeld, announcing that he would be the primary official overseeing the entirety of the massive endeavor. Frentzen then stood up to initiate the team introductions, politely stating that he served as the assistant butler for the prestigious Zerfeld family. Mazel spoke up next, introducing himself as Mazel Harding and humbly mentioning that he had recently received kind praise from His Majesty the King for his combat efforts during the Demon Stampede. He explained that he was participating in this specific expedition so that he could acquire high-quality weaponry to better prepare himself for the ongoing demonic threat. Finally, Lugan spoke up in a very cool and distant tone, simply stating his name as Lugans Laser and identifying himself as a professional adventurer. Lugans added that he was present at the meeting to lay down the necessary groundwork and finalize the traveling arrangements for the journey. Gok introduced himself next as Oliver Gok, a professional mercenary, announcing that he would be taking full charge of the merchant convoy security detail. The man with the wavy hair stated that his name was Avant and noted that he was representing the Bierstedt Trading Company. Finally, Feli introduced himself as Felix, though he requested that everyone simply call him Feli, explaining that he would be tagging along with the convoy for the duration of the trip. Werner addressed the room, explaining that as a noble, he would ordinarily begin a meeting like this with a long series of polite pleasantries. However, because time was definitely not on their side, he proposed that they all agree to completely drop the usual formalities. Frentzen thought about this for a moment before asking if that rule extended to his own behavior as a servant. Werner replied that it naturally applied to him as well, though he added that if dropping the protocol made Frentzen feel too uncomfortable, he would understand. He reassured the butler that it was only for this specific, casual setting, so he asked him to overlook the usual improprieties just this once. Frentzen quietly gave his understanding. Werner then declared that they should get straight into the core matters, asking Lugans to explain the current security situation surrounding the capital city. Lugans explained to the group that, in short, things were becoming very strange. He revealed that just last week, he had traveled to an old shrine alongside Mazel, but the monsters emerging from the ruins were clearly different from the usual creatures they encountered. Mazel chimed in, admitting that he had initially assumed the beasts were just lonely stragglers left behind from the recent stampede, but it now looked like that was not the case at all. Avant stated that this information perfectly matched the rumors he had been hearing, noting that several merchants had reported sightings of completely never-before-seen monsters lurking near the capital's borders. Werner told the group it seemed they were going to have a much worse situation on their hands than they had originally imagined, meaning the merchant convoy could be in quite a bit of peril. He directly asked the room if everyone was truly okay with facing that level of danger. Internally, Werner reflected that, truth be told, he had fully expected these complications, but he knew the journey might prove very tough for ordinary merchants who were completely unused to active combat. For the time being, Werner just wanted to make doubly sure of the exact threats he was dealing with. Gok spoke up, confidently stating that this exact danger was the reason he was hired, promising that he would be much more vigilant than usual to ensure all the trading goods were safely protected. Werner looked at the mercenary, thinking to himself that he seriously wanted to address him as Sir Gok, but his own high noble rank strictly forbade him from using such titles with a commoner. Gok had only accepted the request to lead the security detail because of Werner's impressive leadership during the stampede, but Werner knew the mercenary himself had been extraordinary during that battle. Gok's exceptional leadership qualities back then made him more than qualified to serve as the convoy security chief now. Feli spoke up next, asserting that he did not mind the looming danger either, reasoning that they simply needed to keep a sharp ear and eye out at all times along the road. Werner warned him that it would be a truly difficult task, but Feli casually dismissed the concern, saying it was no problem at all. In his mind, Werner admitted he had not even been sure Feli would show up today, and he had no clue why the young man was so incredibly determined to participate in this mission. Mazel leaned in close to Werner, quietly whispering to ask if he was absolutely sure they could trust that specific guy. Werner softly replied that he could fully vouch for Feli's unique talents, prompting Mazel to nod and say he would take his friend's word for it. Werner found himself surprised by how easily Mazel accepted the answer, wondering if he would truly believe him just like that. Clearing his throat, Werner turned to Feli and remarked that he could tell he was really enthusiastic about the job, adding that his high spirits were a huge help to the team. Feli glanced back at him and explained that on the very day he had first approached Werner, a young child at the local orphanage had fallen dangerously ill. Because neither the orphanage nor Feli possessed the money to have the child examined by a professional doctor, let alone afford any kind of real medicine, he had been desperately searching the city for some quick, gainful employment. Werner internally noted that this explanation finally made sense, realizing why Feli had initially seemed so uninterested in securing a long-term position. Feli continued his story, explaining that since receiving that generous money from Werner, he had been able to hire a proper doctor and purchase the life-saving medicine the kid needed. He looked directly at Werner and stated that he deeply owed him one, explaining that this debt was the sole reason he was doing this for the Viscount. Werner paused before responding, telling Feli that he understood and felt deeply heartened by such a sincere show of gratitude. However, Werner made sure to clarify that he had not given him the money in the hopes of putting him in his debt, and he politely requested that Feli stop addressing him by his formal title. Feli completely ignored the request. Werner asked himself if this intense loyalty was yet another strange influence of the game's hidden mechanics. He knew he had made a good impression on the youth, but he had not realized the sheer extent of his influence until now. Currently, his biggest worry lay elsewhere, but Avant quickly broke the silence by stating that he did not have a single problem with the danger either. Werner looked at the trader, asking if he was absolutely certain about that. Avant enthusiastically replied that he was, explaining that the more dangerous a trading locale was, the higher the price he could demand for his valuable wares. Werner mused to himself that Avant seemed to be the most pumped up and excited person in the entire room, wondering if this hardened attitude was simply what happened to people who conducted business in a fantasy world crawling with vicious demons. He concluded that merchants in this realm were incredibly tough individuals. Werner then announced that they should finally dig into the specific travel details of the route. He carefully placed a set of detailed maps and papers in front of the gathering, explaining that he had already sent out skilled scouts ahead of time to inspect the various towns and villages situated near the main bridges. As the documents were laid out on the table, Lugant's eyes suddenly widened in surprise as he noticed a specific detail on the map. Lugant recognized a specific name on the map, prompting him to ask Werner if the names listed on the document were the individuals currently in charge of the various locations. Werner confirmed that they were, adding that he had assumed Lugant was already fully briefed on these details. He then asked if there was an actual problem with the list. Internally, Lugant felt a wave of concern, remembering that he had explicitly told Anna and Rick not to sign up for this dangerous assignment. However, he quickly masked his worry and told Werner that everything was fine. Right beside him, Gok let out a quiet chuckle. Werner looked at Lugant and emphasized that right now was the best time to bring up any issues while they still had the opportunity to change the plans. Lugant insisted once more that it was perfectly fine and that no problems existed. Werner looked a bit surprised, but simply accepted the response. Werner then explained that the advanced scouts would be verifying the exact distribution of monsters along the path, locating safe places where the convoy could find lodging, and checking all other manners of conditions on the road. He assured the group that once they received these detailed reports, they would be completely free to alter the travel route at their own discretion if the path was deemed too dangerous. Gok then asked who would hold the ultimate decision-making authority regarding any route changes. Werner replied that he had originally planned to leave that responsibility to Frentzen, but he decided he would give Gok the final say for this specific mission. Frentzen chimed in, stating that his primary job was simply to support all of them to the absolute best of his personal abilities. He admitted that he was an absolute novice when it came to dealing with monsters and dangerous journeys. The butler bowed politely to the room, asking them to lend him their aid and forgive his unavoidable inadequacies. Werner summarized that, basically, Frentzen was completely comfortable with this arrangement, and he joked that if worse came to worst, he would even put the authority in writing so everyone could rest easy. Noticing that Avant was intensely studying the map, Werner gently took the paper back and stated that if there were no further questions, they would move immediately to the next matter. Werner announced that the entire deployment of the merchant convoy would be prepared under the strict assumption that the monster attacks would be far more ferocious than anything they had experienced before. In his mind, Werner reflected that this situation would be so much easier to explain to everyone if he could just openly shout that the Demon Lord had returned. He wondered briefly if anyone had accidentally overheard his private conversation at the bar the other day. Werner reminded the group that, as they were likely already aware, the nation had officially begun the restoration of Fort Warisa as a defensive countermeasure. He boldly stated that, if they asked for his personal opinion, the government's current plan was an act of sheer folly. Feli looked confused and asked what the word folly actually meant. Avant explained it simply, telling Feli that Werner was trying to say the kingdom was making a bad choice that would put them at a severe disadvantage. Werner continued his explanation, pointing out that the government's official plan relied on everyone escaping to the fortress if the demons ever successfully captured the capital city. However, he argued that it would take half a day of rush traveling just to reach the location, and there was absolutely no guarantee that the fortress would even be safe when they arrived. Werner explained that if he were a demon commander himself, he would purposefully seize the fortress just before the humans finished the repairs, turning the stronghold into his own military foothold. He warned that the demons might very well have the exact same idea. Gok noted that if there were demons out there with the actual brains and cleverness to cook up a complex strategy like that, the human forces would be in deep trouble. Lugans asked flatly if that meant they were completely screwed. Gok replied that Werner was definitely onto something smart. noting that capturing a distant fortress would be much easier for a monster army than taking the fortified capital city itself. Feli then turned to Werner and asked what his big brother was planning to do about it. Werner internally questioned who exactly Feli was calling Big Bro, but he kept his composure. He explained to the group that the only thing he could personally do was offer his best advice to the country's leaders, which he was already actively doing. However, he admitted he had no way of knowing how seriously the field commander would take his warnings, especially when failing to account for unforeseen variables. In a worst-case scenario, Werner wanted their specific plan of action to be thoroughly understood by every single person in the room. He stated that if the merchant convoy received word that the capital was under attack or had been captured, they must not rush back to the city. He instructed them that once their delivery mission was fully accomplished, they should simply focus on returning home safely to the best of their ability. Gok asked for the reasoning behind this rule. Werner explained that he was deeply concerned that their newly delivered weapons would simply be confiscated by panicked authorities under the pretext of trying to recapture Fort Warisa. Mazel started to ask a question, but Werner continued, explaining that if the confiscated weapons could easily keep the fortress in human hands, he would not mind. However, he was certain the demons would not launch an attack without a thorough plan. Furthermore, he warned that seizing the fortress might only be the very first step for the enemy forces. Mazel realized the grand strategy, noting that the chances were highly likely the demons would attack the capital city next. Werner confirmed that once the monsters held the fortress, a direct march on the capital was an absolute inevitability. He added that the human army would actually have much greater success fighting the demons out in the open field rather than trapping themselves within the walls of the fortress. Mazel nodded, admitting that the logic made perfect sense. In his mind, Werner's sole private concern was ensuring that the legendary hero Mazel would be the one handling the eventual retaking of the fortress. He knew that should the stronghold fall, the official return of the Demon Lord would instantly become public knowledge across the land. Werner vividly imagined the boastful demons shouting about their master's return as they barged through the fortress halls. That was precisely why he needed Mazel to be in the perfect position to shine and save the day at that exact crucial moment. The highest leaders of the nation were, to put it gently, very cold and practical people who still only half believed the dramatic rumors concerning the prophecy of the hero and the return of the Demon Lord. Werner realized that he desperately needed the regular citizens of the kingdom, including the influential merchants in the room, to fully recognize and value the hero's immense usefulness. He explained that this was the exact reason he wanted their high-quality weapons to be perfectly prepared and ready in time for a much more hopeful military operation in the future. Avant nodded in complete agreement with this logic. Werner then turned to Mazel and Lugan's, instructing both of them to stay exactly where they were and focus entirely on polishing their combat skills until the true moment to strike finally arrived. Lugan's agreed, stating that he was perfectly fine with the plan and promised to completely cut loose when the right time came. Mazel nodded, stating that he understood the main point of the strategy. However, out of a deep concern for the people, Mazel questioned why they should limit the defensive backup to just the two of them with their current equipment if their main goal was to prevent the total occupation of the fortress. Werner internally noted that he had fully expected Mazel to raise this objection, as it was a very noble, hero-like consideration. Addressing the question, Werner asked them if they would mind holding back their strength for now, explaining that the noble currently responsible for the fortress's restoration came from a very strict military background. In his own mind, Werner reflected on the reality of the situation, knowing that at this specific point in time, Mazel was still legally a commoner and a mere student who simply possessed unusual but noteworthy fighting skills. Werner knew that even if he managed to convince Marquis Neep to place Mazel under his direct command, the young hero's movements would surely be heavily restricted by military protocols. If things went well for the Marquis, there was a very high chance the noble would invent some convenient excuse to permanently bring the legendary hero under his personal wing. Werner explained to the group that if such a scenario occurred, he highly doubted they would be allowed to freely showcase Mazel's true combat abilities. He argued that even if Mazel received sudden news of a monster attack and rushed to the scene, intervening without explicit permission in a military zone commanded by a high noble could potentially cause massive political issues. At worst, because Mazel was only a commoner, there was a terrible chance he would simply be used by the nobility and then carelessly discarded. Werner felt genuinely bad for the innocent men serving under Marquis Neep. Internally, he knew the harsh truth. For the grand timeline to work, he actually needed the fortress to fall to the enemy. While he deeply wished to do whatever he could to protect the laborers and the knights currently on security duty, the fortress ultimately had to be captured by the demons. Werner looked at the group and clarified that all of his warnings were naturally just guesswork, noting that the fortress might successfully hold its ground or there might not even be an attack at all. Alternatively, he mentioned the possibility that the fortress might fall regardless of whatever human strategies they attempted to deploy. Therefore, he argued that the absolute best course of action for them right now was to completely avoid making any unnecessary moves and instead concentrate all their energy on building up their core strengths for unforeseen circumstances. Mazel accepted the explanation, agreeing with the logic. Werner added that if a real attack did happen, it was highly improbable that the human forces would escape with zero casualties. However, he promised the group that he would personally make defensive suggestions to the Crown Prince to the absolute best of his ability, committing himself to giving the task his entire effort. He admitted that his actions might still not be enough to save everyone, but he wanted his companions to know his true dedication. In his private thoughts, Werner knew that if the team ever discovered he was acting with perfect, detailed knowledge of future events, they would likely scorn and distrust him. He realized that the very moment he uttered what he knew about the future aloud, people would demand to know how he obtained the information and immediately suspect he held some kind of secret, traitorous tie with the demons. At best, Werner would simply be weaponized as a helpless pawn in the vicious political rivalries at court. Mazel thanked Werner for being so honest with him, stating that he would thoroughly get ready for such a dangerous turn of events. Werner smiled, remarking that since they were not divine beings, they should simply focus on doing the absolute best they could, a sentiment that Mazel readily agreed with. Noting how late the hour had become, Werner announced that if there were no other pressing matters to discuss, they should call it a day and close the meeting. As everyone began to pack up their belongings and leave the hall, Mazel called out to Werner, asking if he had a brief second to spare. Werner replied that he did, asking if Mazel wanted to talk about the serious topics they had discussed earlier. Mazel quickly clarified that it was nothing like that, reassuring Werner that he completely understood his warnings. Mazel admitted he knew all too well that not all nobles were as kind and reasonable as Werner, and he promised that he was going to focus entirely on getting much stronger. Werner replied that it was incredibly good to know, feeling a sense of relief that Mazel would be perfectly fine. Mazel smiled brightly, telling Werner that he was absolutely right and thanking him deeply for the meeting. He playfully urged Werner to get a good night's sleep as well, leaving Werner momentarily confused by the sudden change in tone. Mazel jokingly explained that Werner needed his rest, so he could at least manage to show up to school the following morning. He admitted he knew exactly how busy Werner had become on his personal account, adding that while he would never ask the impossible of him, their mutual friend Drexler was currently grieving and panicking because he could not understand a single thing in their political science class. Werner laughed at the mention of his classmate, smiling as he remarked that everything was currently in a very good place regarding the merchant convoy preparations, leaving him with some free time. Mazel waved a cheerful goodbye and exited the room. Left alone, Werner reflected on the interaction, realizing with a soft smile that he had accidentally worried Mazel at the very end of their serious discussion. He reminded himself that despite all the heavy weight of the world on their shoulders, he was still just a regular student. He remembered there were also a few specific magical questions he had been wanting to ask the Academy's professor of magic studies, concluding that his return to school tomorrow was actually perfectly timed. Werner resolved to turn in early for the night, knowing he had regular classes to attend in the morning. Meanwhile, far away at the neighboring country of Salzanak, specifically on the dark outskirts of Subritz, a terrifying, flaming monster suddenly materialized, causing immediate mass panic throughout the area. Terrified citizens screamed at the top of their lungs as they fled for their lives through the streets. One bewildered person shouted in confusion at the bizarre sight, while another frantically asked what a monster was even doing so close to their peaceful borders. A brave male soldier stepped forward, shouting loudly at the crowd to remain calm and not panic. Suddenly, a massive, deafening explosion ripped through the sector. Coughing through the dust, the soldier noted that the monsters were acting in a highly strange and coordinated manner, and he urgently ordered his men to send immediate word of the attack back to the main town. However, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer horror as a loud, piercing scream echoed through the night air. Violent waves of fire and thunderous explosions completely surrounded the defensive line as a powerful demon stepped out from the flames. The malicious creature slowly raised its arm and pointed a menacing finger directly at the trembling soldiers, completely paralyzing the men with an overwhelming, suffocating fear that left them entirely unable to move or defend themselves. Inside the Grand Palace, the highest leaders of the nation were gathered together in a serious meeting, loudly offering his deepest apologies to the Crown Prince for the sudden intrusion. Suddenly, the heavy doors were thrown open as a royal guard interrupted the room. One of the attending nobles looked up in annoyance, demanding to know the meaning of the disruption. The breathless guard announced the terrible news, revealing that the town of Subritz, located just across the border in the neighboring country of Salzanak, had been completely wiped out by a devastating demon attack. A wave of shocked murmurs immediately spread among the high-ranking officials. The guard quickly continued his report, adding an even more terrifying detail, stating that the enemy commander had allegedly spoken openly about the official revival of the Demon Lord. The scene then shifted to Werner, who was standing at a desk, quietly completing some administrative paperwork. He reflected to himself that the traveling distance from the royal castle to his academy should be quite short when riding in a carriage. A housemaid stepped into the room as Werner continued his train of thought, calculating that he would still manage to arrive at the school in time for his third-period class, while silently hoping that his magic professor would be free to meet with him today. However, the moment he turned around to leave, he accidentally bumped directly into the walking maid. The sudden impact caused the young woman to stumble backward, making her carelessly drop the items she was carrying. Werner quickly reacted and caught her arm to keep her from falling to the floor. He gently asked if she was hurt, offering a polite apology for his own lack of attention. The panicked maid immediately bowed, crying out that she was terribly sorry and labeling her own actions as completely rude. Werner reassured her that it was perfectly fine, but the terrified maid continued to beg for his forgiveness, repeating that her inexcusable behavior was entirely her own fault. Their interaction was abruptly interrupted by a snooty voice, mockingly addressing Viscount Zerfeld. A noble man stepped forward, commenting on how dreadfully inconvenient it must be to have water thrown all over oneself first thing in the morning, jokingly suggesting that perhaps the clumsy maid was simply trying to help wake Werner up. Werner looked at the newcomer and instantly realized the truth, concluding that this noble was the malicious mastermind who had intentionally ordered the maid to cause the accident. He knew that many of the castle maids held deep personal connections with various noble families, meaning the poor girl likely felt she could not refuse the man's unfair demands. Choosing to avoid a scene, Werner calmly replied that the accident was merely a minor trifle, politely asking to be excused so he could leave. The troublesome noble refused to let him go so easily, telling him not to be so distant. He introduced himself as Gunther from Count Siegel's household, proudly noting that just like Werner, he had been officially bequeathed the high title of Viscount. In his mind, Werner groaned at the realization that he was dealing with another formal title holder. Because they shared the exact same aristocratic rank, the political situation was highly annoying, as it would have been much easier to handle if one of them held a higher rank to simply command a lower one. He let out a silent sigh, noting that while this level of petty harassment was incredibly low, simply ignoring Gunther would only cause a massive political offense. He knew that if he did not handle this arrogant man perfectly, the interaction would not end well. Suddenly, a young woman stepped into the hallway, apologizing for interrupting their little conversation. She introduced herself to the men as Hermine, the daughter of Bastian Timo I. Gunther's demeanor quickly shifted, and he greeted her politely, commenting on what a pleasant coincidence it was to see Lady Hermine. Hermine noted that it had been a long time since they last met, before turning her full attention back to Werner. She informed him that her father, Count First, urgently wished to speak with him regarding the recent details of the massive monster stampede. Hearing the powerful Count's name, Gunther quickly realized he was outmatched, muttered his understanding, and politely took his leave from the hallway. Hermine expressed her sincere appreciation for his departure. She then gently offered a clean handkerchief to Werner to help dry his clothes, explaining that Viscount Siegel was famously known across the court as a passionate admirer of the princess, and asking Werner to forgive her if she had been far too forward by intervening in the dispute. Werner quickly thanked her, assuring her that she had rendered him an invaluable service and had truly helped him out of a difficult spot. In his private thoughts, Werner reflected on how the kingdom's strict title system unfortunately forbade him from using polite, deferential language with her, regardless of their difference in age, a rigid social custom that he still found incredibly hard to adapt to in his daily life. Hermine dismissively waved off his gratitude, stating that her assistance was absolutely nothing compared to the massive debt her family owed him for saving lives during the monster stampede. She began to ask the Viscount another question, but before she could finish her sentence, Werner politely cut in to emphasize how much he truly appreciated her timely rescue. Hermine's eyes widened slightly in surprise at his sudden eagerness. Werner explained that thanks to her clever intervention, he believed he would now be able to travel to his academy without being too terribly late for his morning classes. Realizing his busy schedule, Hermine apologized for holding him up any longer. Werner thanked her once more and politely excused himself, rushing down the grand hallway. As Hermine stood alone watching him leave, a deep voice called out her name. When she turned around, she saw her father approaching her. She quickly apologized for her distraction, but her father reassured her that it was perfectly fine, curiously asking what was the matter. Hermine replied that it was nothing important, explaining that she had just run into Viscount Zerfeld, who had mentioned he needed to leave immediately for school. She quietly admitted that she simply regretted not having the opportunity to speak with the young man a little longer. Her father fell silent for a brief moment, looking at her thoughtfully before stating that he needed to speak with her regarding an important family matter. The scene then shifted directly to the academy classroom, where one of Werner's close classmates looked at him in total bewilderment, asking what in the world had happened to him. The classmate noted that he had been sitting there thinking Werner had finally made it to class on time, only to see that he looked like a complete physical wreck. Werner could only lower his head in absolute exhaustion, sighing that the explanation was an incredibly long story. The classmate continued to talk, noting that just when he thought the hectic events at the academy were finally beginning to calm down, other external matters were clearly getting far too busy for Werner. He joked that he wasn't entirely sure whether he should feel envious of Werner's exciting life or just feel bad for him. In his mind, Werner simply smiled, feeling incredibly relieved that he could easily use his heavy schoolwork as a convenient excuse to hide the terrifying royal secrets he was currently carrying. Mazel had successfully rejected every single invitation he had received from people trying to get him to join a noble house. Coupled with the persistent rumors of aggressive students who had tried a more forceful approach, suddenly leaving the academy altogether, the chaotic situation surrounding the young hero seemed to have finally calmed down. Werner reflected on this, noting that while it was usually common for students to drop out after a parent's passing, it was incredibly rare for a noble to leave school over such a matter. He considered that sometimes these sudden departures were due to an unexpected marriage match, or because the family desperately needed a steward to manage their estate. While he could not say for certain if protecting Mazel from harassment was the real reason these troublesome nobles had left the school, he wondered if the state itself had secretly played a hand in the matter. In any case, Werner was simply glad that Mazel would now be able to focus all his energy on his ultimate goal of subjugating the Demon Lord. Werner was pulled from his thoughts when he noticed his classmate staring at him with a wide grin. The classmate patted him firmly on the shoulder, suggesting that as Viscount Zerfeld, Werner should be enjoying his student life to the absolute fullest. Werner offered no reaction to the teasing, but his classmate continued anyway, hinting that enjoying student life could include helpful tasks like assisting his fellow classmates with their difficult studies. Suddenly, Mazel walked up to the duo and apologized for keeping them waiting, explaining that the professor had requested Werner come to see him right away. Werner agreed, stating that he would have to excuse himself from the conversation. Mazel casually replied that it was no big deal and offered to tag along for the meeting. Werner turned back to his grinning classmate, warning him that they were going to be discussing complex magic studies, which quickly prompted the classmate to pass on the offer and back away. Werner apologized to Mazel, explaining that he thought it would be much faster to catch him in class today instead of arranging a formal meeting earlier, especially since he had only decided on this plan the previous day. Mazel smiled warmly and assured him it was perfectly fine, stating it was the least he could do. He then asked Werner if it was true that he was not taking any advanced magic classes, and Werner confirmed that he only took the mandatory ones. In his mind, Werner accepted this reality. Even though he had been reincarnated into a medieval-style world of swords and sorcery, he simply did not possess a natural aptitude for magic. He knew that even without innate magic skills, it was apparently not entirely impossible to learn how to use magic if a person dedicated enough time and effort to the craft. However, those with true talent could easily sling powerful spells in their teenage years, while those without it might never master a single spell even if they devoted the rest of their lives to strict practice. Because time was working against him, Werner knew he had to give up on learning magic quickly since he simply did not have the spare time to waste on it. Mazel softly commented that he was not particularly great at magic either, but Werner disagreed, pointing out that Mazel already had a solid handle on both basic magic and divine spells, which was more than enough. Werner mentioned that he had recently spoken with Lugans, who believed that if they were going to be battling much stronger enemies in the future, they would absolutely need someone on the team who excelled at healing or defensive magic. Werner recalled Lugans mentioning that he could not use magic at all, but he knew that once they secured a proper cleric who could cast sacred magic, they would no longer have to worry about healing and defense. Mazel nodded in agreement with the tactical advice. In his private thoughts, Werner calculated that Feli did not offer any magical combat strength to the group either. However, he knew that as the game's original story progressed, a girl named Laura and a powerful monk would eventually be joining the hero's party. The monk was scheduled to join their ranks next, bringing a perfect balance of physical attacks and sacred magic. Therefore, while Mazel's current concerns were completely valid, the hero would probably be perfectly fine in the long run. The fact that the merchant convoy would soon be bringing back powerful equipment, coupled with the knowledge that Mazel and his companions would be leveling up along the way, brought Werner a great deal of peace of mind. Still, he knew he could not very well talk openly to Mazel about his secret knowledge of the future. Instead, Werner advised the hero to pack a massive amount of recovery items, noting that one can never have too many healing supplies on a dangerous journey. He also promised to keep a sharp eye out for any capable and trustworthy people they could recruit to their cause. Mazel smiled brightly and thanked him for the support. Werner added that, regardless of their lack of a cleric right now, Mazel would be fine as long as he carried enough magic potions, since he could always use them if push came to shove to replicate the effects of healing spells. Mazel admitted that was true, but pointed out that if they could not cast intermediate or advanced magic, there were still certain highly dangerous situations they might not be able to handle with basic potions alone. Werner fell silent for a moment, staring down thoughtfully at the piece of bread he was eating. He then asked Mazel to confirm a theory, questioning if a person possessed an unlimited supply of magic potions, whether they would technically be able to cast magic indefinitely. Mazel replied that he guessed it would be possible, provided the user also reinforced their physical stamina with separate potions to handle the strain. Werner murmured thoughtfully at the answer, suddenly asking what a magic potion actually was at its core. Mazel looked completely confused by the sudden, philosophical question. Werner explained his curiosity, comparing it to regular food, noting that when a person eats a meal, it naturally gives them physical energy and nourishes their body. Mazel nodded, listening closely as Werner prepared to connect his theory to the true nature of ambient magic. Werner continued his train of thought, explaining that he had initially believed drinking a potion was simply a way of directly refueling one's internal supply by consuming raw magic itself. However, he reasoned that if a magic potion was truly just a highly concentrated mass of pure magical energy, then tossing it directly at an enemy ought to logically function as a viable physical attack. He admitted that ordinary healing potions on their own would obviously not be enough to cause damage, but he wondered if a person could modify the liquid's properties slightly to force the magical energy to violently explode upon impact. Suddenly, a new voice cut into their conversation, remarking that Werner's idea was a truly fascinating proposal. Werner spun around and immediately recognized the newcomer, politely greeting him as the professor. The instructor asked the young man if he had accidentally kept them waiting for their appointment. Mazel quickly reassured him that he had not, thanking the professor deeply for carving out some time to meet with them today and introducing Werner as the specific friend he had mentioned beforehand. The professor smiled warmly, stating that he remembered Werner von Zerfeld quite well. He noted that while Werner's performance grade on the practical skills test had been rather unfortunate, the quality of his written thesis had been absolutely outstanding. Werner felt a wave of nervous energy, but managed to politely thank the instructor for the high praise. The professor then asked if their fascinating discussion regarding the nature of potions was directly related to the topic they intended to discuss today, adding that if it was not, he had a few other intriguing magical concepts he would love to explore with him. Werner confirmed that the theory was exactly what he had come to ask about. The professor's expression shifted to one of keen interest, and he gestured toward a nearby doorway, suggesting that while they could easily stand around the hallway and chat, they would likely be much more comfortable sitting inside his office over some fresh herbal tea, noting with a smile that it was unfortunately the only drink he could offer them. Once they were comfortably seated inside the private office, the professor nodded thoughtfully, stating that he believed he fully understood the core concept Werner was trying to explain. However, he noted that as far as he could recall, there was absolutely no historical evidence or existing research to support Werner's unique suggestion. Werner quietly acknowledged the lack of documentation. In his mind, Werner reminded himself that the main reason he had come to consult the professor today was to brainstorm practical countermeasures against devastating, wide-range enemy magic. He reflected on the strange imbalance of their reality, noting that while most of this world's military equipment, fortress designs, and infantry tactics were merely equivalent to the human Middle Ages, the advanced magic possessed an immense area of impact and a sheer destructive capability that easily rivaled modern napalm explosives and military flamethrowers. The professor suddenly paused the conversation, asking the young men to wait here for a brief moment while he searched his shelves, and both Werner and Mazel politely gave their consent. Left to his thoughts, Werner continued to analyze the threat, remembering that the monsters lurking inside the game's notorious Four Friends dungeons were capable of casting these massive area of effect spells, and even the weak, small fry creatures possessed that terrifying ability. This meant that an army composed of creatures like that would eventually launch a direct assault on the capital city. That looming disaster was precisely why he desperately needed to discover a viable defense against wide-range magic. Werner reasoned that if they were fighting a standard battle out in the open fields, a magical bombardment would be one thing to handle. But if a dense population defense area like the capital city were attacked, the human forces would be severely limited in what they could actually do to protect the civilians. While the kingdom did possess certain defensive structures designed to detect incoming magical influences, Werner knew they were highly unlikely to be practical in a real war, since the demon army completely outmatched the human mages in both raw magical strength and sheer volume of fire. He desperately questioned if there were any hidden loopholes in the laws of magic that they could exploit, which was why he was hunting so aggressively for clues to figure out exactly how the mechanics of magic functioned at a fundamental level. Werner sank even deeper into his own thoughts, questioning why a world with such highly developed military forces and massive kingdoms would routinely choose to send a singular hero accompanied by a tiny, select group of elite fighters to subjugate the demon lord. The basic common sense from his previous life argued that the global leadership should logically gather as many knights, powerful mages, and holy mages from across the entire continent as humanly possible, relying on the sheer strength of numbers to overwhelm the enemy. He wondered if there was a hidden physical or magical law in this world that actively made a force of a select few elites significantly stronger than a massive, crowded army. The professor suddenly returned to the desk, breaking Werner out of his internal monologue. He confirmed Werner's suspicions, explaining that based on all the ancient texts he had just reviewed, there was absolutely no mention of magic potions recovering anything other than a person's standard internal magic supply. He noted that while there was an immense amount of research regarding the technical and practical application of potions, there was hardly any research available on how the liquid actually functioned on a fundamental level. However, the professor revealed that he did find several old articles regarding historical attempts to use magic potions as diversionary tactics on the battlefield, though the recorded results of those experiments were said to be highly complicated and inconsistent. Werner acknowledged the information with interest. He then asked the professor if there was any known scientific relationship between the overall density of magic users gathered in a specific physical area and the sudden rise or fall in the raw strength of each individual person's magical power. The professor's eyes lit up at the question, remarking that it was an incredibly interesting thing to consider. He admitted that a specific phenomenon from his own career did come to mind. When Werner eagerly asked him to explain, the professor detailed the way they conducted fire magic training at the academy. He noted that even when several dozen students gathered on the training field to cast fire spells all at once, the overall outcome of the magic was never disastrous or overly powerful. However, he revealed that if a mere handful of students stayed behind in that exact same spot after the crowd left, their spells would suddenly become so intensely volatile that the students would sometimes accidentally injure themselves. The professor chuckled softly, adding that the self-inflicted wounds were nothing that a few basic healing potions or simple defensive spells could not easily take care of, though he made sure to clarify that these observations were strictly based on his own personal experiences rather than official academic laws. The professor clarified that he could not say this theory held true every single time, noting that they must naturally imagine other environmental factors coming into play. However, he emphasized that if they could truly verify what they were currently thinking, their overall understanding of magic as they knew it might deepen manyfold. He enthusiastically added that such a breakthrough was bound to benefit the kingdom's magical education as a whole. The instructor suggested that he should personally talk to the official court mages and the church's high-ranking clerics as well, reasoning that those institutions might possess specific research findings that the academy simply did not have access to. While there would likely be some highly secretive topics that the authorities could not openly discuss, the professor imagined that the experts would still be absolutely fascinated to hear what Werner had to say. To help him on his quest, the instructor promised to write Werner a formal letter of introduction addressed to one of his most brilliant former pupils, confident that the researcher would easily understand exactly where Werner was coming from. Werner felt a deep wave of relief and thanked the professor profusely for his immense kindness. Before they could turn to leave, the professor looked closely at Werner and curiously asked if he would ever consider officially transferring over to the Academy's magic department, declaring that he believed the young noble would make a truly outstanding researcher. Werner offered a polite smile and replied that he would certainly think about it. As Werner opened the office door to exit, Mazel admitted that hearing all of that complex theoretical talk had suddenly reminded him of something unique from his own adventures. The young hero explained that the raw intensity and strength of his magic, whenever he was fighting alongside Lugans, felt completely different compared to when he was simply practicing his spells with a large crowd of students back at the school. Mazel confessed that he had never actually questioned the strange difference before, as he had simply figured it was due to the intense heat of active battle or a sign that he had naturally gotten much stronger over time. However, after listening to the conversation, he realized there might be a whole other hidden reason behind the phenomenon. Werner agreed, reminding the hero that the idea was still just a basic hypothesis for now. He re-explained his belief that there was a strict, natural limit to the total amount of magical energy that could be successfully drawn upon within a certain physical area. In his private thoughts, Werner tried to visualize the concept using a practical example from his previous life. He reflected that the magical limitation was exactly like being inside his modern apartment during the freezing winter. If a person foolishly tried to run the space heater, the television, and a heavy blow dryer all at the exact same time, they would instantly trip the electrical breaker and shut everything down. He continued to think that if magic functioned under that exact same type of heavy load capacity, the main issue moving forward would be figuring out a reliable way to scientifically confirm it. He resolved that first things first, he would go out and speak directly to the experts that the professor had introduced him to. Werner then turned back to the hero, thanking him sincerely and noting that the entire discussion with the instructor had gone incredibly smoothly thanks to Mazel's helpful presence. Mazel casually waved off the gratitude, stating that Werner was completely welcome. He quietly wished that he could be of even more practical help to his friend, before curiously asking what Werner's schedule looked like for the following day. Werner explained that tomorrow he was scheduled to personally inspect the specific military supplies and equipment he had previously ordered the merchant convoy to prepare for his plans. If the timing worked out perfectly, he would then immediately go visit the researchers for whom he now held letters of introduction. Mazel noted his understanding and cheerfully told Werner to let him know if there was ever anything else he could help him with in the future. Werner promised that he would do so, and the two friends officially parted ways for the evening. As Werner walked back alone through the streets, his mind raced with anxiety over the looming future. He calculated that in order to successfully avoid the total destruction of the capital city, the kingdom absolutely needed both effective range-based magical countermeasures and widespread training in team-based combat tactics. He recognized that not all the high-ranking nobles in the government were complete fools like the arrogant viscount he had encountered earlier that morning. However, he reasoned that it was probably still best not to rock the political boat too much with his radical ideas for team-based combat training. He knew that even assuming they could somehow amass enough military forces to practice these new tactics, it would create a terrible disaster if the prideful noble knights broke off into angry, competitive factions over the changes. While he could technically ask the crown prince to officially ordain and force the training upon military, Werner knew that whenever the state took the lead on a massive project, the heavy funding had to come directly out of the ordinary taxpayers' pockets. In this world, traditional, chivalry-based single warfare was deeply respected by the culture, making it incredibly hard to justify spending the public's hard-earned tax money on training for a group-focused tactic that traditionalists could easily see as cowardly or dishonorable. Werner felt as though he had reached a frustrating dead end in his planning. He wondered if perhaps he was simply overthinking the laws of magic, admitting to himself that he was not all that familiar with its intricate mechanics after all. He decided it was time to shift his focus and prepare for the merchant convoy's upcoming departure, while simultaneously managing the pressing defensive matters related to Fort Werisa. He let out a weary sigh, wondering when he would finally be able to just go back to being an ordinary academy student again, as he spent the next few days working his body completely to the bone running errands back and forth across the city. When the official departure time for the supply mission finally arrived, the atmosphere was filled with focused energy. Felix turned to the gathered group and cheerfully called out his goodbyes, promising to see them all again soon. As the final travel preparations were completed, the trusted assistant butler, Avant, alongside Felix and the rest of the supply team, officially set out on their long journey. Werner offered a warm smile as he watched them go. Lugens, Werner, and Mazel stood side by side at the edge of the courtyard, quietly watching the dust kick up as the carriage departed into the distance. Once the convoy was out of sight, the remaining companions turned to talk to one another. Lugens looked at Werner and calmly suggested that they should probably get moving along on their own tasks for the day as well. Mazel eagerly agreed with a shout, and the two of them began to walk away, turning back to wave a friendly goodbye to Werner as they left him behind in the courtyard. Werner smiled, waving back at his departing friends, but the moment they were out of sight, he let out a heavy, tired sigh. He smiled grimly to himself, knowing the dark truth that only a few days later, the entire kingdom would officially learn the horrific news that the town of Subritz in the neighboring country of Salzanak had completely fallen to a surprise assault, proving to the world that the terrifying demon lord was officially back. A man quietly observed a group of workers moving about their daily tasks as the light sound of quick, scampering footsteps echoed through the immediate area alongside the distinct noise of galloping horses. Standing near a wide window, Werner looked out over the training grounds, watching closely as the local knights practiced their complex battle formations. Werner commented with satisfaction that because of the practical changes they had recently introduced, the previous confusion among the ranks had been completely resolved and all of the military drills were now going incredibly smoothly, exactly as he had expected. Turning his attention to Max, Werner noted that this high level of expertise seemed more than sufficient to provide an excellent live demonstration to the other defensive teams. Max nodded in full agreement, confidently promising that if their squad was granted the official opportunity, the entire Order of Knights would make every single effort to show their best performance. As they walked inside, Werner's eyes caught sight of Clamroth, carefully ironing a pile of clean clothes. He began to reflect on the unique nature of their world, noting that anyone could easily obtain transparent magic stones from the defeated bodies of demonic beings. A great variety of everyday household items were completely powered by these useful stones, ranging from the massive monster-repelling barriers commonly found in fantasy video games to simple clothes irons, kitchen stoves, and many other diverse tools. However, these magic-powered items were still not very common among regular people, because the overall cost of processing the raw stones was prohibitively expensive due to the heavy taxes imposed by the government. Werner knew that if someone belonged to the high nobility or simply possessed a large amount of personal wealth, they had plenty of opportunities to use these convenient devices in their daily lives. Curiously, he asked Clamroth if he possessed the natural ability to use magic. Clamroth looked up and replied that he could not use it in the slightest. Werner nodded gently, murmuring that he had figured as much. He mused to himself that even without any personal magic, a regular person could still operate these ancient devices just as simply as one would use modern electric appliances in his previous life. Of course, he reasoned that even though the human body is naturally coursing with tiny amounts of electricity, it does not mean that ordinary humans can suddenly shoot powerful lightning bolts from their fingers or manipulate raw energy at will. Though a direct scientific substitution was not completely feasible, Werner believed there must be some sort of underlying, logical rules governing the system, even if he could not fault magic for failing to adhere strictly to the known laws of physics. He reflected on the fact that even though magic stones were extracted directly from the bodies of demonic beings, they were fundamentally just regular stones. Even if a rock contained an immense amount of latent magic, if a person who lacked magical talent touched it, the stone would not suddenly produce a bright flame, heal a wound, or do anything useful on its own. Furthermore, based on what Werner had recently learned from the many educated experts the magic professor had introduced him to, human magic itself was actually not unlike those dormant magic stones. A person could not make incredible things happen simply because they possessed a high amount of raw magical energy inside them. They still required a great deal of rigorous training to shape it. Elite equipment and rare items that carried powerful magical effects were generally believed to contain a unique, highly sustaining form of magic, a crafting secret that was now unfortunately lost to time along with the ancient kingdoms in which they were originally created. This lost history clearly implied that some form of advanced processing was absolutely required to successfully direct the magical output in accordance with the creator's true intentions. Looking at the concept from the opposite direction, Werner hypothesized that if the power remained completely unprocessed, perhaps the raw magical energy itself existed all around them at all times, completely invisible to the naked human eye. To him, that conclusion seemed incredibly obvious once he connected the pieces. Werner eagerly asked himself if ordinary magic potions were simply designed to process that ambient raw magic into a highly concentrated, usable form. His mind raced as he took into consideration the ancient texts written on the paper before him, which detailed how there was a strict, natural limit to how much magic could be safely utilized within a specific physical area at one time. A sudden realization struck him, causing him to gasp out loud. He quickly announced to the room that he needed to go put together an official proposal immediately. Clamroth looked up at his sudden outburst in total surprise, but quickly recovered and shouted out a cheerful goodbye as Werner rushed out the door, promising to see him the moment he returned. Without losing a single moment, Werner sat down with two of his most trusted men to meticulously plan and draft his new proposal. Shortly after completing the paperwork, he traveled directly to the Grand Royal Palace located within the heart of the Kingdom of Wine. Arriving at the main administrative office, the polite royal assistant standing in front of the desk greeted him warmly, stating that Viscount Zerfeld had been expected. The assistant offered his sincere apologies, explaining that His Highness the Crown Prince was unfortunately still trapped inside a long meeting, and politely inquired if the Viscount would mind waiting out in the hall for a little while. Werner smiled and replied that he did not mind waiting at all. As his rhythmic footsteps echoed softly down the long hallway, Werner used the quiet time to mentally prepare himself for the afternoon. He noted that today he would be speaking directly to His Highness about his specific strategic proposal for Fort Werisa, before immediately meeting with the High Chancellor to discuss the advanced laws of magic. Because both of these topics were incredibly heavy and important subjects, he felt genuinely grateful to have a few extra minutes to steady his nerves and prepare himself mentally. He knew that no matter how many times he attended these high-stakes royal meetings, the political environment was still incredibly nerve-wracking. He reviewed his notes, observing that the construction and repairs on Fort Werisa were making steady, excellent progress. Based on the latest data, the entire fortress renovation project was scheduled to be fully completed by next week. Werner glanced over at the quiet attendant waiting nearby, reflecting on the reason behind the incredible speed of the construction. Of course, the highly motivated Marquis Neep had personally shown up on the active construction site, and with a whole lot of fiery passion and personal drive, he was pushing the laborers to work at a rapid pace. Werner held his written proposal carefully against his chest, letting out a soft sigh. He concluded that thanks to the detailed progress reports the construction teams routinely sent back to the capital, he had been able to accurately predict the project's timeline, leaving him at least grateful for the solid information. Even with his advanced planning, Werner felt a deep sense of anxiety because he knew that time was constantly working against him. His mind raced with the strange fear that he might be trapped inside a completely literal recreation of the video game world, which notoriously lacked realistic details like standard toilets or bathrooms. However, he comforted himself with the thought that any basic necessity real humans required would naturally exist in this much more realistic reality. In that particular sense, he felt entirely saved by the sheer complexity of the real world. His train of thought was interrupted as a figure began walking directly toward him. The royal assistant called out to Werner, prompting him to quickly stand up and answer in the affirmative. The assistant politely thanked him for his patience during the long delay, and Werner offered his own brief words of appreciation in return. The high-stakes meeting finally began as the Crown Prince approached Werner, offering a sincere apology for keeping him waiting so long. Werner walked over to the royal attendant and carefully placed his written strategy documents onto a presentation tray. He politely assured the prince that the wait was no trouble at all and expressed his deep gratitude for His Highness taking the time to see him. The Crown Prince began to thoroughly scan the pages of the proposal, noting that the entire document centered on specialized training drills designed for team-based combat. He openly acknowledged to Werner that during the terrifying Demon Stampede, the Zerfeld House's unique military tactics had proven to be extraordinarily effective. The prince agreed that implementing such methods would certainly be highly beneficial now that the dangerous demon lord had officially returned to power, but he questioned Werner's true intentions behind trying to hold these extensive drills so incredibly close to the final completion date of Fort Werisa. Werner respectfully asked if he might be permitted to answer that inquiry by posing a question of his own. He then asked the prince to tell him exactly how seriously the defensive warning he had previously requested to be sent ahead of time had been taken by Marquis Neep. The Crown Prince let out a heavy sigh and admitted that the Marquis had only taken the warning about half seriously. Werner quietly observed the prince's demeanor, realizing the heavy burden the leader carried. The Crown Prince then urged Werner to speak completely frankly without beating around the bush, demanding to know exactly what specific threat the Marquis should be so deeply afraid of. Werner realized that it was almost as if the Crown Prince already had a very clear idea of what information Werner was about to share, which was why His Highness was implying that he should skip the pleasantries and get straight to the core point. The prince clearly wanted him to explain the tactical danger in his own words, effectively testing his strategic mind. Werner reflected that considering their significant difference in age and social standing, this kind of strict testing was probably entirely normal for court politics. He recognized that the Crown Prince truly was an exceptional leader, possessing a fast-moving intellect that was honestly quite intimidating to face. Werner decided to lay out his thoughts with absolute honesty, telling the prince that if Fort Werisa reached full completion and Marquis Neep failed to take adequate defensive precautions against a potential assault by the monster army, they would face absolute disaster. The Crown Prince suddenly cut him off to explain the harsh reality, stating that as things currently stood, he personally believed it would be incredibly difficult for their forces to successfully withstand a direct assault from a demon army. He pointed out that the laborers currently performing the structural repairs were ordinary commoners. Even assuming that the Marquis managed to adequately warn them about a potential raid, the trained knights and soldiers might be able to hold their ground initially, but the leadership would still be completely unable to avoid absolute chaos. The prince went on to explain that the moment a monster army launched an active attack, the helpless non-combatants would naturally fall into a state of pure panic. He noted that Fort Werisa currently housed a much larger number of these civilian non-combatants than actual fighting knights or soldiers. Consequently, in order to successfully settle the chaotic crowd, the military would be forced to devote a massive amount of their valuable fighting manpower to that internal task. In the absolute worst-case scenario, that contagious panic would easily spread from the civilians directly to the active knights and soldiers, breaking their defensive lines. The prince let out a quiet sigh, deeply concerned that the kingdom's leadership overall was simply not taking the threat of a monster raid seriously enough. To counter this fatal flaw, Werner proposed that the single most effective solution would be to immediately deploy a significant number of combat troops out to the Hildia Plains, which were located right near Fort Werisa. By using the public guise of conducting routine training exercises, this large military presence would serve as a powerful visual deterrent to the approaching demon army, while simultaneously allowing their own soldiers to vastly improve their team-based combat skills. Werner added that if that primary plan could not be achieved, the next best alternative would be to focus entirely on smoothly evacuating and protecting the refugees if the fortress came under an active siege. The prince questioned this line of reasoning, asking if Werner meant that he would completely avoid sending those external training forces to actually rescue the fortress itself. Werner confirmed his strategy, explaining that once a demon siege had officially begun, he did not see how attempting to coordinate movements with Marquisneep, let alone launching a successful counterattack, could ever be a viable option. In truth, the prince silently shared this exact same practical view. Werner added that even should the people manage to successfully escape from the walls of Fort Werisa, the main capital city was still a half-day ride away by horse. If those defenseless refugees happened to be ambushed by monsters along the open road, the prince grimly noted that practically not a single man would survive the journey. Werner agreed with the grim assessment, noting that there was always a very real danger that the demon army attacking the fort might target the fleeing crowd. However, he argued that if their external training troops were fully armed and actively practicing for battle, he believed they would be more than capable of withstanding the monster assault entirely on their own. The prince admitted that this was an exceptionally good point. He reasoned that by leaving the protection of the escaping civilians entirely to an independent military force stationed outside the fort, they could successfully prevent panic from disrupting the ranks of the soldiers fighting inside the walls. If they could achieve that internal stability, whichever side possessed the most tactical freedom could easily step in to help out the other, depending on how the battle developed. The prince concluded that such an arrangement would be the absolute ideal scenario, and Werner voiced his sincere hope that their efforts would allow the situation to work out exactly that way. In Werner's mind, the single biggest fear he carried was the terrifying possibility that the demon army might employ a complex, two-pronged military strategy. In other words, he worried the enemy would launch a coordinated strike targeting both the fortress itself and the independent training forces stationed outside its walls at the exact same time. However, as he carefully analyzed the situation, he reasoned that this would likely not be the case. He calculated that if the demon army truly possessed the sheer numbers and organizational strength to pull off such a massive dual maneuver, they would simply choose to launch a full-scale attack on the capital city simultaneously with the fortress siege. If that extreme scenario actually happened, Werner admitted to himself that he would be at a complete loss for what to do. He knew that the capital city was supposed to be protected by a magical force field specifically designed to repel demonic beings, but according to the original video game storyline, the capital is completely destroyed anyway. Because of that grim reality, he knew they could not truly rely on the barrier to save them. Based on how the game's plot originally unfolded and the predictable way demons use psychological terror to intimidate human populations, they would most likely prioritize the absolute fall of Fort Werisa above all other targets. Once the fortress was thoroughly decimated, only then would the monsters turn their cruel eyes toward the remaining survival forces. Werner resolved that before that dark moment arrived, he would do everything within his limited power to assist the kingdom and then immediately flee for his life. Shifting his focus back to the conversation, Werner told the Crown Prince that if they were to believe the detailed military reports regarding the recent tragic fall of Subritz, it was clear that the demon army was heavily prioritizing mass intimidation tactics. The prince acknowledged this point, admitting it was true, but he questioned the timing. He asked if it would not make much more logical sense for the demons to wait and capture the fort after its complete restoration, rather than striking it while it was still broken. Werner replied that even if the enemy chose to do that, anticipating the dark events to come made him believe that their current team-based combat training for the soldiers would certainly not be in vain. The prince admitted that the logic made perfect sense, though he expressed a deep worry that the common citizens would be incredibly unhappy and lose faith in the government should the fortress fall to the enemy. He noted that if the stronghold fell, both the elite royal knights and the nation's regular military forces would have to work tirelessly around the clock to rescue the innocent civilians. Werner reassured him, arguing that the mere survival of those innocent people would be more than enough to put the general populace at ease. The prince smiled gently, stating that while he hoped for the absolute best possible outcome, securing the second-best scenario was not a bad result either. Werner agreed, noting that taking those survival rates into account made the plan perfectly fine. The prince then looked at him knowingly, asking if this specific arrangement was exactly what Werner had been aiming for all along. He explained that the Crown would explicitly state in the official orders that there would be no mandatory military aid sent from the capital in the event of a sudden fortress siege, thereby placing the entire heavy burden of defense squarely on the shoulders of the noble commander responsible for the site. Werner fell completely silent, surprised by how easily the prince had read his hidden intentions. The royal attendant, who had been quietly listening to the high-stakes conversation and taking detailed notes of the meeting, broke the silence by telling Werner that the palace staff would sort out the necessary personnel assignments themselves, asking if that arrangement was okay with him. Werner quickly shook off his shock and replied that it was, of course, perfectly fine. In his mind, Werner desperately questioned just how much of the future the crown prince truly grasped, realizing that the leader's sharp intellect genuinely scared him. The crown prince spoke up again, praising Werner by saying he had provided excellent counsel to the throne, and smoothly asked if it was all right for them to move immediately to his next written proposal. Werner, still feeling a bit awkward and overwhelmed by the prince's intensity, quietly said yes. After a short while had passed, the setting shifted, and Werner found himself sitting in a private chamber alongside Chancellor Falkenstein and the powerful court mage Voigt. In his mind, he looked back and forth between the wise chancellor and the young but extraordinarily gifted court mage, feeling a massive wave of anxiety. He noted that being surrounded by such high-level individuals was enough to make a barely magically proficient person like himself feel incredibly nervous. Suddenly, the crown prince, who had surprisingly tagged along, began to explain the core theory, stating that according to the new ideas being presented, there were two distinct kinds of magic in the world: the internal kind that built up naturally within the human body, and the ambient kind that existed all around them in the environment. Werner internally panicked, loudly asking himself why in the world His Highness the Crown Prince was even present in a specialized magic meeting. The prince calmly continued his explanation to the mages, stating that this exact fascinating hypothesis had been put forth directly by Viscount Zerfeld. Chancellor Falkenstein turned to Werner, admitting that while such a radical concept was highly difficult to suddenly believe out of nowhere, it would still be an absolute waste of intellectual potential not to look into it further. The Chancellor declared that he, for one, would very much like to see the young Viscount's hypothesis put to a practical test. Court Mage Voigt smiled brightly, adding that he felt exactly the same way. The prince then turned back to Werner, asking if he was going to officially confirm the theory for them. Werner hesitated to answer immediately. In reality, after meeting with several magical experts over the past few weeks in his desperate pursuit to find an effective countermeasure against deadly, wide-range enemy magic, he had gradually arrived at this specific scientific hypothesis. He knew that in this fantasy world, supernatural magic and observable physical phenomena were often lazily lumped together as the same thing. But his theory argued that two entirely separate sources of power had to interact for a spell to successfully activate. Court Mage Voigt spoke up cheerfully, confirming that Werner's description was exactly right and reiterating that the brilliant idea had come entirely from Viscount Zerfeld. Werner explained further, stating that if his hypothesis proved to be correct, then just as the heavy use of magic gradually drained the magical energy built up inside a human body, the ambient magic of the surrounding environment would drop significantly as well. Simply put, he revealed that there was a very high possibility that there was a strict, natural limit to the number of people who could successfully cast magic simultaneously in the exact same area. In addition to verifying that environmental drain, Werner explained that when spells of completely varying power scales were cast at the exact same moment, he hoped to verify whether there was a natural law dictating how that limited environmental magic was prioritized and picked up by the spells. In his thoughts, Werner emphasized that as someone who was desperately hoping to develop practical range-based magic countermeasures to save lives in the coming war, this specific detail was by far the most critical part of the entire experiment. He knew that if the surrounding environmental magic was automatically prioritized and absorbed by the more powerful spell in the area, it would completely ruin his defensive plans, forcing them to come up with an entirely new defensive strategy from scratch. He let out a silent sigh, concluding that there was simply no way of knowing the truth until they actually conducted the official experiments. At present, Werner believed it was highly unlikely that the ambient magic would prioritize the stronger spells, but he knew they needed proof. He turned back to the gathered leaders and explained the next step of his plan, suggesting that they should gather a large group of people into a specific, enclosed area and have them all cast their magic together at the exact same time. Furthermore, he proposed that they should scrounge together as many magically enchanted items as they could possibly find in the kingdom and activate them all simultaneously in that same location. Upon hearing this unusual request, the three powerful men simply looked back at him in complete silence, processing the scale of the experiment. The Crown Prince broke the quiet by asking where in the world Werner had come up with such an original concept. Chancellor Falkenstein smiled thoughtfully, questioning if this brilliant mindset could perhaps be a wonderful boon resulting from Viscount Zerfeld's exceptional upbringing and education. The prince acknowledged that his education certainly played a massive part, but he argued that the incredible quality of the young man's personal character was also a major factor. He noted that it was undeniably true that Werner's father was a distinguished man cut from an entirely different cloth than ordinary nobles, jokingly adding that the kingdom's minister of ceremonies was going to have his hands completely full dealing with such an active family moving forward. The prince's tone then turned warm as he stated that he simply could not bear to destroy or hold back the bright future of a youth who was so clearly full of immense promise. Chancellor Falkenstein nodded in heartfelt agreement with the sentiment. The discussion then shifted to the practical logistics of the experiment, with the chancellor questioning exactly which high-ranking official they should entrust with overseeing such an important and secretive operation. The prince replied without hesitation, stating that he was thinking of assigning the task to Duke Seyfert. The chancellor praised the choice, noting that the prince could not have picked a better or more qualified person for the job. He reasoned that if the dangerous demon lord had truly risen from the dead, the noble duke was sure to return to his official military post immediately. Duke Seyfert was a deeply seasoned and highly renowned military man, possessing so much respect that the other troublesome nobles in the capital would not dream of opposing his direct orders. The prince added that because of the looming threat, he was also highly tempted to reach out and ask for the strategic opinions of other seasoned leaders across the realm. Chancellor Falkenstein agreed, though he remarked that it was a bit of a pity they could not consult everyone, noting that he was absolutely sure the nation's great sage would be incredibly pleased to hear the wise things the prince had to say today. The prince nodded gently in agreement. Seeing the older men finishing their private side conversation, Werner walked back towards them to rejoin the circle. Chancellor Falkenstein looked at the young noble with deep admiration, adding that the Viscount truly possessed a brilliant, natural military mind. He then mentioned, hoping he was not overstepping his boundaries, that he could actually see a slight resemblance between Werner's logical thinking and the unique methods originally used by the great sage himself. The crown prince smirked knowingly at the comparison and agreed with the chancellor's observation, laughing that both Werner and the sage were completely unselfish eccentrics. He boldly dared to say that if the two of them ever had the opportunity to sit down together, they would likely get along fantastically well. A sudden flash of steel split the air as the approaching vampire hare was instantly sliced in two, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. The unexpected presence of such creatures in this region raised immediate alarm, prompting speculation that the rumored revival of the demon lord had emboldened the beasts to venture far beyond their usual habitats. Yet, even accounting for such dark rumors, the sheer volume of the swarm seemed unnatural and deeply unsettling. A swarm of that magnitude suggested that either the preliminary scouting reports had been fundamentally flawed, or a drastic shift had taken place across the region over the preceding few days. As additional vampire hares glided swiftly through the canopy behind them, shadowy movements began to draw close attention. The surrounding forest felt wrong, as though the aggressive creatures were not acting on natural instinct alone. Glancing toward the tree line, keen eyes caught the sudden rustling of nearby foliage. Two mercenaries, including Gok, carefully approached a trembling bush with weapons at the ready. A man emerged from the underbrush, identifying himself as a messenger dispatched by Feli. Accepting the update without hesitation, Gok immediately ordered his companions to establish contact with Avant and the rest of the group to coordinate their next move. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows of the woods, a group of opportunistic bandits were conversing amongst themselves, feeling thoroughly satisfied with their strategy. On their own, individual vampire hares presented little threat to a prepared travel group, but in vast numbers, they created total chaos. Knowing that such unnatural beasts were rarely encountered in these parts, the brigands anticipated a fierce struggle that would leave their target vulnerable. They took pride in the effort it had taken to haul and release the creatures across such a great distance. With their prey potentially overwhelmed, the bandit leader reminded his crew that when facing superior forces, cunning and deceit were their greatest assets. He pointed out that the southern regions of Salzanak had been completely stripped clean of plunder, leaving them with no choice but to seek out fresh targets to secure their fortunes. Once the protecting guards were eliminated or distracted by the sudden monster assault, the bandits intended to loot the valuable merchant convoy at their leisure. The leader sarcastically added that with widespread rumors of the demon lord's return, working alongside monstrous beings was simply their way of adapting to the changing times. Heartily agreeing with the sentiment, the bandits rose together, eager to begin their ambush and claim the convoy's rich cargo. Stepping forward with aggressive confidence, the bandits marched directly toward the merchant convoy and loudly demanded an immediate surrender, promising to spare the lives of anyone who handed over their valuables without a fight. To their absolute shock, however, the convoy guards showed no signs of panic. Instead of a chaotic scene of victims scrambling for safety, the guards stood in perfect, disciplined formation, fully prepared for a fight. The bandit leader gasped in disbelief at how quickly the guards had organized a defense. Without a moment of hesitation, Gok raised his hand, commanding the guards to remember their primary objective: to apprehend the attackers alive rather than execute them. The guards responded with unified discipline, affirming their orders with resolute shouts. Undeterred by the sudden turn of events, the bandits charged recklessly toward the defensive line. But their desperation was met only with smug, confident smirks from the seasoned defenders. The ensuing clash was completely one-sided. The bandits fought frantically, but their efforts proved entirely futile against the superior skill and discipline of the escort force. Gok delivered a swift, disarming slap that sent one attacker reeling, while Feli neutralized another with a powerful kick. Avant joined the fray with evident delight, forcefully slamming an opponent into the ground. All the while, Frenson calmly set about preparing hot tea near the camp, completely unbothered by the violence unfolding just paces away. Within moments, the skirmish was over, and the defeated brigands were securely bound with sturdy ropes, brought thoroughly under control. With the battle concluded, Frenson announced to the gathered group that hot tea was officially served. A wave of cheers erupted among the guards, who felt instantly revived by the comforting break after the brief exertion. Frenson generously reassured everyone that clean water was abundant in these parts, allowing him to brew and serve as much tea as anyone desired. An adventurer in the group remarked with a smile that enjoying such a refined luxury on the outskirts of the capital felt like a rare treat. Frenson agreed, adding that thanks to Sir Feli gathering reliable information on the ground beforehand, they had been able to coordinate the group's actions seamlessly in hand over the situation without unnecessary delay. This preparation was the direct reason they now enjoyed a peaceful moment of relaxation. Frenson then offered a warm expression of gratitude to Feli while presenting him with a plate of fresh food. Feli accepted the meal with appreciation, noting that a thoughtful gift provided by his older brother had allowed him to collect vital rumors and assess the overall atmosphere of the territory ahead of time. Had it not been for those crucial intelligence efforts, resolving the situation would have undoubtedly taken far longer. Frenson remarked fondly on how attached the brother had always been to that special necklace, while noting that Lord Werner was consistently meticulous when conducting preliminary research. Frenson then glanced over at Avant, confessing that learning of Avant's direct involvement in the physical fighting had caught him entirely off guard, though he was immensely relieved to see that Avant had emerged completely unscathed. Avant promptly explained his reasoning, stating that he held a deep disdain for individuals who exploited others and disrupted free commerce without putting in honest effort or labor. Furthermore, participating in the skirmish provided an unmatched opportunity to test the performance of their newly acquired armor and weapons under actual combat conditions. From a business perspective, nothing made a sales pitch more convincing than first-hand experience with the product's effectiveness. Gok chuckled and observed that with equipment of this quality, bringing a large guard force along on future journeys might not even be necessary. Avant enthusiastically agreed, boasting that high-grade armor like theirs could effortlessly repel any band of thieves that dared to cross their path, inviting any potential troublemakers to try their luck. Gok lightly advised him not to take the situation too casually, pointing out that even though they were currently near the border, if traveling through the territory of wine presented this level of disruption, then the region of Triet would likely be no different. Still, he noted that according to local accounts, the eastern areas of Triet, positioned far from the Salzanak border, were generally known to be relatively peaceful and calm. Avant inquired whether the eastern region was truly calm or simply laid back and easygoing, to which Gok replied that regardless of the exact situation, conducting thorough scouting ahead of time would remain their best course of action. Avant enthusiastically noted that the value and price of their high-performance equipment would only continue to climb. Frenson expressed deep relief regarding the quality of the gear, remarking that he was glad they could bring items that would surely bring great satisfaction to Lord Werner, before pausing to wonder what Lord Werner might be doing at that very moment. Feli casually suggested that Lord Werner was likely overwhelmed with work, playfully offering to place a friendly wager on the matter. Avant politely responded that while he was not entirely against gambling, he could not bring himself to wager on a subject of that nature, while Gok acknowledged his own cautious character, and Frenson simply voiced his sincere hope that Lord Werner was finding time to get proper rest. Meanwhile, on the Hildia plains situated south of the capital, a visibly worn and ragged Werner stood as a man approached to express gratitude for a previous encounter. The man introduced himself as Rheinisch, accompanied by Lady Degen Kolb, who expressed immense delight at finding themselves gathered together once again. Werner offered a respectful greeting to both Lord Rheinisch and Lady Degen Kolb, but the lady quickly clarified that due to certain unexpected circumstances, she was participating on this occasion strictly as an individual, offering a polite apology for presenting herself in such informal attire. Werner acknowledged her explanation just as another gentleman stepped forward from behind, noting that this was his first opportunity to greet Viscount Werner in person. The man introduced himself as Avant, the current head of the House of Viscount Crank. Werner recalled that Avant's father had tragically lost his life during the stampede, leaving his young son to assume leadership of the family, though Werner inwardly noted that despite Avant's youthful appearance, he was actually older than Werner himself. Werner formally introduced himself as Werner von Zerfeld. Viscount Avant offered a respectful bow, stating that the tactical capabilities Werner had demonstrated during the recent stampede had served as an invaluable learning experience for the knights of the Crank household, and that his family was entirely committed to redeeming themselves after his father's previous disgrace, thanking Werner warmly for receiving him. As Viscount Avant departed, Werner observed that Rheinisch and Lady Degenkolb remained present. Lady Degenkolb shared her enthusiasm for learning from the members of the Zerfeld family knighthood, whom she recognized as true experts in team-based combat, and requested Werner's personal guidance. Werner agreed, though he privately felt that the situation and expectations were expanding far beyond reasonable proportions. Rheinisch added that given Werner's remarkable accomplishments, it was only natural for him to hold such prestige, offering sincere congratulations on his appointment as both a student and the commander of a full 100-man squad. In the background, nearby knights conversed among themselves, mentioning rumors that an upcoming evaluation would involve direct demonstrations of offensive magic. Another knight responded that given the strong trust the Chancellor placed in Count Chanderl, such a development was entirely expected. Shortly thereafter, Crest George Chanderl, the commander of the training squads, arrived at the testing grounds. Another knight quietly remarked on how wonderful it was that this journey would provide yet another splendid story to share with his wife upon returning home. Werner noticed Count Chanderl and members of the First family observing from a distance, prompting Max to whisper to Werner that Count First himself had personally requested to be involved in the proceedings. Werner questioned why the Count would go out of his way to participate, while observing Hermine walking forward with a serious and resolute expression. Werner wondered what underlying motives they might be pursuing, but quickly decided it was best not to waste energy overthinking the matter. Stepping forward to assume command, Werner ordered the first unit of the Mage Corps to take their positions. The mages lined up in orderly fashion to face their designated practice targets. Upon a loud command to fire, powerful streams of magic and fire surged across the field, striking the targets directly and generating a massive cloud of thick smoke and shattered debris. Hermine and the surrounding observers watched closely as the smoke slowly cleared, revealing that the targets had been completely annihilated. The gathered crowd expressed great admiration at the display, though Werner inwardly pondered whether this overwhelming difference in power was merely a reflection of the randomized scaling inherent to the world's underlying system. Directly behind Werner, Count Chanderl commended the remarkable destructive power of the spell, while another noble remarked that the mages had clearly been studying diligent techniques, just as anticipated. Within his own mind, however, Werner reflected that the surrounding nobles were profoundly mistaken, knowing that such force would be wholly insufficient to contend with the far more dangerous enemies that lay ahead in the later stages of their journey. An official then announced the commencement of the second phase of testing. Werner immediately commanded the second unit of the Mage Corps to prepare, instructing every unit to get into position and ready their specialized magic items. A quiet hush fell over the crowd as Werner confirmed that everyone was properly aligned. On his signal, the mages activated their magic items, causing brilliant electrical energy to crackle along their staves. Werner shouted the command to fire, triggering a massive explosion that enveloped the target area in heavy fire and smoke. As the air eventually cleared, the crowd watched in surprise as the targets emerged almost entirely undamaged. Hermine's eyes widened in genuine astonishment at the surprising outcome, while Max and Barkey remained completely calm and unbothered. Mage Voigt and the other mages smiled warmly at the result, declaring the test a complete success. Count Chanderl and the surrounding nobles looked on with deep skepticism, prompt Count Chanderl to instruct Viscount Werner and Sir Voigt to present their official report along with a detailed explanation of the results. Werner immediately answered in the affirmative and began laying out the findings. He explained that the test was designed to investigate the fundamental relationship between the magic originating inside the human body and the natural magic existing within the surrounding environment. The primary objective was to examine his theory that both internal and environmental magic must be present simultaneously in order for a spell to be successfully invoked. As he spoke, Werner privately reflected that discussing such potentially top-secret concepts in an open setting was acceptable only because the higher authorities had implicitly permitted it. Catching a subtle nod of approval from Count Chanderl, Werner wondered whether the commander was evaluating the setting with potential information leaks in mind, or if maintaining absolute trust within the Crown Prince's inner circle held greater importance. In truth, he reasoned that both factors were likely influencing the decision. Continuing his explanation, Werner stated that if his hypothesis proved correct, rapidly expending a massive quantity of environmental magic all at once would naturally disrupt and weaken any subsequent attempt to cast spells in the immediate area. Testing this phenomenon was one major goal, while the secondary goal was to determine whether environmental magic exhibited specific natural preferences in how it flowed and attached itself to different objects or spells. Hermine interrupted with curiosity, seeking clarification on what was meant by natural preferences. Werner explained that, for lack of a better term, it described how environmental magic prioritized its distribution. To test this, he had the team simultaneously activate a large number of relatively weak magic items, which were designed to consume only small individual amounts of ambient magic. Immediately following that activation, he had the mages attempt to cast high-tier offensive spells, which normally required a significantly larger intake of environmental magic. By observing how the spells performed after the items were activated, they were able to map out exactly how environmental magic flowed through the surrounding space. Count Mage Void added that to ensure complete scientific accuracy, the mages were instructed to stand in the exact same physical positions during both rounds of testing. Through this method, they successfully established a reliable baseline for approximately how many spellcasters could operate in a single area without suffering a noticeable drop in magic power. Werner privately noted that while the baseline was clear, minor variations still occurred due to shifting weather patterns and environmental conditions. Furthermore, several critical factors, such as variations in spell range or location, had yet to be fully tested and verified. Nevertheless, for the purpose of this demonstration, Werner had assembled the precise maximum number of mages capable of casting similar spells simultaneously and gathered them into a concentrated group. Count Mage Void highlighted another significant breakthrough attributed to the Viscount, pointing out that despite historic records showing almost no instances of goblins employing magic during stampedes, the underlying reason had always been misunderstood. A noble in attendance suggested that goblins simply refrained from magic because they were too caught up in their mindless, wild rampage. Count Mage Void explained that while scholars had traditionally believed goblins lacked the intellect required to perform magic during a chaotic charge, the Viscount's theory proposed a far simpler reality. The creatures were physically unable to do so. If thousands of stampeding monsters attempted to cast even basic spells all at once, the ambient environmental magic in the area would be instantly depleted. This phenomenon also offered a clear explanation for why the court mages had struggled so severely during the previous stampede. Another noble recalled that during that specific campaign, which marked the royal grandson's first battle, an unusually high number of military mage units had been deployed to the field. A second noble chimed in, pointing out that numerous participating adventurers had also been relying heavily on spellcasting throughout the engagement. Observing the nobles connect the dots, Werner quietly remarked to himself that the aristocracy was capable of sound reasoning once given a slight push in the right direction. He wondered why no scholar had ever noticed such an obvious pattern before, questioning whether it was the result of long-standing cognitive bias or something far more fundamentally missing in their understanding of the world. Meanwhile, a noble praised the discovery as a brilliant and momentous breakthrough, exclaiming that it would not only allow the kingdom to manage monster stampedes with far greater efficiency, but would also provide a decisive tactical advantage in future conflicts against hostile neighboring nations. Another noble enthusiastically agreed, declaring that this new understanding of magic would elevate the realm's military capability to unprecedented levels. Count Chandril immediately recognized the practical applications, stating that the military would need to begin developing single-use, disposable magic items specifically engineered to drain massive amounts of environmental magic from the battlefield. Count Mage Void agreed wholeheartedly, promising to submit a formal recommendation for immediate research funding so these projects could begin without delay. Watching their excitement, Werner reflected on how quickly the nobility shifted their focus to international warfare and human conflicts, even after being explicitly warned about the overarching threat of the Demon Lord. Still, he recognized that if political ambition accelerated technical development, it ultimately served his goals. For his purposes, focusing on direct practical applications was what mattered most, as this exact anti-magic technology would be indispensable for preventing demonic forces from laying siege to the royal castle with long-range magic spells in the future. Amidst the ongoing discussions, someone in the crowd raised a final, crucial question, asking whether this known drop in magic power during team-based combat had not already been a persistent problem for their forces up until now. Count Mage Void admitted with visible embarrassment that he had never once doubted the overall effectiveness of their existing equipment, nor had he questioned sacred magic's natural ability to counteract standard spells. He conceded that if anyone had simply considered the possibility of intentional magic nullification earlier, improving their technological approach would have been an obvious priority. Within his own mind, Werner reflected that he could easily understand why such a concept had never crossed their minds. In a society that heavily prioritizes and celebrates individual combat skill, it was only natural for combatants and researchers alike to focus entirely on maximizing direct offensive output and basic defensive capabilities. As a result, most mages were accustomed to charging into battle without considering the broader environmental dynamics of spellcasting. Hermine turned to Werner with curiosity, asking where he had managed to dream up such an unusual and innovative concept. Werner explained that he had simply been reflecting on the events of the recent stampede, noting that as they move forward, they will undoubtedly face a much wider variety of unpredictable enemies. He added that he would leave the detailed verification of these preliminary results in the capable hands of Count Chandrel while he prepared to transition to the next phase of testing. Count Chandrel agreed without hesitation, calling out for everyone present to prepare for the upcoming demonstration. Watching the group, Werner pondered whether the kingdom's entire worldview was shaped by a reliance on brute force. Because magic in this world was wielded exclusively by a select elite, he wondered if their tactical philosophy stemmed from an instinctive belief that extraordinarily gifted individuals were inherently more valuable than coordinated group strategy. As the strategic advantage of operating in smaller, highly specialized units became more widely recognized, the importance of exceptional heroic figures would only continue to grow. Consequently, the expectations placed upon Mazel by the populace were destined to rise to even greater heights. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the Kingdom of Wine, within the quiet village of Arlia, a young girl approached a house and raised her hand to knock. Just as she was about to pound firmly on the wood, the door swung open, causing her to jump in surprise as Lily Harding appeared. Grasping Lily's hand with relief, the girl, named Hannah, expressed how thankful she was that Lily had opened the door, explaining that she had come to express her gratitude for a drawing Lily had made. Hannah shared that her boyfriend had been overjoyed with the artwork, remarking that looking at the picture made him feel as though she were standing right beside him. Lily responded warmly, expressing her genuine happiness that the gift had brought joy, but gently reminded Hannah that she really should not be visiting her house. Still, Lily noted that she was grateful for the opportunity to return the art supplies and canvas that she had accidentally kept from a previous occasion. Hannah immediately refused to take them back, insisting that Lily keep the materials, as they would be of no real use to her anyway. Overriding Lily's mild protest, Hannah suggested that Lily should paint a portrait of her family to send to Mazel. She mentioned that traveling pilgrims had reported the hero playing a major role in recent battles, so a painting would serve as a wonderful congratulatory gift. Hannah added that her boyfriend found immense strength in having her picture while they were apart, so a portrait would surely offer similar comfort to Mazel. Lily thanked her and admitted that she would consider the idea, though she quietly doubted whether Mazel would truly care for a portrait of their family. Hannah reassured her enthusiastically, emphasizing that Mazel would undoubtedly treasure it, given how lonely he must feel being away from home, and reminding Lily that he had always held her artistic talents in the highest regard. Their conversation was abruptly cut short when a harsh, angry voice screamed from inside the house, calling out Lily's name. Sensing immediate danger, Lily urged Hannah to leave at once, expressing final thanks for the art supplies, which she promised would be of great help. Unsure of how to react to the tense atmosphere, Hannah reluctantly agreed to depart, promising to visit again soon, while noting that her own father believed the village elder was entirely in the wrong about the situation. Lily reassured Hannah that her support was more than enough, gently warning her not to get dragged into the local conflict. Checking the surrounding area carefully, Lily confirmed the path was clear and signaled for Hannah to make a swift exit. Hannah hurried away into the village, allowing Lily to retreat quickly inside and shut the heavy wooden door behind her. Standing in the entrance, her hands trembled violently from the sudden rush of adrenaline. From within the house, the hysterical voice screamed demands to call Mazel back home immediately, declaring that as her son, he belonged to the village. The voice raged that with rumors of the Demon Lord's revival spreading across the land, it was absurd for him to be studying abroad in the capital as if nothing were wrong. Ignoring the bitter noise ringing through the house, Lily maintained her composure and allowed a faint, gentle smile to touch her face. Pulling open a wooden drawer filled to the brim with cherished letters, she looked down at the collection with quiet affection, softly contemplating the idea of painting a portrait of their family. Back at the main squad encampment, Count Mage Voigt and Count Chandrel were seen diligently tending to their respective administrative and military duties. In his mind, Werner reflected on the swift transition, noting that he had entrusted the tedious process of verifying the results of the magic experiments to the specialized mages while the main army quickly relocated to their new position. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of the Hildia Plains, intensive team-based combat drills were actively taking place. Knights mounted on horseback rode across the terrain, dragging heavy bundles of straw that were securely tied to long ropes behind them. Ground soldiers pursued the wildly bouncing ropes on foot, huffing, puffing, and wheezing as they exerted every ounce of energy to keep up with the unpredictable movement. Eventually, one determined soldier managed to tackle and catch one of the straw bundles. Observing the exercise, a soldier noted aloud that he finally understood the purpose of the drill, realizing that the erratically moving straw bundle was meant to simulate the unpredictable movements of a dangerous demon, forcing the infantry to coordinate their strikes effectively as a cohesive unit. Count Chandrel remarked that if the soil had been drier, they could have dragged a full-size dummy of a soldier to make the training even more realistic. The soldier agreed with the Count's observation, though he admitted that the overall scene on the field remained extremely chaotic. Count Chandral pointed out that despite the poor visibility created by the kicking dust and the fact that the straw dummies did not fight back, it was astonishing to see a five-man team struggle so severely to coordinate their actions. Werner explained to the Count that such disorganization was the natural result when soldiers were far too accustomed to relying on individual combat rather than collective teamwork. On the field, the soldiers clashed in utter disarray. One soldier shouted angrily that the dummy was his target and warned his teammate not to run in that direction, while another soldier screamed in confusion asking which way they were supposed to move. Another voiced a frantic reminder that they had been strictly instructed not to sever the trailing rope, while yet another soldier yelled out in pain after someone stepped heavily on his foot. Engaged in a chaotic mess of overlapping orders and frantic movements, the soldiers continued to chase the bouncing bundle of straw across the field. Count Chandral nodded thoughtfully as he took in the messy sight. Werner admitted that implementing this cooperative approach was inherently difficult, especially when trying to retrain traditional knights, though he noted that such resistance was entirely to be expected. In his private thoughts, Werner analyzed the deeper reasons behind this stubbornness. He recognized that in this world, personal combat skills were considered paramount, and building a properly disciplined, fully cooperative standing army was an extraordinarily lengthy and labor-intensive process. Furthermore, professional military personnel were always in extremely high demand, with individual social status and noble family background holding immense weight in society. A noble knight who had been trained in a highly privileged environment represented an extraordinarily valuable asset. Consequently, one of the primary sources of income for knights who did not own vast tracts of land in this world was the collection of war ransoms. During combat, these knights would make every effort to capture high-ranking opponents alive so they could later trade them back to their families for substantial sums of gold. Turning back to Count Chandral, Werner emphasized that when facing monstrous demons on the battlefield, there was absolutely no need to show mercy, honor, or consideration. He stressed that raw military efficiency could and should be pursued without hesitation, meaning the men simply needed more structured practice. Privately, Werner reflected on the deep cultural divide. While attacking an enemy in overwhelming numbers made total sense when the goal was capturing targets, the traditional chivalric ideals of this world prioritized honor, martial pride, and fair one-on-one duels. Without adhering to those strict rules of engagement, knights could not earn a proper living or maintain their social standing, as reputation was quite literally everything to the nobility. Count Chandral acknowledged the logic of Werner's explanation, agreeing that his perspective made complete sense. Werner expressed his hope that more noble leaders would come to understand this fundamental truth. He reasoned that the individuals participating in these field drills were largely men who had experienced the terror of the monster stampede, whether directly on the front lines or indirectly through its devastating aftermath. Of course, there were certainly those who were participating simply because the training was a strict government mandate that left them with no choice, while others joined because they felt a terrifying, unprecedented threat looming over the realm. These gathered forces would inevitably be called upon to fight in the desperate battles against the demon army leading up to the defense of the royal capital. Werner realized that if he could clearly demonstrate the dramatic efficacy and survival rate of team-based combat here on the training grounds, true understanding would rapidly spread, converting more traditional knights and lords into firm believers of modern military tactics. Raising his voice across the quieted field, Werner shouted for the next group to step forward, announcing that the elite Zerfeld Knights would now provide a formal demonstration. Barkey and his fellow Zerfeld Knights stepped forward with absolute confidence, their proud demeanor drawing the intense, curious gazes of all the surrounding troops. Werner shouted the command to begin the drill. As the horse sprang forward and the straw bundle dashed erratically across the ground, the Zerfeld Knights moved as a perfectly synchronized unit. The spear-bearers exchanged quick, silent nods of mutual understanding before simultaneously hurling their spears into the dirt, perfectly pinning the rope and forcing the straw bundle to a sudden, violent halt. The abrupt stop caused the trailing black horse to startle the adjacent white horse, sending the trapped straw bundle flying high into the open air. Positioned perfectly underneath the falling target, Origin drew his blade in a single fluid motion, slicing the airborne bundle cleanly in half before it even touched the ground. The surrounding crowd of knights and soldiers erupted into enthusiastic cheers at the flawless display of teamwork and martial skill. Watching the positive reaction, Werner reflected on the fundamental nature of the men he was leading. The nobles and knights of this kingdom were exceptionally proud, highly capable warriors. To motivate them effectively, the key lay in clear demonstration teaching, practical hands-on application, and immediate positive reinforcement. Ensuring those three elements were consistently provided would be more than enough to transform their military doctrine. Standing beside him, Count Chandral looked out over the cheering troops and remarked with genuine admiration that the demonstration was truly impressive. Werner expressed his sincere gratitude while reflecting deeply on the state of the exercise. He understood that the future development of these military procedures would depend heavily on adapting to the unique traits, combat strengths, and preferred strategies of each noble house. Every house maintained its own distinct identity, and even their choices of weapon configurations varied slightly from one force to another. Werner admitted to himself that he possessed no real knowledge or formal background when it came to training soldiers for modern warfare. Because of this limitation, he restricted his role to offering fundamental principles and providing helpful suggestions while observing the drills from the sidelines. Recognizing that repetition was necessary for improvement, he commanded the troops to reset their positions and run through the entire sequence once more from the beginning. When the strenuous training session finally came to an end, the physical condition of the participating groups showed a striking difference. The knights belonging to the Zerfeld family still appeared composed, healthy, and relatively fresh, whereas the knights from the other noble houses looked thoroughly battered, exhausted, and worn down by the intense effort. Count Chandril spoke to the gathered assembly, expressing his appreciation for their grueling work throughout the day. He directed everyone to return to their respective camps immediately so they could rest and recover. He informed them that the schedule for the following day would remain unchanged, with drills taking place at the exact same location and time, adding that if any adjustments were required, he would reach out directly to inform each group. Count Chandril then announced the specific duties assigned for the afternoon. Viscount Zerfeld and Lady Hermine were tasked with securing fresh water supplies from the neighboring village, while Viscount Crank and Lord Rhinish were assigned to support the effort as well. Hearing these names paired together made Werner pause in thought. He wondered why those specific individuals had been selected out of everyone available, though after a moment of consideration, he could easily guess the underlying practical and political reasons behind the decision. Count Chandril officially dismissed the gathered soldiers and noble leaders. As people began to disperse, Werner continued to ponder the arrangement. He concluded that since the families involved were close neighbors and enjoyed reasonably peaceful, amicable relations with one another, putting the younger members in charge of shared domestic chores was a completely fair and reasonable setup. Before parting ways, Lady Hermine offered a deep and polite bow to Werner, expressing her earnest expectation for their shared task the following morning. Werner responded with equal politeness, stating that the privilege was entirely his. He noted that gathering and replenishing their water supplies ought to be their very first priority at daybreak, so it was essential for her to get a full and restful night of sleep beforehand. Lady Hermine acknowledged his considerate words with deep gratitude, assuring him that she understood his instructions. She stood quietly in place, her eyes following Werner's figure as he walked away into the distance. Early the following morning, inside the central tent of the first family, Lady Hermine was quietly preparing herself for the day ahead. Zoffy stepped inside the tent and offered a polite morning greeting. Hermine returned the greeting, but Zoffy immediately caught sight of the heavy, troubled expression on the young lady's face. Zoffy inquired whether something unfortunate had occurred to distress her. Hermine attempted to brush off the concern, pretending not to understand what Zoffy was referring to. However, Zoffy gently pressed the matter, pointing out that she knew her mistress far too well to miss such obvious signs of inner turmoil. Hermine glanced at Zoffy and then turned her gaze toward the surrounding maidservants. Recognizing the need for complete privacy, the attendants quickly took their leave and exited the tent. Once they were alone, Hermine offered a sincere apology to Zoffy, admitting that it was foolish and immature of her to show her anxieties so openly and cause unnecessary concern. Zoffy quickly reassured her that no apology was needed, before plainly asking what had transpired between her and Viscount Werner. Hermine's eyes widened in genuine surprise, and she asked how Zoffy could possibly have guessed the subject of her worry. Zoffy simply reminded her that serving constantly by her side allowed her to perceive things that others might easily overlook. Hermine sighed and confessed that the matter was a source of deep shame for the entire first family line. She explained that her father had recently disclosed to her the dark truth behind a past incident involving the Zerfeld family and their own. Zoffy asked if this involved the tragic passing of Viscount Werner's late elder brother and Lady Judith. Hermine recalled that back during her school days, the official story told to everyone was that the young man had lost his life in a heartbreaking accident. Zoffy added that according to public belief, the elder brother had died heroically while trying to protect his younger sibling, and many people had assumed he would eventually become a highly respected and cherished brother-in-law to their family. Hermine confirmed Zoffy's memory of the event, explaining that she herself had held that exact same belief for years. She had always assumed that the total breakdown of marriage discussions between the two noble houses was simply due to the significant age gap between her older sister and the Viscount. However, her father had recently shattered that illusion, revealing that the truth was far more complex and unpleasant. Hermine vividly recalled the painful conversation with her father. Count first had sat her down, stating that there was a crucial matter she needed to understand. He explained that immediately following the tragic death of the Viscount's elder brother, It was actually the Zerfeld family who insisted on suspending all further talk of a formal engagement between the houses. Count First had investigated the real reason behind their sudden withdrawal and shared it with a dark, bitter laugh. It turned out that upon hearing of the tragedy, Hermine's older sister had foolishly blurted out that she was relieved, as she would no longer be forced to marry into a family composed merely of low-ranking civil servants. Hermine had listened to her father's revelation in complete disbelief and horror. Zofie was similarly shocked by the cruelty of such a statement. Hermine admitted that while she had initially struggled to process such heartlessness, she could not deny that such a comment aligned perfectly with her sister's arrogant nature. Zofie then quietly asked whether Viscount Werner was aware of the insult. Hermine explained that whether he had heard the cruel words directly or learned of them through others, she was entirely certain he knew the truth. The Viscount's formal, distant, and guarded demeanor in her presence made his awareness painfully obvious. Hermine felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and regret weighing upon her heart. Even though Viscount Werner had been subjected to such terrible disrespect from her family, he had still stepped forward to save their lives during battle and had unhesitatingly shared his valuable military knowledge to guide them. Meanwhile, Hermine had been completely blind to the past, casually approaching him and asking for instruction without realizing the deep scar her family had left on him. She felt like an utter embarrassment to herself and her household. Zofie surmised that Count First had commanded Hermine to use this joint duty as an opportunity to mend relations with the Zerfeld family. Hermine confirmed that this was indeed her father's expectation. However, she felt the assignment was virtually impossible to carry out successfully. She wondered aloud how anyone could expect her to build a genuine friendship with the younger sister of a woman who had insulted a brave hero, a man who had sacrificed his own life to protect others. Deep down, Hermine felt certain that Viscount Werner likely wanted nothing to do with her and wished to ignore her very presence entirely. Zofie attempted to object, raising the point that Lady Hermine was a completely distinct individual from her sister, Lady Judith, and should not be held responsible for her actions. However, Hermine gently interrupted her, calling her name and reminding her that she was still a proud member of the First family. She explained that from Viscount Werner's perspective, her bloodline was all that truly mattered, meaning he would inevitably view her as nothing more and nothing less than a representative of the household that had wronged him. Zofie could only look back at her mistress with a silent, sorrowful expression, feeling the heavy weight of the young lady's resignation. Nearby, the steady splashing of water echoed through the air as soldiers steadily filled massive wooden barrels straight from the local well. All around them, the local farmers continued their daily labors, diligently tilling the soil. The village elder listened attentively to the explanation provided by the military leaders, nodding as he acknowledged that their presence was due to ongoing training drills. He assured them that their operations were entirely fine by him and offered his full cooperation. Werner responded by expressing his deep appreciation for the village elder's understanding, patience, and helpful attitude toward the military presence. The village elder then pointed out a potential problem, directing Werner's attention to the local water source. He explained that the village well was relatively shallow, meaning it could not yield a particularly large volume of water at any given time. Werner took note of this information and reassured the elder that there was no need to worry. He clarified that the soldiers would manage by extracting only the absolute minimum amount necessary to fulfill their immediate needs. He then inquired whether there happened to be a nearby river or natural spring that they could draw from instead. At this question, the village elder and the men standing directly behind him paused briefly, exchanging a subtle look before the elder spoke up again. He expressed his thanks for Werner's consideration and explained that toward the southwest lay a small river, while toward the east there was a modest lake. Werner asked if it would be possible to view a local map or perhaps be provided with a knowledgeable guide to help navigate the area. At that moment, the two men standing behind the village elder accidentally bumped into each other, a slight nervous motion that did not escape Werner's observant gaze. One of the men quickly stepped forward to explain that if one were to travel straight toward the river from their current location, the journey would take approximately 3 hours. He added that the path leading to the spring was rather complicated and difficult to navigate, offering that if the military required water from that source, the villagers themselves would happily transport it directly to the camp for them. Werner replied that such assistance would be immensely helpful to their operations. While accepting the offer, Werner began analyzing the logistics of the situation in his mind. Whenever military forces established an encampment for an extended period of several days, daily necessities such as food and water were almost always procured locally to sustain the troops. Even when considering strictly the drinking water they were tasked with securing, setting aside the massive additional quantities required for cooking meals, laundering garments, and other general hygiene needs, each individual soldier still required at least 3 liters of clean drinking water every day, especially given the grueling physical exertion of their daily combat drills. With approximately 300 men participating in the training exercise, the army required roughly 900 liters of drinking water every single day. To put that into perspective, that amounted to about 452-liter bottles per day for the remaining duration of the exercise. It was simply impossible to transport such an immense volume of heavy liquid all the way from the capital city. While it was theoretically possible to create water using magic spells or carry large quantities inside specialized spatial magic bags, magical methods came with numerous restrictive conditions and high energy costs. Consequently, relying on local procurement remained by far the most practical and cost-effective method available. Turning his attention back to the negotiations, Werner asked the villagers if they had any specific preference regarding how they would like to be compensated for the water. One of the men immediately requested that payment be provided in gold coins. Surprised by the request, Werner repeated the phrase with a hint of skepticism, questioning why a small rural settlement would demand high-value currency. The man quickly turned to the village leader to seek confirmation, asking if that was not indeed their preference. The village elder agreed, explaining that the water level in their shallow well had been steadily dropping with each passing year, so receiving a little extra cash in gold would help compensate for the strain on their resource. Werner acknowledged the explanation, stating that he would take their request into consideration before proposing a fair alternative arrangement. The village elder accepted the offer enthusiastically, expressing his immense gratitude. Stepping under the shade of nearby trees, Werner reflected on the interaction while taking notes. He pondered how handling tricky and bothersome negotiations of this nature served as excellent practical experience for a young noble learning how to manage a domain. As he recorded the details of the arrangement, he reminded himself that navigating such diplomatic challenges was great training. Nevertheless, an uneasy feeling lingered in the back of his mind, telling him that this particular situation was going to prove troublesome. The strange interaction weighed heavily on his thoughts, though he drew some comfort from the belief that they still had sufficient time before Fort Werisa was expected to fall to enemy forces. Shortly thereafter, Lady Hermine arrived at the location accompanied by Zoffy. Approaching the Viscount, she bowed politely and offered her warm greetings, praising his hard work and expressing her relief that the negotiations were progressing so smoothly. However, she admitted that she remained somewhat concerned about the total volume of water they would ultimately be able to gather. She noted her understanding that the local villagers would be transporting water directly from the eastern lake and asked whether she should head out personally to inspect and verify the condition of the river to the southwest. Werner replied that her suggestion was a good idea, but added that he had a preliminary favor to ask of her first. Hermine readily agreed, assuring him of her full cooperation. Werner explained that while he hoped he was merely overthinking things, the general atmosphere and physical state of the village was giving him deep cause for concern. Hermine looked around and remarked that the settlement possessed all the outward appearances of a quiet, peaceful, and ordinary rural community. Werner agreed that it appeared peaceful on the surface, but pointed out that it was far too quiet for a normal inhabited settlement. He noted that young children were naturally curious creatures. Looking across the unusually still surroundings, he pointed out that even if the local children had been strictly commanded by their parents to stay indoors due to the presence of armed soldiers, the sheer amount of military activity would inevitably draw them to peek out from their windows to catch a glimpse of the soldiers. Furthermore, the adults were clearly not taking quick breaks to play or converse between their farming chores. Since the village lacked any churches, large schoolhouses, or community buildings, Werner strongly doubted that the local children were gathered somewhere indoors receiving formal education or religious lessons. Finally, Werner highlighted the strange nature of their payment request. Demanding high-denomination gold coins in such a remote, backcountry settlement was highly unusual behavior. Reflecting on historical precedent, Werner recalled that back in Old World Europe, cash payments for taxes had only gradually become the standard during the late Middle Ages. Similarly, in this current world, while the widespread use of physical currency was common in urban centers and along major trade routes, small rural villages located in isolated areas overwhelmingly preferred to barter for physical supplies and goods they lacked rather than hoard gold. The unnatural stillness of the settlement, combined with the suspicious behavior of the locals, convinced him that something dangerous was hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly peaceful village. Werner explained to Lady Hermine that despite being in the very middle of their crucial harvest season, the local men had readily offered to transport the heavy water barrels themselves, even though doing so would significantly cut down on the manpower desperately needed in their agricultural fields. He added that it was equally suspicious for them to demand excessively high water charges. While it would have been entirely reasonable for the villagers to impose a modest additional surcharge for the extra labor, demanding high-denomination gold currency made little sense. Werner admitted that he could not yet determine whether the locals were refusing to speak openly out of general mistrust or because they were actively hiding a dangerous secret, but he was certain that something was deeply amiss. He cautioned that taking impulsive action without first understanding the true situation could lead to disaster, suggesting that it would be best to report these unsettling observations directly to Count Chandrel. Lady Hermine nodded in complete agreement with his assessment. To ensure they were fully prepared, Werner offered to hand over a basic layout map of the settlement. However, As Hermine and Zoffy leaned in to inspect the document, looks of deep confusion spread across their faces. Hermine hesitated before asking in disbelief whether the rough drawing was truly meant to be a map of the village. Werner acknowledged its primitive nature and requested that when she received the incoming water supplies, she use the opportunity to discreetly inquire further about the surrounding terrain and draft a clean, updated copy that filled in all the missing details. He noted quietly that he genuinely hoped his lingering suspicions would prove to be nothing more than unfounded worries. Later that evening, Max approached Werner to commend his diligent efforts, offering to take over the remaining duties so that Werner could finally rest and enjoy his evening meal. Werner expressed his thanks for the thoughtful gesture. Max remarked on the unexpected additional workload that had fallen upon them, expressing his sincere hope that their dark misgivings about the village would ultimately turn out to be completely baseless. Werner quietly concurred with the sentiment as he watched the thick stew bubbling over the campfire. While Orjan helped himself to a hot bowl of food, Werner shared recent developments regarding their chain of command. He informed the group that Count Chandrel had reviewed his detailed report and had officially granted permission to deploy extra soldiers to monitor the surrounding area. Werner voiced his deep respect for the Count, noting that such swift, decisive action was precisely what one would expect from a seasoned commander with genuine battlefield experience. While Werner had initially suggested the tactical placement of the guards, the Count had expertly pointed out several subtle shortcomings in the plan and provided precise instructions on how to correct them. Werner reflected that along with Marquis Norpoth, Count Chandrel was a man who fully deserved the immense trust and confidence placed in him by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Orjan took a bite of his meal and inquired what kind of threat Werner believed they were actually dealing with in this strange settlement. Werner paused to gather his thoughts before explaining that judging by the layout and physical structure of the village, it clearly had not been established under the formal guidance or patronage of any noble family. Therefore, it was not a legitimate, newly emerging settlement, which meant it was almost certainly an illegal operation. He reasoned that the locals were either secretly cultivating borderline illegal farmland or covertly hoarding some valuable, resource-rich land. However, their extraordinarily suspicious behavior pointed toward an immediate crisis. Werner warned that if any hostile movement were to occur, it would happen either later that night or during the following day, instructing everyone to remain fully prepared for imminent combat. He noted that while he could not predict whether the enemy would strike first, if a confrontation broke out soon, their own fresh forces, possessing the most unused strength and endurance among the regiments, would hold a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Werner further explained that the ongoing duty of securing water had been officially handed over to Baron Kupfernagel. Meanwhile, regarding the delicate situation inside the village itself, Lady Hermine had already formally requested the deployment of her family's military units, ensuring that the area would be well protected. Werner revealed his primary theory, stating that the worst yet most probable scenario was that a ruthless band of bandits had seized control of the settlement and were actively coercing the local villagers. If that assumption proved correct, a violent clash would be entirely unavoidable. Since the village contained numerous helpless women and children, having Lady Hermine's specialized unit, which featured a large number of skilled female knights, joining their ranks would prove to be an invaluable asset in keeping the civilian population safe. Orjan absorbed the news with a grim smile, lightheartedly remarking that this upcoming battle would serve as a strenuous post-meal workout. Before their conversation could continue any further, a uniformed soldier abruptly stepped into the command tent, announcing in a formal tone that Viscount Werner von Zerfeld had been urgently summoned to report to Count Chandrel at once. While Count Chandrel was focused on carefully cleaning his sword, Viscount Grolman informed him that Viscount Zerfeld was already heading toward the old ruins believed to be the main hiding place of the bandits. At the same time, a gathering of military forces led by the brave knights of the First Family had been dispatched to secure and protect the vulnerable local villagers. Both groups had already departed for their assigned locations. Count Chandrel acknowledged the update with a simple head nod, praising the efficient work. However, noticing that Viscount Grolman remained standing in place without leaving the tent, Count Chandrel asked if there was something troubling his mind. Viscount Grolman hesitated for a moment before admitting his concerns, prompting Count Chandrel to ask if his worries were specifically regarding young Viscount Werner. Viscount Grolman confirmed this, pointing out that while the young Viscount possessed an exceptionally sharp mind for someone his age and demonstrated remarkably flexible thinking, he still suffered from a dangerous lack of practical experience in direct hand-to-hand combat. He noted that even though half of the unit consisted of elite veterans placed under the Count's direct command, sending Viscount Werner into such a volatile situation remained somewhat concerning. Count Chandrel agreed with the assessment, noting that although Werner had done remarkably well to spot the subtle irregularities within the village, his actual strategic deployment of the troops showed a bit of tactical laxity. Viscount Grolman began to suggest the intervention, but Count Chandrel smoothly sheathed his polished sword and explained that this exact limitation was why real battlefield experience was so paramount for a growing leader. He added that a few skilled mages had voluntarily offered to accompany the force. Considering the overall size of the ruined citadel, they were likely facing a small group of around 20 bandits, meaning minor chaotic actions would not easily overwhelm their prepared forces. Viscount Grolman remarked that forcing a young student to handle such complex and dangerous military matters here on the outskirts of the capital, rather than within the safe boundaries of his own family domain, seemed unnecessarily harsh and demanding. Count Chandril chuckled quietly, asking with a slight smirk whether Viscount Grolman believed Viscount Werner was truly capable of achieving such complete success. Viscount Grolman asked if the Count was teasing him, to which Count Chandril playfully admitted he might be. Count Chandril then grew serious, explaining that this rigorous training was precisely what was expected of the son of Count Zerfeld, a man famed throughout the realm for his brilliant domain management. He urged Grolman to place some faith in the young noble, reminding him that Werner's capable lieutenants had accompanied him into the field and were more than qualified to handle any unexpected emergencies that might arise. Viscount Grolman conceded that he understood the logic, but voiced a deeper worry that the staggering weight of high expectations placed upon Viscount Werner by those around him might eventually crush the young man's spirit. Count Chandril admitted that he could not argue against that possibility, yet he held firm in his belief that much like his distinguished father, the young Viscount would ultimately rise to the occasion and prove his worth. Viscount Grolman agreed, noting that the Master of Ceremonies had similarly demonstrated great strength under pressure. Count Chandril lightly corrected him, smiling as he recalled that the Master of Ceremonies had certainly not possessed such remarkable composure back when he was merely a student. He concluded that regardless of whether young nobles were envied for their talents or faced painful failures, as long as others recognized their true potential, there would always be plenty of allies willing to step forward and aid them. Late that night, near the perimeter of the suspicious village, Werner silently observed the enemy territory. He found it astounding that even though the main army had departed the village and left a considerable distance between the two locations, the bandits had somehow neglected to post a single lookout at their primary base of operations. Shaking off his surprise, Werner swiftly issued orders, instructing the second unit to ready their crossbows and remain on standby, while the first unit moved forward to follow his lead. As they crept forward, Werner reflected on his decision to lead the assault group personally. While placing himself at the front line was not strictly the traditional role of an overall commander, he strongly felt the need to inspect the layout firsthand to give precise, accurate directions during the chaos of battle. He reassured himself that if an emergency occurred, he had Voight right by his side, a veteran who possessed the calm demeanor of someone thoroughly accustomed to violent skirmishes. Furthermore, Werner recognized that he was by far the lightest individual in the entire group, making him the most suitable choice for stealthy reconnaissance. Just as Werner prepared to climb the wooden ladder of an abandoned lookout tower, a cautious soldier gently reached out to stop him. Werner asked the soldier what was wrong, bidding him to speak up. The soldier respectfully asked for permission to speak boldly, pointing out that while the advanced scouts had reported no active guards, the situation on the ground could have changed in an instant. He requested permission to climb up first and scope out the immediate scene to ensure it was completely safe for his commander. Werner acknowledged the soldier's sensible precaution with deep appreciation and granted his request. Werner and the remaining squad waited in tense silence at the base of the structure as the brave soldier silently scaled the lookout tower. Upon safely reaching the top platform and confirming the area was clear, the soldier lowered a sturdy rope, allowing Werner to climb up immediately after him. Reaching the high vantage point, Werner looked out over the entire expanse of the enemy base, taking in the full layout of the courtyard and surrounding structures. Satisfied with his assessment, Werner and his guard descended back to the ground and stealthily approached the main entrance of the compound. Inspecting the heavy wooden barrier, the soldiers reported that the massive door was secured merely by a simple internal sliding bolt. Werner gave the signal to proceed, ordering them to quietly unlatch and open the door. The waiting soldiers filed inside the perimeter with drawn weapons, moving silently into the shadows. Werner scanned the immediate courtyard, taking note of the neglected, rotting wooden stables and concluding in his mind that the occupiers possessed no horses within the facility. Based on the logical structure of the layout, Werner deduced that the chief bandit was likely occupying the grandest building situated at the far back of the compound. Consequently, the windowless structure positioned to the right, near the main entrance gate, was almost certainly being utilized as a storage shed. However, the presence of a freshly installed, sturdy wooden door on that particular building immediately drew his attention and sparked a tactical realization. Addressing his squad in a low, disciplined tone, Werner confirmed that the overall layout of the compound matched the initial reports provided by their advanced scouts. He gestured toward two soldiers from the first unit, instructing them to take up standby positions beside the heavy door of the windowless building on the right. He explained that there was a high probability that captured hostages were being held inside the precise structure. He ordered them not to hesitate if anyone attempted to exit, as any individual coming out would inevitably be a guard investigating the commotion. Once the exit was cleared, Their priority would be to secure the interior and prevent any lingering bandits from forcing their way inside. The two assigned soldiers acknowledged the directive with firm understanding. Werner added that while they had the authority to make split-second decisions on the ground, if they encountered any difficulty distinguishing between hostile bandits and innocent civilians, their primary objective should be to subdue and apprehend the targets alive. The soldiers saluted softly, confirming their compliance. Turning his attention to two soldiers from the second unit, Werner pointed toward the building on the left, instructing them to position themselves near its windows and prepare to hurl a specialized package inside as soon as he gave the command. The two soldiers agreed and took the heavy burlap sack handed to them. Upon peeking inside to inspect the contents, one of the men recoiled slightly, recognizing the distinct, overwhelming stench of animal manure. As the soldiers instinctively pinched their noses, Werner offered a silent mental apology, hoping they would endure the unpleasant smell for the sake of the mission's success. Werner reasoned that the bulk of the sleeping bandits were distributed between the left-hand building and the central quarters. If an unexpected disturbance broke out inside, the disoriented men would naturally rush out through the main doorway. While setting fire to the structures might have been a more standard tactic, scout reports indicated that several women had been abducted from the nearby village. Although those captives were likely held in the chief's personal quarters, there was no way to guarantee their exact location, making fire far too risky for innocent lives. He instructed his men that as soon as the foul odor forced the bandits to flee outdoors into the open courtyard, the waiting crossbowmen were to pick them off immediately. Once the initial payload was delivered, the two soldiers who had thrown the sack through the window were to regroup with the main squad and transition directly into close-quarters hand-to-hand combat. Werner then selected two additional soldiers to remain by his side, near the right-hand building. He explained that if anyone inside the main central manor noticed the commotion and attempted to step outside, he would personally engage the initial threat. The two accompanying soldiers were instructed to hold their ground and eliminate any additional hostiles attempting to pour out of the main entrance, while cautioning them not to overextend or pursue fleeing enemies too far into the darkness. He noted that the compound possessed only a single exit gate, which simplified their containment strategy. All personnel who had not been given specialized tactical roles were instructed to wait directly outside the main gate to catch and subdue any bandits who managed to slip past the interstrike team. Finally, Werner directed 3 specific soldiers to take up positions within the deep shadows cast by the left-hand structure. He ordered that if anyone emerged from the grand manor in the far back, Origin was to assess the situation and strike at the precise moment. He emphasized that while they were to show no mercy to confirmed bandits, their absolute priority was to shield and protect any local villagers who might be caught in the crossfire. The remaining 2 soldiers were assigned to block the main doorway of the structure, ensuring that any hostiles who stepped outside would be completely cut off from retreating back indoors. With every role assigned, Werner formally ordered his men to slip into their designated positions. Under the dim light of the night sky, the soldiers moved silently across the courtyard to assume their tactical stations. Werner signaled the start of the assault by flashing 3 quick light signals. Instantly, the heavy sack of manure was hurled through the window of the left-hand building, and the archers leveled their crossbows at the doorway. Seconds later, a confused bandit burst through the entrance, coughing and shouting in disgust at the sudden, intolerable stench. Before the bewildered man could comprehend what was happening or identify the intruders, a crossbow bolt whistled through the night air, striking him down instantly. Listening intently to the approaching footfalls inside the adjacent building, Werner waited until the heavy door swung open before delivering a powerful, sweeping strike with the shaft of his spear, battering the oncoming bandit backward. As chaotic fighting erupted across the courtyard, the towering bandit leader suddenly burst out from the main building, roaring in anger and demanding to know what fools dared to invade his territory. Watching the leader emerge, Werner felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing that the man was not holding any hostages as a human shield. Although the chief was clearly taken aback by the sudden ambush, he still possessed enough authority to bark frantic orders to his scattered men. Werner called out with calm defiance, remarking that he usually had no interest in dealing with low-level criminals, but would gladly make an exception to introduce himself properly. Enraged by the insult, the bandit leader cursed loudly, shouting that a young brat had no right to address him with such disrespect. Werner glanced briefly toward his soldiers as they successfully breached and secured the nearby building, turning back to tell the furious chief that the young brat now held the complete upper hand. The bandit chief lunged forward, swinging his heavy sword in a vicious arc. Werner raised his weapon to block the incoming strike and launched an immediate counterattack. Although the experienced chief managed to dodge the initial thrust and launch a rapid follow-up attack, Werner expertly deflected the blade once more. Capitalizing on the opening, Werner executed a swift thrust that drove his blade directly into the bandit chief's back. With a sharp kick, Werner sent the bleeding leader crashing face-first onto the hard dirt ground. Reflecting privately on the exchange, Werner mused that while it was unfair to compare ordinary combatants to legendary prodigies, A master swordsman like Mazel would have parried the chief's heavy blows with far greater ease and grace. Turning to one of his waiting soldiers, Werner calmly ordered them to bind the defeated bandit chief tightly in ropes. The soldier respectfully acknowledged the order and immediately set to work binding the bandit chief. Reflecting privately on his recent battle, Werner realized with a quiet sense of amusement that having the opportunity to engage in frequent one-on-one training sessions with a legendary hero like Mazel was an extraordinary luxury that few fighters could ever dream of experience. Behind him, Origin stepped forward to report that the entire compound had been successfully cleared and secured. Werner acknowledged the update and inquired whether any fresh reports had arrived from the forces deployed near the village. Origin replied that no official communication had arrived from that sector just yet. Turning his attention back to the bound bandit leader, Werner demanded to know how many men had been left behind to maintain control over the captive settlement. The bandit leader sneered with stubborn defiance, declaring that he had no obligation to answer questions posed by a spoiled young nobleman who had been coddled since birth. Hearing the captive's disrespect, Origin instantly pressed the sharp edge of his sword directly against the chief's throat, sternly warning him that he failed to comprehend the deadly gravity of his current predicament. Unnerved by the cold blade pressing into his skin, the bandit chief spat out that 8 men had been assigned to guard the village. Werner pondered the number in silence, reasoning that even if the chief were lying, the actual count was unlikely to be 10 times larger than stated. Since those remaining men had been stationed specifically within the settlement, their main duty was undoubtedly to monitor the hostages rather than defend against an external military assault. Consequently, the specialized strike teams sent to handle the village would likely finish their mission in very short order. Werner decided that his current force would remain on standby at the ruins to handle the necessary post-operation cleanup as originally planned. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, a brave woman dressed as a traveling performer knocked firmly on the front door of the village elder's house, asking for permission to enter. The village elder pulled the door open, looking out with confusion as he asked who was calling at such an ungodly hour. The female operative maintained her disguise, claiming to be a humble traveling entertainer seeking assistance. Suddenly, an aggressive man appeared from the dark hallway behind the village elder, demanding to know who was bothering them at night. Without a moment's hesitation, the female operative struck the man hard in the stomach with a sharp elbow blow and forced her way inside the residence. As a third hostile man lunged toward her from the interior rooms, the operative swiftly grabbed a heavy wooden chair and hurled it directly at him. Moving with breathtaking speed, she pinned him against the wall and pressed a sharp dagger against his neck, warning him in a cold, hushed voice to remain completely silent. Shortly afterward, Lady Dejan reported the complete success of the infiltration to Lady Hermine. She explained that just as Count Chandral had correctly predicted, the men controlling the settlement were indeed the ruthless bandits who had taken the entire civilian population hostage. Furthermore, as they had previously guessed, the missing local children were being held captive at the bandit group's primary hideout in the ruins. Excluding the 2 hostiles who had been quartered inside the village elder's residence, the remaining 6 bandits had been spread out across various residential homes to sleep and keep a strict watch over the terrified families. Lady Dejan presented a detailed map where all the exact locations of the scattered bandits had been clearly marked. Hermine listened carefully before asking whether there was any chance that the village elder himself was secretly an accomplice working alongside the bandit organization. Lady Dejan expressed strong doubt regarding that possibility, explaining that the old elder had wept with overwhelming gratitude after being rescued and had willingly disclosed every piece of information he possessed. She added that his personal food supplies were practically non-existent and his living quarters were nothing more than a miserable hovel, though she conceded that one could never completely rule out the possibility of a deceptive performance. Hermine stumbled slightly over her formal words before catching herself, thanking Lady Dejan for her thorough assessment and agreeing that her conclusions were almost certainly correct. Lady Dejan offered a casual, reassuring response, encouraging her young commander to proceed. Taking charge of the situation, Hermine issued clear, precise orders to her gathered knights. She instructed them to divide into teams of 2 and take up stealthy positions outside each assigned house upon receiving the signal. They were to place guards at every door and window to prevent any escapes, while additional forces would block all entry and exit roads surrounding the village. Furthermore, any panicking civilians caught in the crossfire were to be given immediate shelter, while any fleeing bandits were to be apprehended without mercy. The gathered soldiers shouted their unified agreement, arming themselves for the assault. Zoffy chuckled softly beside Hermine, remarking that their absent friend Annette would have been utterly delighted to participate in such a noble operation. Hermine offered a brief, warm smile, agreeing with Zoffy's observation. As signal lights flickered across the dark village to indicate that every squad had assumed its position, Hermine shouted the command to begin the attack. Hermine personally kicked open the heavy door of her assigned house, only to freeze in horror as her eyes widened at the gruesome scene inside. A vile bandit was actively assaulting a helpless local woman on the floor. Spotting the intruder, the man turned with a disgusting smirk, asking who she was and mockingly inviting her to join in the act. Hermine's eyes narrowed with intense, righteous fury. Charging forward without a second thought, she drew her dagger and slashed the monster's neck in a single swift movement, ending his life instantly. Dropping her weapon, Hermine immediately wrapped her arms around the traumatized woman, unclasping her heavy riding cape to cover her exposed body. Hermine held the victim close, whispering gentle apologies and reassuring her that the terror was finally over. The tearful woman sobbed uncontrollably, clinging tightly to the brave female knight who had saved her life. Moments later, a soldier stepped inside to report that all assigned houses throughout the settlement had been successfully secured without further incident. Hermine acknowledged the report, instructing the messenger to dispatch immediate word to Count Chandrel and Viscount Werner. By the time the operation concluded, all surviving bandits had been stripped of their weapons, bound securely with heavy ropes, and brought out into the open square. As Werner prepared to depart the area, he addressed the gathered villagers, reminding them in a calm, yet firm tone to refrain from killing any of the bound prisoners. Noted that formal executions were his legal responsibility as a ruling noble. He then gave a silent signal to the crowd. Fueled by months of suppressed rage and suffering, the vengeful villagers immediately descended upon the tied bandits, pelting them with stones and beating them relentlessly. Werner closed his eyes, unable to watch the brutal spectacle unfold before him. Deep within his memory, he recalled a distant moment from his childhood when he had watched a similar crowd of commoners violently beating convicted criminals. When his younger self had tried to look away from the cruelty, his mother had gently held his head, telling him that he must never avert his eyes from such harsh realities. She had explained that because he would one day inherit his father's noble title and rule over the Zerfeld territory, he was obligated to witness how power and justice were administered. She reminded him that the comfort and prosperity enjoyed by the nobility were the earned rewards for protecting the peace, safety, and well-being of their virtuous subjects, and a true ruler had to possess the strength to enforce that authority without hesitation. If a noble family were to neglect their fundamental duties of protecting the people, their positions as knights and ruling lords would become entirely unsustainable, ultimately bringing ruin and misfortune upon their household. Werner continued to watch the vivid memory from his past unfold before his eyes, recalling how his father had raised a hand to give a silent signal. Max had immediately stepped forward, handing a sharp executioner's blade to the head of the household, who then severed the condemned criminal's head with a single, decisive strike. Returning to the harsh reality of the present moment, Werner raised his hand and declared that the villagers had delivered enough of a beating. He unsheathed his sword and stepped toward the bruised and bloody captives tied up on the ground. Spotting him approaching with a drawn weapon, the bandit chief spat in anger, asking how Werner's actions were any different from the violent deeds the bandits themselves committed. Werner calmly replied that the two situations were completely different, driving his blade into one of the tied bandits to carry out the sentence. The bandit chief shouted in protest, claiming that the villagers were the ones who had initiated the violent assault against them. Werner pointed out that if the bandits had been living honest, law-abiding lives, their complaints might hold some validity. However, their history of violent crime negated any claim to innocence. With those words, he struck down another bandit. Desperate and enraged, the chief shouted that the greedy aristocrats routinely exploited commoners, ripping them off with extortionate taxes and seizing every piece of property they could lay their hands upon. Werner did not attempt to deny the accusation, admitting quite openly that corrupt and oppressive nobles certainly existed within the realm. However, he countered that if the bandits truly wished to follow that line of reasoning, they should have turned their weapons against the oppressive rulers who had treated them with injustice, rather than terrorizing and preying upon helpless, innocent villagers. Having stated his rationale, he executed another bandit on the spot. The surrounding villagers, alongside the assembled Zerfeld and First soldiers, stood in solemn silence as they watched Werner carry out his official duty as a ruling lord. Deep inside his mind, Werner admitted to himself that taking the lives of defenseless, bound prisoners was not something he could ever do without feeling a strong sense of internal disgust and dread. Nevertheless, as an aristocrat born into this brutal world, he could never allow his private hesitations or emotional weaknesses to be seen by his subordinates or the common people. He reflected that while it was a broad interpretation of his actions, he had already caused the deaths of many individuals and would undoubtedly continue to do so in the future, whether through direct execution or high-level strategic decisions. Upon finishing the grim task of executing the remaining bandits, Werner privately felt that his demeanor might have appeared a bit too cold and heartless to those watching. Turning his gaze toward the surrounding crowd, he addressed the village leader, instructing that all belongings and gear confiscated from the bandits should be distributed fairly among the local villagers to aid in their recovery. He added that if any neighboring settlements had also suffered damages from the bandit group, the local leaders should be instructed to submit official reports. He promised to share the formal record of today's incident with the regional authorities so that the victims would have proper corroboration for their claims. The village elder expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the young Viscount's generosity. Werner then instructed the locals to handle the disposal of the bandit corpses, cautioning them that leaving unburied bodies in the open could easily trigger a deadly outbreak of plague, making it essential to bury them deeply and thoroughly. The elder stuttered in nervous respect, assuring him that his orders would be followed precisely. Reflecting on the situation, Werner noted to himself that no formal social security or insurance system existed to protect common farmers in this medieval world, meaning those who suffered losses during bandit raids were usually forced to bear the entire financial burden alone with no hope of compensation. While distributing the bandits' leftover goods was far from a complete remedy, it was certainly better than leaving the victims with nothing at all. In turbulent times like these, ordinary people were routinely left destitute, which explained why private, extrajudicial vengeance was often so readily embraced by rural communities. Werner looked out over the quiet village and remarked aloud that all the world was merely a stage, and all the men and women were nothing more than actors performing their parts. Lady Hermine looked at him with a puzzled expression, asking him to clarify what he meant. Werner smiled faintly, remembering that the phrase belonged to Shakespeare. At times, he felt as though he were trapped inside a harsh, unforgiving video game world or participating in a staged theatrical play. Yet, regardless of how surreal it felt, this was the tangible reality he was forced to live in every single day. He quickly brushed off Hermine's confusion, reassuring her that it was nothing of importance and praising her for her excellent work during the battle. He instructed her to have her troops complete their preparations before regrouping with the main army. As the first family soldiers began packing up their equipment and breaking camp, a knight called out to Lady Hermine to report their progress. Hermine apologized for her brief distraction and ordered her subordinates to ensure everyone was fully prepared to move out, to which the soldiers responded with formal compliance. Observing the young Viscount from across the camp, Zoffi remarked to Hermine that it was truly difficult to believe Werner was still a student, given his incredible efficiency and professional work ethic. Hermine agreed wholeheartedly with the sentiment, pointing out that tasks typically dismissed as menial or beneath notice by average noble knights were executed with meticulous care by Viscount Werner. She expressed her belief that his grounded, practical attitude was precisely what allowed him to achieve such extraordinary results both on and off the battlefield. She noted that he did not merely excel in direct combat, but also demonstrated decisive leadership and sound judgment in complex administrative situations. As a knight herself, she found herself constantly learning valuable lessons simply by observing his actions. Zoffi voiced her complete agreement with the assessment. Hermine went on to explain to Zoffi that despite the painful historical friction between their two families, the Viscount had readily agreed to assist them on this operation with remarkable grace. She acknowledged that while her father had strictly commanded her to improve diplomatic relations with the Zerfeld family, her motivation was no longer driven merely by political duty. Experiencing his leadership firsthand as a fellow knight had inspired a genuine desire to learn more from him. She expressed her determination not to become a burden to him, noting how much it meant that he had trusted her with important responsibilities during the operation. She intended to rely on his generosity and act with bold confidence moving forward. Zoffi smiled encouragingly, assuring her mistress that adopting such a proactive mindset was a wonderful decision. Hermine smiled back, though a tinge of regret entered her voice as she remarked that her older brother ought to have been present to witness these events as well. Zoffi mentioned Lord Tyrone's name softly. Hermine explained that if her brother could see the Viscount working with such dedication and skill, it would surely open his eyes and alter his narrow perception of the Zerfeld family. At that moment, a knight from the first family approached, reporting that all preparations for departure were complete. Hermine declared that it was time to return to the primary military encampment. She noted that this joint operation had provided a priceless learning experience, confident that once they returned home, their forces would possess a far deeper understanding of what it truly meant to fight and coordinate as a unified team. Zoffi nodded in complete agreement as they set off to join the main army.